This first book briefly introduces the main topic, humanity's disobedience, and the resulting loss of paradise, where they were placed. It then discusses the primary cause of this fall, the serpent, or more accurately Satan disguised as the serpent. Satan rebelled against God, persuading many angels to join him, and as a result, God cast them out of heaven into the abyss. After this event, the poem jumps straight into the action, showing Satan and his angels now in hell. Hell is depicted not as the centre of the universe, since heaven and earth might not have been created yet, or at least not yet cursed, but as a place of complete darkness, best described as chaos. Here Satan and his angels are lying on a burning lake, stunned and bewildered. After some time, Satan recovers from the confusion and calls to the angel next to him in rank and dignity. They discuss their terrible fall. Satan wakes up all his legions, who were also lying there in confusion. They get up, organise themselves into battle formations, and their chief leaders are named, corresponding to the idols later worshipped in Canaan and neighbouring regions. Satan addresses these leaders, encouraging them with the hope of eventually reclaiming heaven. However, he also mentions a new world, and a kind of creature that will be created, based on an old prophecy or rumour in heaven. It's worth noting that many early theologians believed angels existed long before the visible universe was created. To verify this prophecy and decide what to do about it, Satan suggests holding a full council. His associates then take action based on this. Suddenly, Pandemonium, Satan's palace, emerges from the depths. There, the demonic lords gather for a council. This is about humanity's first act of disobedience and the consequences of eating from the forbidden tree. That act brought death and all our suffering into the world, along with the loss of Eden. This state will continue until a greater man restores us, and we regain our blessed home. Inspire me, heavenly muse, who inspired Moses on Mount Horeb or Sinai, when he taught the chosen people about how the heavens and earth emerged from chaos, or if you prefer, inspire me from Mount Zion, and the brook of Siloa near God's oracle. I ask for your help with my bold song, which aims to preach heights beyond the Ionian Mount, and explore themes never before attempted in prose or poetry. And especially you, O Spirit, who values an honest and pure heart above all temples, teach me, for you know everything. You were there from the beginning, hovering over the vast abyss like a dove, making it fertile. Enlighten what is dark in me, lift up what is low, so that I can reach the heights of this great subject, affirm eternal providence, and justify God's ways to humanity. Tell me first, since nothing is hidden from you in heaven or hell, what caused our first parents, who were so favoured by heaven and lived in such a happy state, to turn away from their Creator and disobey his command, even though they were masters of the world, except for that one prohibition. Who led them to that terrible rebellion? It was the infernal serpent, driven by envy and revenge, who deceived the mother of humanity. This happened after his pride had caused him to be expelled from heaven along with his army of rebel angels. He had aspired to glorify himself above his peers, and even hoped to equal the Most High by opposing him. With ambitious goals, he waged an unholy war against God's throne and monarchy, a proud but futile battle. The almighty power threw him headlong from the sky, flaming with terrible destruction and fire. down to endless damnation. There he was to live in unbreakable chains and punishing fire, for daring to challenge the omnipotent to battle. For a period equivalent to 9 days and nights, as humans measure time, he and his dreadful followers lay defeated, writhing in the fiery abyss, bewildered even though they were immortal. But his punishment kept him for even greater anger. Now the memory of lost happiness and the prospect of eternal pain torment him. He looks around with eyes full of malice, showing immense suffering and shock, mixed with stubborn pride and unwavering hatred. As far as an angel can see, he surveys the bleak and wild landscape, a terrible prison that looks like a huge furnace flaming on all sides. Yet these flames give no light. Instead, they reveal a kind of visible darkness that only shows scenes of misery, areas of grief, and mournful shadows where peace and rest are impossible, and hope, which everyone else has, never arrives. Instead, there's endless torture and a flood of fire, fueled by sulphur that burns forever without being consumed. Eternal justice had prepared this place for the rebels, designating it as their prison in complete darkness, their allotted place as far from God and the light of heaven as 3 times the distance from the centre of the universe to its furthest pole. Oh, how different this is from the place they fell from. There he quickly notices his fellow fallen angels, overwhelmed by floods and whirlwinds of stormy fire. Lying next to him is the one who was second in power and crime, later known in Palestine as Beelzebub. The archenemy, who was called Satan in heaven, breaks the awful silence with daring words and starts speaking to him. If you are who I think you are, but oh, how fallen, how changed from the one who, in the happy realm of light, clothed in surpassing brightness, outshone countless others, though they were bright themselves. If you are the one who shared with me a mutual alliance, united thoughts and plans, equal hope and risk in our glorious endeavour, and who once joined me in that, now misery has joined us in equal ruin, you see what pit we've fallen into from what height. This proves how much stronger he is with his thunder. Who knew the power of those terrible weapons until now? But I don't repent or change my mind because of that, or because of what the powerful victor might do in his anger. Though my outward appearance has changed, my determined mind and great disdain, stemming from a sense of wronged merit, remain. That sense of injustice led me to challenge the mightiest, and I brought along countless armed spirits who dared to oppose his rule, preferring me instead. We opposed his supreme power with our own in an uncertain battle on the plains of heaven, and shook his throne. So what if we lost the battle? Not everything is lost. We still have our unbreakable will, our pursuit of revenge, our undying hatred, and our courage never to surrender or give in. What else is there that can't be overcome? He will never force me to bow and beg for mercy, to worship his power, especially since he recently feared my strength and doubted his own empire. That would be truly degrading, a disgrace worse than this fall, since fate decrees that the strength of gods and this heavenly substance cannot fail, and since we've learned from this great event that we're not worse in arms, but much wiser in foresight, we can hope to wage eternal war against our great enemy, either by force or by cunning. He now triumphs, and, in his excessive joy, rules alone as a tyrant in heaven. So spake the renegade angel, though he was in pain, boasting loudly but tortured by deep despair. His bold companion soon replied, O Prince, O Chief of many enthroned powers, who led the embattled seraphim to war under your command, fearlessly performing terrible deeds that endangered heaven's eternal king. You tested his supreme authority, whether it was maintained by strength, chance, or fate. I see all too well, and regret the terrible outcome. With sad defeat and shameful loss, we have lost heaven, and all this mighty army lies in horrible destruction, as much as gods and heavenly beings can be destroyed. For our minds and spirits remain unconquerable, and our energy will soon return, even though our glory is gone, and our happy state is now engulfed in eternal misery. But what if our conqueror, whom I must now believe is almighty, since nothing less could have overcome our strength, has left us with our spirit and strength intact only so that we can better endure and bear our pains, thereby satisfying his vengeful anger? Or perhaps so that we can serve him more effectively as his slaves by right of war, whatever his tasks may be, whether working in the fire here in the heart of hell, or running his errands in the dark abyss. What good is it, then, that we still feel our strength undiminished, or that we have eternal existence, if it's only to suffer eternal punishment? To which the archfiend quickly replied, Fallen cherub, weakness is miserable, whether in action or in suffering, but be certain of this, doing good will never be our job. Instead, our only pleasure will be to do evil, since that's the opposite of his high will, whom we oppose. If his providence tries to bring good out of our evil, then our task must be to twist that purpose and always find ways to turn good into evil. This might often succeed, and perhaps it will grieve him and disrupt his deepest plans from achieving their intended goals. But look, the angry victor has called back his agents of vengeance and pursuit to the gates of heaven. The sulphurous hail that was shot after us in a storm has calmed the fiery waves that caught us as we fell from heaven's cliff. The thunder, accompanied by red lightning and furious rage, may have used up its ammunition and stopped roaring through the vast and limitless abyss. Let's not miss this opportunity, whether it's due to our foe's scorn or his fury being satisfied. Do you see that gloomy plain over there, desolate and wild, a place of utter ruin, devoid of light except for the faint eerie glow from these pale flames? Let's head there, away from the tossing of these fiery waves. There, if there's any rest to be found, we can gather our distressed forces and discuss how to most effectively attack our enemy in the future, how to recover from our losses, how to overcome this terrible disaster, and what strength we can draw from hope, or if not, what determination we can muster from despair. So Satan spoke to his closest companion, with his head raised above the waves and his eyes blazing brightly. The rest of his body lay stretched out on the flood, floating for many roods, an old measure of length, immense in size, as large as the monsters of legend, like the Titans or the earthborn giants who fought against Jove, such as Briareus or Typhoon, who was confined in a cave near ancient Tarsus, or like Leviathan, the sea monster that God created as the largest creature to swim in the ocean. Perhaps, like Leviathan sleeping on the foam off Norway, a pilot of a small boat caught in the night might mistake him for an island and, as sailors often say, drop anchor into his scaly skin, mooring the boat beside him under the shelter of his body, while night covers the sea and the longed-for morning is delayed. So the archfiend stretched out enormously on the burning lake, chained there, and he would never have risen or lifted his head, if not for the will and permission of all-powerful heaven, which left him free to pursue his own wicked plans. This was so that, through his repeated sins, he would bring more damnation upon himself while trying to harm others. Enraged, he would see how all his malice only resulted in bringing out infinite goodness, grace, and mercy for the humans he seduced, but for himself it brought triple the confusion, wrath, and vengeance. Immediately he stands up straight from the pool, his huge body rising. On both sides the flames are pushed back, their pointed tips bending away, and they roll in waves, creating a dreadful valley in the middle. Then, with his wings spread out, he directs his flight upward, leaning on the dark air, which feels the unusual weight of his body. He lands on dry land, if you can call it land, since it burns as solidly as the lake burns with liquid fire. It looked like when a powerful underground wind rips a hill from Pelorus, or the shattered side of erupting Etna, whose flammable and fuel-filled interior then catches fire, heated by mineral fury, helping the winds and leaving a scorched base covered in stench and smoke. That's the kind of resting place his cursed feet found. His closest companion followed him, both of them proud to have escaped the Stygian flood, as if they were gods, believing it was due to their own regained strength, not because the supreme power allowed it. Then the fallen archangel said, "Is this the region, the soil, the climate, the place we must exchange for heaven? This dismal darkness instead of that heavenly light? So be it, since he who is now sovereign can decide and command what is right. It's best to be as far from him as possible, since reason has made us equal, but force has made him supreme over his peers. Farewell, happy fields, where joy lives forever. Hello, horrors. Hello, infernal world, and you, deepest hell, receive your new ruler, one who brings a mind that cannot be changed by place or time. The mind is its own master, and can turn hell into heaven, or heaven into hell. What does it matter where I am, as long as I remain myself, just as I should be, only less than he whom thunder has made greater? At least here we will be free. The Almighty didn't build this place out of envy, and won't drive us away. Here we can rule securely, and in my opinion, it's worth being ambitious to rule, even if it's in hell. It's better to rule in hell than to serve in heaven. But why do we leave our loyal friends, our associates and fellow sufferers in this loss, lying stunned on this forgetful pool? Shouldn't we call them to join us in this wretched place? Or to try again with gathered forces, to see what we can still regain in heaven, or what more we might lose in hell?" So Satan spoke, and Beelzebub replied, "Leader of those bright armies, which only the Omnipotent could have defeated, if they hear your voice, their greatest source of hope in times of fear and danger, a voice they've heard so often in the worst situations and on the brink of battle when it was raging, their most reliable signal in all attacks, they will quickly regain new courage and come back to life, even though they now lie grovelling and flat on that lake of fire, just as we were a short while ago, shocked and bewildered. It's no surprise, given the disastrous height from which we fell." He had barely finished speaking when the superior fiend started moving towards the shore. He carried his heavy shield, made of ethereal material, large and round, thrown behind him. Its wide rim hung on his shoulders like the moon, which the Tuscan artist Galileo observes through a telescope in the evening from the top of Fiesole, or in Valdarno, to discover new lands, rivers, or mountains on its spotted surface. His spear was so large that the tallest pine tree cut down on Norwegian hills to be the mast of a great admiral's ship would seem like a mere stick in comparison. He used it to support his uneasy steps over the burning ground, which was not like the smooth blue of heaven. The hot climate, arched with fire, also struck him painfully. Nevertheless, he endured until he reached the beach of that flaming sea. There he stood and called to his legions, angelic forms who lay entranced, thick as autumn leaves that cover the brooks in Prose, where the Achurian shades are deeply arched, or like scattered seaweed flowing when fierce winds, armed by Orion, have disturbed the Red Sea coast. Those waves once overthrew Busiris and his Egyptian knights when they treacherously pursued the Israelites from Goshen, and watched from the safe shore as their enemies' bodies and broken chariot wheels floated by. Similarly, these angels lay thickly strewn, abject and lost, covering the flood, stunned by their terrible transformation. He called out so loudly that the entire hollow depth of hell echoed. Princes, rulers, warriors, the finest of heaven, once yours but now lost, if such shock can affect eternal spirits, or have you chosen this place after the exaltation of battle to rest your tired virtue, finding it easy to sleep here, as if in the valleys of heaven, or have you sworn in this humiliating position to worship the conqueror? He now sees cherubim and seraphim rolling in the flood with their weapons and banners scattered. Soon, his swift pursuers from heaven's gate will see our vulnerability and come down to trample on us while we're weak, or use chained thunderbolts to pin us to the bottom of this abyss. Wake up, get up, or be fallen forever. They heard him and were ashamed, then quickly sprang up on their wings like soldiers on guard duty who were caught sleeping by someone they fear and hurriedly roused themselves before they're fully awake. They were well aware of the terrible situation they were in and felt the intense pain, but they quickly obeyed their general's voice in countless numbers, like when Moses, the son of Amram, in Egypt's time of trouble, waved his powerful staff around the coast and summoned a dark cloud of locusts carried by the eastern wind, which hung over the kingdom of the wicked Pharaoh like night, darkening the entire land of the Nile. Similarly, countless bad angels were seen hovering on their wings under the dome of hell, between the fires above, below, and all around, until, at a given signal, their great leader's raised spear waved to guide their path, and they descended in perfect formation to land on the solid brimstone, filling the entire plain. It was a multitude so vast that even the populous north never produced such numbers from its frozen regions to cross the Rhine or the Danube. When the barbarian sons invaded the south like a flood, spreading from Gibraltar to the Libyan deserts, immediately from every squadron and each unit the heads and leaders hurried to where their great commander stood. They were godlike in shape and form, superior to humans, with princely dignity and powers that once sat on thrones in heaven. Although their names were now erased from heavenly records and removed from the Book of Life due to their rebellion, they had not yet acquired new names among humans. That happened later when, wandering over the earth, with God's permission to test humanity, they used lies and deceit to corrupt most of mankind, leading them to abandon their Creator and the invisible glory of God. Instead, they worshipped idols in the form of animals, adorned with elaborate and wealthy religions, and revered devils as gods. Then, they became known to men by various names, and as different idols throughout the pagan world. Tell me, Muse, their names, as they were known then. Who was the first and who was the last to rise from their sleep on that fiery bed, at their great emperor's call? Who came one by one to where he stood on the barren shore, while the mixed crowd stayed back? The main ones were those who, from the depths of hell, roamed to find their victims on earth and dared to establish their thrones near God's throne. They set up their altars beside his altar, and were worshipped as gods by the surrounding nations. They even dared to stay while Jehovah thundered from Zion, enthroned between the cherubim. Indeed, they often placed their shrines, which were abominations, within his own sanctuary, profaning his holy rites and sacred festivals with their cursed practices, and challenging his light with their darkness. First was Moloch, the terrible king, stained with the blood of human sacrifices and the tears of parents. The loud noise of drums and tambourines drowned out the cries of the children as they were passed through fire to his grim idol. The Ammonites worshipped him in Rabbah and its watery plains, in Argob and Bashan, up to the stream of Arnon. Not satisfied with being so close, he tricked even the wise Solomon into building his temple directly opposite God's temple on that disgraceful hill. He also established his grove in the pleasant valley of Hinnom, later called Tophet, and Black Gehenna, which became a symbol of hell. Next was Chemos, the obscene terror of the Moabites, worshipped from Aror to Nebo and the wilderness of southern Abarim, in Heshbon and Horonaim, in Sion's kingdom, beyond the flowery valley of Sibmah, covered with vines, and Alili, to the asphalt lake. He was also known as Peor, when he lured the Israelites in Sittim during their journey from the Nile to perform lewd rituals for him, which brought them great sorrow. He even extended his lustful ceremonies to that notorious hill near the grove of Moloch, the murderer, where lust was close to hatred. This continued until the good King Josiah expelled them back to hell. With them came those who, from the bordering river Euphrates to the brook that separates Egypt from Syria, were generally known as Baalim and Astaroth, male and female deities respectively. Spirits can take on either gender or both, since their pure essence is soft and undivided, not constrained by joints or limbs, nor reliant on the fragile strength of bones like bulky flesh. They can take any shape they wish, expanded or contracted, bright or dark, to carry out their airy missions and fulfill their acts of love or hatred. Because of these, the people of Israel often abandoned their true source of strength and left God's righteous altar unattended, instead bowing down to animal-like gods. As a result, they were humbled in battle, defeated by contemptible enemies. Accompanying these demons was Astaroth, known to the Phoenicians as Astarte, the Queen of Heaven, symbolized by crescent horns. Sidonian virgins would make vows and sing songs to her bright image under the moonlight. She was also worshipped in Zion, where a temple was built for her on a mountain that was considered offensive. This temple was constructed by a king who, despite his great heart, was led astray by beautiful women who worshipped idols. Next came Thammuz, whose yearly wound in Lebanon stirred Syrian women to mourn his fate with love songs all summer long. They believed his blood turned the Adonis River purple, flowing to the sea. This love story infected the women of Zion with similar passions as Ezekiel saw in his vision of Judah's dark idolatry. Then came Dagon, a sea monster, half man, half fish, whose temple stood in Azotus, feared across Palestine's coast in Gath, Ascalon, Acheron, and Gaza. When the Ark of God was captured, it broke Dagon's image, leaving it headless and handless in his own temple, shaming his worshippers. Rimmon followed, worshipped in Damascus by the fertile banks of Abana and Pharphar. He boldly challenged God's house, once leading a leper to lose faith and a foolish king, Ahaz, to replace God's altar with a Syrian one, burning offerings to gods he had defeated. After them came a group known by ancient names, Osiris, Iris, Horus, and their followers, who deceived Egypt's fanatical priests with monstrous shapes and sorcery, seeking gods disguised as beasts. Israel wasn't immune, creating a golden calf at Horeb, and repeating the sin at Bethel and Dan, comparing their creator to a grazing ox. Jehovah, passing through Egypt in one night, struck down its firstborn and its bleating gods. Last came Belial, a spirit more depraved than any, fallen not from heaven, but from his own lust for vice. No temple or altar stood for him, yet he reigned in sacred places when priests turned corrupt, like Eli's sons, who filled God's house with lust and violence. He ruled in courts, palaces, and decadent cities, where riots drowned out reason, and the sons of Belial roamed drunk and insolent at night, as seen in Sodom's streets, or Gibeah, where a woman was exposed to avoid worse violation. These were the chief demons, the most powerful and renowned. Others too numerous to name were the Ionian gods, descendants of Javan, considered gods but acknowledged as younger than heaven and earth. Titan, heaven's firstborn, and his vast brood were overthrown by Saturn, who in turn was toppled by his son Jove. Jove then ruled from Crete, Ida, Olympus, or Dodona, spreading to the Celtic Isles. All these fallen angels flocked to Satan, their expressions downcast, yet faintly hopeful to find their leader undespairing. Despite their loss, they weren't entirely lost. Satan, regaining his usual pride, spoke lofty words that seemed meaningful, but were hollow, lifting their spirits and dispelling their fears. Satan ordered his mighty standard raised at the sound of trumpets and clarions. Azazel, a tall cherub, claimed the honour, unfurling the imperial banner that shone like a meteor streaking through the wind, adorned with gems and golden splendour, bearing seraphic arms and trophies. The metallic blast of martial music echoed, and the entire host let out a shout that shook hell's vault, startling the realms of chaos and ancient night. Instantly 10,000 banners rose, their vibrant colours waving, joined by a forest of spears and clustered helmets, shields locked in tight formation. They marched in perfect order to the haunting tune of flutes and soft recorders, music that once inspired ancient heroes with noble courage, not rage, unmoved by fear of death or regret. This music soothed troubled minds, easing anguish, doubt, fear, and pain from mortal or immortal souls. United in purpose, they moved silently over the scorched ground, their steps charmed by the pipes. They stood, a fearsome line of warriors, with spears and shields, awaiting their leader's command. Satan scanned their ranks, his experienced eye taking in their perfect order, their godlike faces and forms, their countless numbers. His heart swelled with pride, glorying in their strength. Never had such a force been assembled, not even the giants of Phlegra, the heroes of Thebes or Troy with their divine allies, or the knights of Arthur's court, nor all the warriors who fought in Aspermont, Montauban, Damascus, Morocco, Trebizond, or Bizerta, where Charlemagne and his peers fell at Fontabia. These angels surpassed all mortal armies, yet they revered their towering commander. Satan stood like a fortress, his form still radiant despite his ruin, though damned, like a sun rising through misty air, or eclipsed behind a moon, casting a twilight that unsettles kings. His face bore deep scars of thunder, and care marked his faded cheek, but beneath his bold brows burned fearless courage and calculated pride, waiting for revenge. His cruel eyes showed flickers of remorse and passion, seeing his once glorious followers now condemned to eternal pain for his rebellion. Like scorched oaks or pines on a blasted heath, their withered glory stood bare but defiant. Satan prepared to speak, and the ranks curved around him, enclosing him with his peers. They stood silent, captivated. 3 times he tried to speak, and 3 times, despite his scorn, tears, such as angels weep, burst forth. Finally, words mixed with sighs broke through. O countless immortal spirits, matchless except against the Almighty, our fight wasn't shameful, though the outcome was dire, as this place and our changed state shows. Who could have foreseen, with all our knowledge, that such a united force of gods could be repelled? Who can believe, even after this loss, that these mighty legions, whose exile has emptied heaven, won't rise again and reclaim their rightful place? Let all heaven's host bear witness, I didn't lose our hope through differing plans or fear of danger. The one who rules heaven sat secure on his throne, backed by tradition and consent, hiding his true strength until we tested it and fell. Now we know his power and our own. We won't provoke or fear new war. Our best path is to work in secret, using cunning or deceit, where force failed. He who wins by force only half defeats his enemy. Rumours in heaven spoke of new worlds to be created, where a new race, favoured as much as heaven's sons, would live. We might go there to spy or elsewhere, our first move. This infernal pit won't hold celestial spirits in chains, nor will darkness cover us forever. These plans need full discussion. Peace is hopeless. Who can think of submission? War, open or covert, is our only choice. His words sparked a blaze as millions of flaming swords were drawn from cherubim thighs, lighting up hell. They raged against the highest, clashing shields with a warlike din, hurling defiance towards heaven's vault. Nearby stood a hill, its grim peaks spewing fire and rolling smoke, its glossy surface hinting at hidden metallic ore shaped by sulphur. A swift brigade, led by Mammon, the least noble spirit who fell from heaven, rushed there. Even in heaven, Mammon's gaze was downward, admiring the golden pavement more than divine wonders. He first taught humans to plunder Earth's treasures, rifling its core for riches better left hidden. His crew carved a wide wound in the hill, digging out ribs of gold. Let no one be surprised that wealth grows in hell. This soil suits such cursed bounty. Those who boast of mortal wonders like Babel or Egypt's pyramids should learn how easily fallen spirits outdo them, achieving in an hour what humans toil ages to accomplish. Another group channeled liquid fire from the lake through prepared channels, skillfully separating and refining the molten ore. A third one moulded the metal, filling hollows with strange skill, like an organ turning a single breath into music through many pipes. Suddenly a massive structure rose from the earth like a mist, accompanied by sweet symphonies and voices, built like a temple. It had round pilasters and Doric pillars topped with golden architraves, cornicles and friezes carved with intricate designs, its roof gleaming with fretted gold. Neither Babylon nor Cairo could match its grandeur, built to house gods like Belus or Serapis, or seat kings when Egypt rivaled Assyria in wealth and luxury. The towering structure stood firm, its brazen doors opening to reveal vast spaces over smooth pavement. From the arched roof hung rows of starry lamps and blazing torches, fed by naphtha and asphalt, glowing like a sky. The eager crowd entered, some praising the work, others the architect, whose skill was known in heaven for building towering structures where sceptred angels ruled. In ancient Greece and Italy he was called Mulciber, fabled to have been thrown by Jove from heaven's crystal walls, falling from morning to evening, landing on Lemnos like a falling star. But that tale is wrong. He fell long before with this rebellious crew, and his heavenly towers didn't save him from being cast into hell with this industrious team. Heralds, by command of sovereign power, announced a solemn council in Pandemonium, Satan's grand capital, with trumpets and ceremony. The call summoned the worthiest from every squadron, and hundreds, thousands, flocked to attend. The gates and porches thronged the vast hall like a battlefield where armoured champions challenged pagan knights, filled with spirits brushing the air with rustling wings, like bees in spring swarming around their hive, buzzing over flowers, or conferring on smoothed planks. The airy crowd grew so dense they shrank, their immense forms reduced to the size of tiny dwarfs or fairy elves, seen by peasants at midnight revels. Despite their numbers, they fit within the hall. Though the great seraphic lords and cherubim sat in their full size in a private chamber, 1,000 demigods on golden seats, after a brief silence and the summons read, the great debate began. The meeting began, and Satan debated whether to risk another battle to reclaim heaven. Some supported the idea, while others opposed it. A third option, previously suggested by Satan, gained traction: to investigate a prophecy or legend from heaven about another world and a new kind of creature, equal or nearly equal to themselves, soon to be created. They debated who should undertake this challenging mission. Satan, their leader, volunteered to go alone, and was praised for his courage. With the council concluded, the others dispersed to their various tasks, following their own interests to pass the time until Satan's return. He set out towards the gates of hell, found them closed, and encountered their guardian. After some effort, the gates were opened, revealing the vast chasm between hell and heaven. Guided by Chaos, the ruler of that realm, Satan struggled through, and finally glimpsed the new world he sought. High on a majestic throne, gleaming with a splendour that surpassed the riches of Ormus and India, or the opulent East, where lavish kings are showered with pearls and gold, Satan sat exalted. His rise to this dark eminence was earned through merit, lifted from despair to heights beyond hope. Yet, insatiable, he aimed higher still, untaught by past failures, and driven to wage a futile war against heaven. With pride, he unveiled his ambitious thoughts. "Powers and dominions, deities of heaven," he began, "no abyss can contain our immortal strength, though we are repressed and fallen. I do not consider heaven lost. From this downfall our celestial virtues will rise, appearing more glorious and formidable than if we had never fallen, trusting themselves to fear no second defeat. By just right and heaven's fixed laws, I was first made your leader, then chosen freely. My achievements in council and battle have at the very least restored us this far, securing this safe, unenvied throne, granted with full consent. In heaven the happiness that comes with rank might stir envy in those below, but here, who would envy the one in the highest place, exposed as the first target of the thunderer's aim, our bulwark, condemned to the greatest share of endless pain? When there is no good to strive for, no faction can arise from conflict. None in hell will claim precedence, none whose share of present pain is so small that they'd ambitiously seek more. With this advantage of unity, firm faith, and steadfast agreement, stronger than anything in heaven, we now return to claim our ancient inheritance. We are surer to succeed than any past prosperity could have promised. Now we debate the best path forward, whether open war or subtle deception. Let those who can advise speak." He finished, and Moloch, the sceptred king, stood next. The strongest and fiercest spirit who fought in heaven, now fiercer still in despair. He trusted that he could be deemed equal in strength to the eternal, caring not to exist at all if he must be lesser. With that fear gone, he dismissed all dread of God, hell or worse, and spoke. "My verdict is for open war. I'm no expert in cunning schemes. Let those who need them devise them, but not now. While they sit plotting, shall the rest of us, millions armed and eager, linger here as heaven's fugitives, accepting this dark, shameful den, the poison of his tyranny, prolonged by our delay? No, let us arm ourselves with hell's flames and fury, storm heaven's high towers with unstoppable force, turning our torments into dreadful weapons against the torturer. When he hears the roar of our mighty engine, he'll face infernal thunder, see black fire and horror blazing as fiercely as his angels, his throne engulfed in sulphur and strange fire, his own invented torments. The way may seem steep and difficult, scaling upright against a stronger foe. But let those who doubt recall, if the numbing waters of that forgetful lake haven't dulled us, our natural motion is to ascend to our native seat. Descent and fall are against our nature. Who doesn't remember when our fierce enemy pursued our broken ranks, insulting us through the abyss with relentless force, driving us to sink so low? The ascent is easier now. The outcome is feared. Should we provoke our stronger foe again, his wrath might find a worse way to destroy us. But what could be worse than dwelling here, cast out from bliss, condemned to endless woe in this abhorrent abyss, tormented by unquenchable fire without hope of end, vassals of his anger, scourged relentlessly when the torturing hour calls us to penitence? To be more destroyed than this would be total annihilation. What do we fear then? What doubt holds us from inciting his utmost rage? At its height, it might consume us entirely, reducing us to nothing, a happier fate than eternal misery. or if divine substance cannot cease to be, we are at worst on this side of nothingness. We've proven our power can disturb his heaven, alarm his fatal throne with constant raids. Though it's inaccessible, if not victory, this is still revenge. He ended with a scowl, his expression promising desperate vengeance, and a battle perilous to any less than gods. Then Belial rose, graceful and humane in manner, a figure so fair that heaven itself lost no finer. He seemed composed for dignity and great deeds, but all was false and hollow. His tongue dripped sweet words, capable of making the worst seem better, confounding even the wisest counsel. His thoughts were base, industrious in vice, but timid and lazy in noble acts. Yet his pleasing voice persuaded as he began. I would support open war, my peers, as fiercely as any, if the main argument for immediate war didn't dissuade me most, casting doubt on our success. When our greatest warrior bases his courage on despair and total dissolution is his aim, seeking dire revenge, I question, what revenge? Heaven's towers are guarded by armed legions, encamped along the bordering abyss, scouring far into the realm of night, immune to surprise. Even if we broke through by force, with all hell rising behind us in blackest rebellion to taint heaven's pure light, our great enemy, incorruptible, would sit unpolluted on his throne. Heaven's ethereal essence would soon expel our mischief, purging the baser fire. Repelled, our final hope is utter despair. We'd need to provoke the almighty victor to exhaust his rage, ending us entirely. A sad cure. Who would lose his intellectual being, these thoughts that wander through eternity, to be swallowed in the void of uncreated night, devoid of sense and motion? And who knows if our angry foe can or will grant such an end? His ability is doubtful. His willingness is not certain. Would he so wise unleash his wrath impulsively, giving his enemies their wish, ending those his anger preserves for endless torture? Why then pursue war? Those who advocate it say we're destined for eternal woe. What more can we suffer? What worse? Is this the worst? Sitting, debating, armed? What about when we fled, struck by heaven's thunder, begging the abyss for shelter? This hell seemed a refuge then. Or when we lay chained on the burning lake, that was surely worse. What if the breath that kindled these fires roared sevenfold, plunging us into flames? Or if his vengeance paused, armed his red right hand to plague us again? What if hell's stores opened, spewing cataracts of fire, threatening a hideous fall upon us, while we plan glorious war, only to be hurled into a fiery tempest, each fixed on a rock, prey to racking whirlwinds, or sunk forever in the boiling ocean, chained, groaning endlessly, unpitied, unrelieved, through ages of hopeless despair? That would be worse. Thus I oppose war, open or hidden. For what force or deceit can prevail against him whose eye sees all at once? He, from heaven's height, mocks our futile efforts, no less mighty to resist than wise to foil our schemes. Shall we live thus degraded, heaven's race trampled, exiled to chains and torments? Better these than worse, I say. Fate and the victor's omnipotent decree subdue us. Our strength is equal to endure as to act, and the law ordaining this is not unjust. This we resolved at first, if wise, against so great a foe, knowing the outcome was uncertain. I laugh at those bold with the spear who, when it fails, shrink from exile, shame, bonds, or pain, the conqueror's sentence. This is our doom. If we can bear it, our supreme foe may in time lessen his anger. Perhaps, seeing us removed and unoffending, be satisfied with our punishment, letting these raging fires subside if undisturbed. Our purer essence will overcome their noxious vapour, or accustomed feel it no more, or changed over time to match this place, embrace the fierce heat, free of pain. This horror will grow mild, this darkness light. Besides, what hope might future days bring? What chance or change worth waiting for? Our present lot, though unhappy, is not the worst, if we avoid bringing more woe upon ourselves. Thus Belial, cloaked in reasoned words, urged ignominies and lazy sloth, not peace. After him Mammon spoke. If war is best, we fight either to dethrone heaven's king, or reclaim our lost right. But to unthrone him, we must hope everlasting fate yields to chance, and chaos judges the strife, both hopes as vain as each other. What place is there for us in heaven, unless we overpower its supreme lord? Even if he relented, offering grace on condition of new subjection, could we stand humbly in his presence, accepting strict laws, singing forced hallelujahs to his throne, while his altar breathes ambrosial scents, our servile offerings? This would be our task in heaven, our delight, an eternity of worship to one we hate. Wearisome. Let us not pursue the impossible by force, or seek an unacceptable return to splendid vassalage. Instead, let us seek our own good from ourselves, living freely in this vast recess, accountable to none, choosing hard liberty over the easy yoke of servile pomp. Our greatness will shine most when we make great things from small, useful from harmful, prosperous from adverse, thriving under evil, crafting ease from pain through labour and endurance. Do we dread this dark world? Heaven's ruler often dwells in thick clouds, his glory undimmed, surrounded by the majesty of darkness, his throne thundering, resembling hell. If he can embrace our darkness, can't we imitate his light? This desert soil holds hidden treasures, gems and gold, and we lack neither skill nor art to raise magnificence. What more can heaven offer? Our torments in time may become our elements, these piercing fires as gentle as they now are harsh, our nature adapting to theirs, removing the sense of pain. All things call us to peaceful counsel and a settled order, to manage our present evils with regard to what we are and were, dismissing all thoughts of war. This is my advice. As Mammon finished, a murmur filled the assembly, like the sound of blustering winds trapped in hollow rocks, lulling weary sailors after a storm. Such applause greeted Mammon's call for peace, as they dreaded another battle worse than hell itself, still haunted by the fear of thunder and Michael's sword, yet eager to build this nether empire through cunning and time, rivaling heaven. Beelzebub, second only to Satan, perceived this. With grave demeanour he rose, a pillar of state, his face etched with deliberation and public care, princely counsel shining majestic despite his ruin. Standing like Atlas, fit to bear the weight of mighty monarchies, his gaze commanded silence as he spoke. Thrones and imperial powers, offspring of heaven, ethereal virtues, or must we now abandon these titles and, changing our name, be called princes of hell? The popular vote leans towards staying here, building a growing empire. Undoubtedly, while we dream, we fail to see that the King of Heaven has doomed this place to be our dungeon, not a safe haven beyond his powerful reach. We cannot live free from heaven's high authority, united in a new alliance against his throne. Instead, we remain in the strictest bondage, though far removed, under his inescapable control, reserved as his captive multitude. Be assured, in heights or depths, he will always reign as the sole king, losing no part of his kingdom due to our rebellion. Instead, he extends his empire over hell, ruling us here with an iron sceptre, as he rules those in heaven with his golden one. So why do we sit here debating peace and war? War has already decided our fate, defeating us with irreparable loss. No terms of peace have been offered or sought. What peace could be given to us, enslaved, but harsh captivity, lashes, and arbitrary punishment? And what peace could we offer in return but hostility and hate within our power, untamed resistance, and slow-brewing revenge, always plotting to ensure the conqueror gains the least from his victory, and finds the least joy in our suffering? Opportunities will not be lacking, nor will we need to risk a dangerous invasion of heaven, whose high walls fear no assault, siege, or ambush from the abyss. What if we can find an easier target? There is a place, if ancient and prophetic rumours in heaven are true, another world, the happy home of a new race called man, soon to be created, like us but lesser in power and excellence, though favoured more by the one who rules above. So his will was declared among the gods, confirmed by an oath that shook the entire circumference of heaven. Let us focus all our thoughts there, to learn what creatures inhabit it, their nature, their substance, their powers, their weaknesses, and how best to approach them, whether by force or cunning. Though heaven is sealed, and its high arbitrator sits secure in his own strength, his new place may lie exposed, the outermost border of his kingdom, left to the defence of its inhabitants. Here, perhaps, we can achieve some advantageous act with a sudden attack, either using hell's fire to destroy his entire creation, or claiming it all as our own, driving out its feeble inhabitants as we were driven out, or if not, seducing them to our side so that their god becomes their enemy, forced to destroy his own work with a regretful hand. This would exceed ordinary revenge, disrupting his joy in our confusion, and raising our joy in his disturbance. When his beloved sons are hurled down to share our fate, they will curse their frail origins, and their bliss faded so soon. Consider if it is worth attempting, or if we should sit here in darkness, hatching futile empires. Thus Beelzebub pleaded his devilish counsel, first devised by Satan, and partly proposed before. For where else but from the author of all evil could such a deep malice arise, aiming to ruin mankind at its root, and mingle earth with hell, all to spite the great Creator? Yet their spite only serves to enhance his glory. The bold plan highly pleased the infernal assembly, and joy sparkled in their eyes. With full agreement they voted, and Beelzebub resumed his speech. You have judged well, ending our long debate, synod of gods, resolving great things as befits your nature. This plan will lift us from the lowest depths, despite fate, closer to our ancient seat, perhaps within sight of those bright borders where, with nearby forces and a timely excursion, we might re-enter heaven. Or else, in some mild region, we could dwell, touched by heaven's fair light, secure, purging the gloom with the brightening eastern beam, and the soft, delicious air, to heal the scars of these corrosive fires. But first, whom shall we send to find this new world? Who is sufficient to brave the dark, bottomless, infinite abyss, to find his way through the tangible darkness, or spread his airy flight, borne by tireless wings, over the vast divide, to reach that happy isle? What strength or skill can suffice, or what evasion can carry him safely through the strict sentries and dense angelic watchposts surrounding it? He will need utmost caution, and we must be equally careful in choosing, for our last hope rests on whom we send. He sat, and anticipation held his gaze, waiting to see who would support, oppose, or volunteer for the perilous task. But all sat silent, pondering the danger with deep thoughts, each reading their own dismay in the others' faces, astonished. None among the elite of those heaven-warring champions could be found bold enough to offer or accept the dreadful voyage alone, until Satan, now raised above his peers by transcendent glory, with monarchical pride and awareness of his supreme worth, spoke unmoved. O progeny of heaven, ephemeral thrones, it's with reason that deep silence and hesitation grip us, though unafraid. The path out of hell to light is long and hard. Our prison, this vast dome of fire, rages to consume us, enclosing us ninefold with gates of burning adamant that bar all escape. If any pass these, the deep void of empty night awaits, gaping wide, threatening to swallow him with utter loss of being in that abortive gulf. If he escapes into whatever world or unknown region, he faces unknown dangers, and equally difficult escape. But it would ill suit this throne, O peers, and this imperial sovereignty, adorned with splendour and armed with power, if any proposal of public importance, cloaked in difficulty or danger, could deter me. Why do I assume these royal honours, and not refuse to reign, if I shy away from as great a share of hazard as of honour, both due to the one who reigns, and more so to me, who sits above the rest, highly honoured? Go therefore, mighty powers, terror of heaven though fallen, and focus here on what best eases our present misery, making hell more bearable. Seek any cure or charm to relieve or lessen the pain of this wretched place, keeping constant watch against our vigilant foe. Meanwhile, I will roam the coasts of dark destruction, seeking deliverance for us all. This enterprise none shall share with me. Rising, the monarch cut off all reply, wisely preventing others from offering now what they feared before, certain to be refused, lest they seem his rivals, gaining cheap praise he must earn through immense risk. But they dreaded the adventure no less than his commanding voice forbidding it. They rose with him as one, their rising like the sound of distant thunder. They bowed to him with reverent awe, exalting him as equal to heaven's highest, praising how he risked his own safety for the general good. For even damned spirits retain some virtue, lest wicked men boast of their hollow deeds on earth, driven by glory or ambition disguised as zeal. Thus their uncertain dark deliberations ended, rejoicing in their matchless leader. It was as when dusky clouds rise from mountain tops, while the north wind sleeps, covering heaven's cheerful face, the scowling sky threatening snow or showers. If the radiant sun, with a sweet farewell, extends its evening beam, the fields revive, birds renew their songs, and bleating herds echo joy through hills and valleys. O shame to men! Devils damned hold firm unity, while men, rational creatures under hope of heavenly grace, with God proclaiming peace, live in hatred, enmity, and strife, waging cruel wars that waste the earth, destroying each other, as if man didn't have enough hellish foes waiting day and night for his ruin. The Stygian council dissolved, and the grand infernal peers marched forth in order. In their midst came their mighty paramount, appearing alone as heaven's antagonist, no less than hell's dread emperor, with supreme pomp and godlike imitation of state. A ring of fiery seraphim surrounded him, adorned with bright emblems and fearsome arms. When their session ended, they ordered the great result proclaimed with the regal sound of trumpets. 4 swift cherubim blew the alchemical horns, their call explained by heralds' voices, resounding far and wide through the hollow abyss. The entire host of hell responded with a deafening shout of loud acclaim. With minds somewhat eased by false presumptuous hope, the assembled powers disbanded, each wandering their own way as inclination or grim necessity led, seeking respite for their restless thoughts to pass the tedious hours until their great chief returned. Some roamed the plain, or soared in the air, racing swiftly as at the Olympian or Pythian games. Others reined in their fiery steeds, dodged the goal with rapid wheels, or formed fronted brigades. It was as when war looms to warn proud cities, armies clashing in the troubled sky, aerial knights charging with lances until legions close, the heavens burning with feats of arms from end to end. Others, with wilder Typhonian rage, tore up rocks and hills, riding the air in whirlwinds, hell barely containing the uproar, like when Alcides, crowned with victory from Oechalia, felt the poisoned robe and, in agony, uprooted Thessalian pines, hurling Lycas from Oeta's peak into the Euboic Sea. Others, milder, retreated to a silent valley, singing with angelic notes to many harps of their heroic deeds and doomed fall in battle, lamenting that fate should enslave free virtue to force or chance. Their song was biased, but its harmony, could it be less from immortal spirits, captivated hell, enchanting the thronging audience. In sweeter discourse, for songs charm the senses, but eloquence sways the soul, others sat apart on a retired hill, reasoning loftily of providence, foreknowledge, will, and fate, fixed fate, free will, absolute foreknowledge, lost in endless mazes. They debated good and evil, happiness and misery, passion and apathy, glory and shame, all vain wisdom and false philosophy. Yet their pleasing sorcery could ease pain or anguish for a while, stir false hope, or arm the hardened heart with stubborn patience like triple steel. Another group, in squadrons and large bands, ventured boldly to explore the dismal world, seeking any region that might offer easier habitation. They marched 4 ways along the banks of 4 infernal rivers, pouring baleful streams into the burning lake, hated Styx, the flood of deadly hate, sad Acheron, black and deep with sorrow, Cocytus, named for its loud lamentations, and fierce Phlegethon, whose torrential waves blaze with rage. Far off, the slow silent Lethe, the river of oblivion, winds its watery labyrinth. Whoever drinks forgets their former state, joy, grief, pleasure, and pain. Beyond this lies a frozen continent, dark and wild, battered by endless storms of whirlwind and hail that never falls on solid ground, piling up like ancient ruins, all deep snow and ice, a gulf as profound as the Serbonian bog between Dalmatia and old Mount Cassius, where entire armies have sunk. The parching air burns cold, and frost mimics fire's effect. There, harpy-footed furies drag all the damned at certain intervals, forcing them to feel the bitter shift of extremes, fiercer by change, from beds of raging fire to starving in ice, their soft ethereal warmth pinned immovable, frozen for ages, then rushed back to fire. They crossed the Lethean Sound back and forth, their sorrow deepened, struggling to reach the tempting stream, hoping one drop might bring sweet forgetfulness of all pain and woe in a single moment, so close to the brink, but fate forbids opposing their attempt. Medusa, with her terrifying Gorgonian power, guards the ford, and the water itself recoils from the touch of any living being, as it once fled from Tantalus's lips. Wandering in a chaotic forlorn march, the adventurous bands, pale with shuddering horror and eyes wide with dread, first beheld their wretched fate and found no rest. They passed through many dark and dreary valleys, countless sorrowful regions, over frozen peaks and fiery mountains, rocks, caves, lakes, fens, bogs, dens, and shadowy realms of death, a universe of death cursed by God to be evil, good only for evil. Here all life dies, death thrives, and nature breeds perverse, monstrous, and prodigious things, abominable, unspeakable, worse than any fable or fear has ever imagined, gorgons, hydras, and dire chimeras. Meanwhile Satan, the adversary of God and of man, with his mind ablaze with grand ambitions, donned swift wings and set out alone towards the gates of hell. Sometimes he scoured the right-hand coast, sometimes the left, now skimming the abyss with level wings, then soaring high toward the fiery vault above. He resembled a fleet seen far off at sea, hanging in the clouds, driven by equinoctial winds, sailing close from Bengal or the Spice Islands of Ternate or Tidor, where merchants gather their fragrant wares, steering through the wide Ethiopian Sea towards the Cape, pressing nightly towards the pole. So appeared the distant flying fiend. At last hell's boundaries loomed, stretching high on its horrific roof, guarded by gates thrice threefold, free of brass, free of iron, free of impenetrable adamantine rock, encircled by unconsuming fire. Before the gates sat two formidable shapes. One seemed a woman to the waist, fair, but ending in vast scaly coils, a serpent armed with a deadly sting. Around her middle, a pack of hellhounds barked ceaselessly with wide Cerberian mouths, ringing a hideous peal. Yet, when disturbed, they would creep back into her womb, kennelling there, still barking and howling, unseen within. These were far less loathsome than Scylla, bathing in the sea between Calabria and the hoarse Sicilian shore, or the night hag, summoned in secret, riding through the air, lured by the scent of infant blood, to dance with Lapland witches under a labouring, eclipsed moon. The other shape, if it could be called a shape, lacking distinguishable limbs, joints, or substance, seemed a shadow black as night, fierce as 10 furies, terrifying as hell, wielding a dreadful dart. What seemed its head bore the likeness of a kingly crown. Satan approached, and the monster advanced with horrific strides, making hell tremble. The undaunted fiend marvelled at what this might be, unafraid, valuing or shunning nothing except God and his Son, and began with a disdainful look. "Where do you come from, and what are you, vile shape, daring to thrust your grotesque form across my path to those gates? I intend to pass through them, rest assured, without asking your permission. Step aside, or taste your folly, and learn through proof, hell-born, not to challenge spirits of heaven." The wrathful goblin replied, "Are you that traitor angel, the one who first broke peace and faith in heaven, until then unbroken, and in proud rebellion led a third of heaven's sons in a conspiracy against the highest? For that, you and they were cast out from God, condemned to waste eternal days in woe and pain. And you think yourself among heaven's spirits, hell-doomed, breathing defiance and scorn here where I reign as king, and to enrage you more, your lord and king. Return to your punishment, false fugitive, and add wings to your speed, lest I chase you with a whip of scorpions, or seize you with one stroke of this dart, bringing strange horror and pains you've never felt. The grisly terror spoke, growing tenfold more dreadful and deformed in shape and fret. Incensed with indignation, Satan stood unafraid, burning like a comet that blazes across the vast constellation in the Arctic sky, shaking pestilence and war from his horrific hair. Each armed their deadly weapon, intending no second strike, glaring at each other like two black clouds, armed with heaven's artillery, clashing over the Caspian Sea, hovering briefly until winds signal their dark collision in mid-air. So the mighty combatants frowned, darkening hell with their scowls, perfectly matched. Never again would either face such a foe, and great deeds might have resounded through hell, had not the snaky sorceress, seated by the gate, with the fatal key, risen with a hideous outcry, and rushed between them. "O father," she cried, "what do you intend against your only son? And you, O son, what fury drives you to arm that deadly dart, aiming it at your father's head? Do you not know for whom? For the one who sits above, laughing as he ordains you his drudge to carry out his wrath, which he calls justice, a wrath that will one day destroy you both." At her words the hellish pest relented, and Satan replied, "Your strange outcry and words surprise me, interrupting my sudden hand, which I hold back from showing you my intent through deeds, until I know what you are, this double-formed thing. Why do you call me father, and that phantom my son, here in this infernal valley? I don't know you, nor have I ever seen anything more detestable than you and him." The portess of Hell's Gate replied, "Have you forgotten me? Do I seem so foul now, once deemed so fair in heaven, when at the assembly, in sight of all the seraphim, you conspired boldly against heaven's king? Suddenly, miserable pain seized you, your eyes dimmed, your head swam in darkness, as flames burst thick and fast from it. From your left side, opening wide, I sprang, resembling you in shape and bright countenance, a goddess armed, shining heavenly fair. All heaven's host recoiled in amazement, calling me sin, and holding me a portentous sign. But as they grew accustomed, I pleased them, winning even the most adverse with my graces, especially you, who often saw your perfect image in me, and became enamoured. In secret you took such joy with me, that my womb conceived a growing burden. Meanwhile, war broke out, and battles raged in heaven, where our almighty foe, as expected, won clear victory, while we suffered loss and rout across the Empyrean, driven headlong from heaven's heights into the abyss. I fell too, and at that time this powerful key was given to me, charged with keeping these gates forever shut, impassable without my opening. I sat here alone, pensive, but not for long, as my womb, pregnant by you, and now excessively grown, felt prodigious motion and painful throes. At last, this odious offspring you see, your own begotten, tore violently through my entrails, distorting my lower form with fear and pain. Thus transformed, he, my inbred enemy, emerged, brandishing his fatal dart meant to destroy. I fled, crying out, "Death!" Hell trembled at this hideous name, sighing from all her caves, echoing, "Death!" I fled, but he pursued me, more inflamed by lust than rage, it seems, overtaking his dismayed mother swiftly. In forceful foul embraces, he begot these yelling monsters that surround me, as you saw, conceived and born hourly with infinite sorrow to me. When they choose, they return to the womb that bred them, howling and gnawing my bowels as their meal, then bursting forth anew to torment me with constant terrors, leaving me no rest or pause. Before my eyes sits grim death, my son and foe, who sets them on me, eager to devour me for lack of other prey, but he knows his end is tied to mine, and that I would be a bitter morsel, his ruin, whenever that time comes, as fate has decreed. But you, O Father, I warn you, avoid his deadly arrow. Don't vainly hope to be invulnerable in your bright, heavenly tempered arms, for that mortal wound, save for the one who reigns above, none can resist. She finished speaking, and Satan, the cunning fiend, quickly grasped her lesson, softening his tone, and responding smoothly, "Dear daughter, since you claim me as your father, and show me this fair son, the cherished result of our dalliance in heaven, joys once sweet, now painful to recall due to the dire, unforeseen changes that have befallen us, know that I come not as an enemy. I seek to free you, him, and all the heavenly host of spirits who, armed with our just cause, fell with us from on high. For them I undertake this strange mission alone, risking myself to tread the uncharted depths and search through the vast void for a foretold place. By all signs, it has been created, a vast and round realm of bliss near heaven's borders, inhabited by a race of upstart creatures, perhaps meant to fill our vacant place, though more distant to avoid overburdening heaven with too many powerful beings, which might spark new conflicts. Whether this is the goal, or something more secret, I hurry to find out. Once I know, I'll return quickly and bring you and Death to that place, where you can live at ease, gliding unseen through the yielding air, scented with fragrances. There you'll be fed and fulfilled beyond measure, with all things as your prey." He stopped, and both seemed highly pleased. Death grinned horribly, a ghastly smile, delighted to hear his hunger would be sated, blessing the moment destined for his satisfaction. His mother, equally overjoyed, spoke to her father. "By right and the command of heaven's all-powerful king, I hold the key to this infernal pit. Forbidden by him to unlock these adamantine gates, Death stands ready to wield his dart, unafraid of being overpowered by any living force. But what do I owe to the commands of one who hates me, who thrust me into this gloomy abyss of Tartarus, to sit in this hateful role, confined though I am heavenly born? Here I endure perpetual agony and pain, surrounded by the terrors and clamour of my own brood, who feed on my bowels. You are my father, my creator, who gave me being. Whom should I obey but you? Whom should I follow? You will soon lead me to that new world of light and bliss, among gods who live at ease, where I'll reign at your right hand, voluptuous, as befits your daughter and darling, forever." With that, she took the fatal key, that sad instrument of all our woe, from her side. Rolling forth with her beastly entourage, she raised the massive portcullis, which no Stygian power but she could move. She turned the intricate wards in the keyhole, effortlessly unfastening every bolt and bar of heavy iron or solid rock. Suddenly, the infernal doors flew open with a jarring, thunderous recoil. their hinges grating harshly, shaking the deepest foundations of Erebus. She opened them, but closing them was beyond her power. The gates stood wide, allowing a bannered host with horses and chariots in loose formation to pass through, like a furnace mouth, spewing billowing smoke and ruddy flame. Before their eyes, the secrets of the ancient deep appeared, a dark boundless ocean without limit or dimension, where length, breadth, height, time, and place were lost. Here, eldest night and chaos, ancestors of nature, held eternal anarchy amid the noise of endless wars, standing by confusion. The four fierce champions, hot, cold, moist, and dry, fought for mastery, bringing their embryonic atoms to battle. Around each faction's flag, atoms of all kinds, heavy or light, sharp or smooth, swift or slow, swarmed in countless numbers, like the sands of Bactria or Cyrene's torrid soil, rallied to join warring winds and balance their lighter wings. Whoever gained the most adherents ruled briefly, with chaos as umpire, whose decisions only deepened the fray, sustaining his reign. Next to him, chance, the high arbiter, governed all. Into this wild abyss, the womb of nature, perhaps her grave, neither sea, shore, air, nor fire, but all these mixed in their pregnant causes, forever fighting unless the Almighty Maker ordains his dark materials to create new worlds. The wary fiend stood on hell's brink, gazing out, pondering his journey. No narrow strait lay before him. His ears were battered by loud, ruinous noises, like those when Bellona storms with her battering engines to raise a capital city, or as if heaven's framework were collapsing, its elements tearing the steadfast earth from her axle in mutiny. At last Satan spread his sail-broad wings, spurning the ground amid surging smoke, ascending like a cloudy chariot for many leagues. But that seat failed, and he met a vast void, fluttering his wings uselessly and plummeting 10,000 fathoms deep. Still falling to this hour, had not a tumultuous cloud, charged with fire and nitre, hurled him as many miles upward by ill chance. That fury subsided, quenched in a boggy Syrtis, neither sea nor solid land. Nearly floundering, he trudged through the crude terrain, half on foot, half flying, needing both oar and sail, like a griffin pursuing an Arimisbian thief through the wilderness, over hill or marshy dale, to reclaim stolen gold. Satan pressed on over bog, steep, straight, rough, dense, or sparse, with head, hands, wings, and feet, swimming, sinking, wading, creeping, or flying. At length, a wild universal uproar of stunning sounds and confused voices assaulted his ears with fierce intensity. Undaunted, he pressed towards the source, seeking whatever power or spirit of the deepest abyss dwelt in that noise, to ask the nearest path to the coast of darkness bordering light. Suddenly he beheld, like a griffin pursuing an Arimaspian thief through the wilderness, over hill or marshy dale, to reclaim stolen gold, Satan pressed on, over bog, steep, straight, rough, dense, or sparse, with head, hands, wings, or feet, swimming, sinking, wading, creeping, or flying. At length a wild universal uproar of stunning sounds and confused voices assaulted his ears with fierce intensity. Undaunted, he pressed towards the source, seeking whatever power or spirit of the deepest abyss dwelt in that noise, to ask the nearest path to the coast of darkness bordering light. Suddenly he beheld the throne of chaos, his dark pavilion spread wide on the wasteful deep. Enthroned with him sat sable-vested Night, eldest of things, his consort, alongside Orcus, Hades, and the dreaded Demogorgon. Nearby stood rumour, chance, tumult, confusion, and discord. With 1,000 varied mouths, boldly Satan addressed them. Powers and spirits of this deepest abyss, chaos and ancient night, I come not to spy or disturb your realm's secrets. Constrained, I wander this dark desert, my path leading through your vast empire to light. Alone, without a guide, half lost, I seek the shortest route to where your gloomy borders meet heaven, or to some other place recently won from your dominion by the ethereal king. I travel this profound depth to reach it. If I succeed, the reward will benefit you, as I aim to expel all usurpation from that region, restoring it to its original darkness under your sway, my present journey's goal, and raise the standard of ancient night once more. The advantage will be yours, the revenge mine. The old Anarch, Chaos, with faltering speech and unsettled expression, replied, I know you, stranger. Who are you? That mighty leading angel, who recently rebelled against heaven's king, though overthrown. I saw and heard, for such a vast host didn't flee silently through the terrified deep, with ruin upon ruin, rout upon rout, confusion compounding confusion. Heaven's gates poured out millions of victorious bands in pursuit. I reside here on my frontiers, doing all I can to defend the little that remains, weakened by internal strife that erodes the sceptre of old night. First, hell, your dungeon, stretches far and wide beneath. Now, lately, heaven and earth, another world, hang over my realm, linked by a golden chain to the side of heaven from which your legions fell. If that's your path, it's not far. Though the closer you get, the greater the danger. Go and hurry. Havoc, spoil, and ruin are my gain. He stopped, and Satan, glad to find his sea would reach ashore, didn't linger to reply. With renewed vigour he sprang upward like a pyramid of fire into the wild expanse, pushing through the clash of warring elements surrounding him, more imperilled than when Argo navigated between the clashing rocks of the Bosphorus, or Ulysses steered past Charybdis, avoiding the other whirlpool. With great difficulty and labour he moved on, but once he passed, soon after man's fall, a strange change occurred. Sin and death, following his track by heaven's will, paved a broad beaten path over the dark abyss, its boiling gulf tamely enduring a wondrous bridge, stretching from hell to the outermost orb of this frail world. By this, perverse spirits easily pass to and fro, to tempt or punish mortals, except those guarded by God or good angels' special grace. Now at last, the sacred light appeared, shooting far from heaven's walls into the heart of dim night, a glimmering dawn. Here nature began her furthest reach, and chaos retreated, like a broken foe, from her outermost works. With less tumult and hostility, Satan with less toil, glided on the calmer wave by uncertain light, like a weather-beaten ship with torn shrouds and tackle, gladly reaching port. In the emptier waste, resembling air, he weighed his spread wings, leisurely beholding the ephemeral heaven, vast in circuit, its shape uncertain, square or round, adorned with opal towers and sapphire battlements, once his native seat. Nearby, hanging by a golden chain, was this pendant world, small as a star of the faintest magnitude besides the moon. Thither, laden with malicious revenge, accursed and in a cursed hour, he hastened. From his throne, God observes Satan approaching the newly created earth. He points Satan out to his son, who is seated beside him, and predicts that Satan will succeed in corrupting humanity. However, God defends his own justice and wisdom, explaining that he created humans with free will and the ability to resist temptation. Despite this, he announces his intention to show grace to humanity because they were led astray by Satan, not through their own malice like Satan was. The Son praises God for revealing his gracious plan for humanity. However, God reiterates that grace cannot be given without satisfying divine justice. Humanity has sinned by trying to become like God, and thus they and their descendants are condemned to death, unless someone can be found to take responsibility for their sin and bear their punishment. The Son voluntarily offers himself as a ransom for humanity. God accepts this offer, decrees the Son's incarnation, and declares that he will be exalted above all names in heaven and on earth. He commands all the angels to worship the Son, and they comply, singing praises to both the Father and the Son with their harps. Meanwhile, Satan lands on the outer surface of the world's outermost sphere. While wandering there, he discovers a place later known as the Limbo of Vanity, where certain people and things are sent. From there he approaches the Gate of Heaven, which is described as being reached by stairs with waters flowing above the firmament around it. He then travels to the Sun's orbit, where he encounters Uriel, the ruler of that sphere. To deceive him, Satan transforms into a lesser angel and pretends to be eager to see the new creation and the humans God has placed there. He asks Uriel for directions to their dwelling and is guided accordingly. Satan first lands on Mount Nephartes. Hail, holy light, firstborn of heaven, or co-eternal beam of the eternal. May I speak of you without blame? Since God is light and has always dwelt in unapproachable light from eternity, and thus you are the bright outflow of his uncreated essence. Or perhaps you prefer to be called the pure ethereal stream, whose source is unknowable. You existed before the sun and the heavens, and at God's command you clothed the emerging world of dark and deep waters, which were drawn from the empty and shapeless void. I return to you now with greater confidence, having escaped the dark underworld, though I was long delayed in that gloomy place. During my journey through total and partial darkness, I sang of chaos and eternal night, inspired by the heavenly muse to descend into the darkness and then ascend again, a difficult and rare feat. I safely return to you and feel your life-giving light, but you do not return to my eyes, which search in vain for your penetrating rays and find no light. My eyes are blinded by a thick, calm drop, or a dim veil. Nevertheless, I continue to wander where the muses dwell, in clear springs, shady groves, or sunny hills, driven by my love for sacred poetry. Above all, I visit you, Mount Zion, and the flowing streams that wash your holy feet, and flow with a melodious sound. I also remember those other two who share my fate, blind Thamyris and blind Homer, as well as the old prophets, Tiresias and Phineas. If only I could equal them in fame. I nourish myself with thoughts that naturally form into harmonious verses, just as a wakeful bird sings in the dark, hidden in the shadiest thicket. tuning her nighttime song. As the seasons return each year, daylight does not return to me, nor the sweet approach of evening or morning, nor the sight of spring flowers, summer roses, flocks, herds, or human faces. Instead, I am surrounded by clouds and perpetual darkness, cut off from the joyful paths of men. The book of knowledge, which should be fair, is presented to me as a universal blank, with all of nature's works erased and wisdom completely shut out from my sight. Therefore, celestial light, shine inward and illuminate my mind completely. Plant eyes within me, clear away all mist, so that I may see and speak of things that are invisible to mortal eyes. Now the Almighty Father, from his exalted place in the pure heavens above all heights, looks down to observe both his creation and their actions at once. Around him stand the holy beings of heaven, as numerous as stars, receiving from him a joy beyond words. At his right sits the radiant image of his glory, his only Son. On earth he first sees our first parents, the only two humans, placed in the happy Garden of Eden, harvesting immortal fruits of joy and love, uninterrupted joy and unmatched love, in their blissful solitude. He then surveys hell, and the vast gulf between it and heaven. There he sees Satan skirting the wall of heaven on the side of night, in the dusky air, poised to descend with tired wings and eager feet onto the bare outer surface of this world, which seems like solid land embedded without a sky, uncertain whether it lies in ocean or air. Beholding him from his high vantage point, where he sees past, present, and future, God speaks to his only Son, foreseeing what will happen. Only begotten Son, do you see the rage driving our enemy? No boundaries set for him, no bars of hell, no chains piled upon him there, nor even the wide abyss can hold him back. He is so intent on desperate revenge that it will ultimately fall back on his own rebellious head. Now, having broken through all restraints, he flies not far from heaven, into the regions of light, straight towards the newly created world, and the humans placed there. He aims to test whether he can destroy them by force, or worse, corrupt them with deceit. And he will corrupt them, for they will listen to his flattering lies, and easily break the one commandment, the only test of their obedience. Thus, they and their faithless descendants will fall. Whose fault is it? Only their own. Ungrateful as they are, they had everything they could have from me. I made them just and right, capable of standing firm, though free to fall. I created all the heavenly powers and spirits the same way, those who stood and those who fell. Those who stood did so freely, and those who fell did so freely. If they weren't free, what proof could they have given of true loyalty, steadfast faith, or love for me? If they only did what they had to do, not what they chose, what praise could they earn? What pleasure would I take from such forced obedience, when will and reason being a form of choice, would be useless and empty, stripped of freedom, made passive, and serving only necessity, not me? So, as was their right, I created them free, and they cannot justly blame their maker, their creation, or their fate, as if predestination overruled their will, or my foreknowledge dictated it. They chose their own rebellion, not I. If I foresaw it, my foreknowledge didn't cause their fault, which would have happened even if unforeseen. So without the slightest push or shadow of fate, or anything unchangeably predicted by me, they sin, being the authors of their own actions in all that they judge and choose. I made them free, and free they must remain until they enslave themselves, Otherwise, I'd have to alter their nature and revoke the high, unchangeable, eternal decree that granted their freedom. But they themselves brought about their fall. The first kind fell by their own prompting, self-tempted and self-corrupted. Humans fall deceived by the first one. Therefore, humans will find grace, but the other will not. In both mercy and justice, through heaven and earth, my glory will shine, but mercy will shine brightest, first and last. As God spoke, a heavenly fragrance filled all of heaven, and a sense of indescribable new joy spread among the blessed, chosen spirits. The Son of God appeared most glorious, reflecting his Father's essence fully, with divine compassion visible in his face, embodying endless love and boundless grace. He then spoke to his Father. O Father, your sovereign declaration that humans should find grace was truly gracious. For this, both heaven and earth will loudly praise you with countless hymns and sacred songs, resounding around your ever-blessed throne. For should humanity ultimately be lost, your creature so recently loved, your youngest son, fall tricked by fraud, though joined with his own foolishness, that would be far from you, Father, who are the judge of all things made, and judge only rightly. Or shall the enemy achieve his goal and thwart yours? Shall he fulfill his malice and undo your goodness, or return proudly, though to a harsher fate, having accomplished his revenge and dragged all of humanity, corrupted by him, down into hell? You are the only source of peace for humanity, both in heaven and on earth, especially since they are under my wrath. You know how much I cherish all of my creations, and humans are no exception, even though they were created last. For their sake, I am willing to let you go from my side for a while to save the entire human race, which would otherwise be lost. Therefore, since only you can redeem them, unite their nature with yours, become a man among men on earth, born of a virgin in a miraculous way when the time comes. Take Adam's place as the leader of all humanity, even though you are his descendant. Just as all people die because of Adam, through you they can be restored, but only through you. Without you, none can be saved. Adam's sin made all of his descendants guilty, but your righteousness will be credited to those who give up relying on their own actions, whether good or bad, and instead live through you, receiving new life from you. Therefore, it is most just that a man should pay the price for humanity, be judged, die, and then rise again, bringing his brothers and sisters with him, redeemed by his own precious life. In this way, heavenly love will surpass hellish fate by sacrificing to death and dying to redeem, showing how precious redemption is, especially since hellish hate so easily destroys and continues to destroy those who, even when they have the chance, do not accept grace. And by descending to take on human nature, you will not lessen or degrade your own divine nature. Even though you are enthroned in the highest bliss, equal to God, and sharing in divine joy, you have chosen to give it all up to save a world from complete destruction. Through this merit, more than just your birthright, you are found to be the Son of God, proven worthy by your goodness, which is far greater than mere greatness or high status, because your love has overflowed more than glory itself. Therefore your humiliation will also elevate your human nature to this throne. Here you will sit as both God and man, the Son of both God and humanity, anointed as the universal King. I give you all power to reign forever, and you will take on the merits of your sacrifice. Under you, as the supreme head, I will place all thrones, principalities, powers, and dominions. Everyone in heaven, on earth, and under the earth, in hell, will bow to you. When you return gloriously from heaven and appear in the sky, you will send archangels to proclaim your fearsome judgment. Immediately from all directions, the living and the dead from all past ages will hurry to find the final judgment, awakened by a sound that rouses them from their sleep. Then, with all your saints gathered, you will judge wicked humans and angels, who will be arraigned and sink under your sentence. Hell, filled to capacity, will be shut forever. Meanwhile, the world will burn, and from its ashes a new heaven and earth will arise, where the just will live. After their long tribulations, they will see golden days full of good deeds, with joy, love, and truth prevailing. Then you will lay aside your royal sceptre, because it will no longer be needed, as God will be everything to everyone. But all you heavenly beings, worship him who dies to accomplish all this. Worship the Son, and honour him as you honour me. They first sang to you, Father, calling you all-powerful, unchanging, immortal, infinite, and the eternal King. You are the creator of all things, the source of light, though you yourself are invisible in the glorious brightness where you sit on your unreachable throne. When you dim the full intensity of your light, you appear through a cloud like a shining shrine, so dazzling that even the brightest seraphim cannot come near, and must cover their eyes with both wings. Next they sang to you, the firstborn of all creation, the divine image in whom the Almighty Father shines clearly, without any obscurity. No creature can see the Father except through you. The Father's glorious radiance is imprinted on you, and his abundant spirit rests upon you. Through you, he created the highest heaven and all of its powers, and through you, he cast down the ambitious dominions. On that day, you did not withhold your Father's fearsome thunder, nor halt your flaming chariot wheels, which shook the eternal framework of heaven, as you drove over the necks of the defeated warring angels. After pursuing them, your forces loudly acclaimed only you, the Son of your Father's power, who carried out fierce vengeance on his enemies, but with humanity, who fell because of the malice of those angels. You, Father of mercy and grace, did not condemn them as harshly, but were more inclined to pity. As soon as your dear and only Son saw that you intended not to judge frail humanity so strictly, but to show more pity, he offered himself to die for humanity's sin. To calm your anger and resolve the conflict between mercy and justice that he saw in your expression. He did this even though he was sitting in bliss next to you. Oh, what unmatched love! A love that can be only divine. Hail, Son of God, Saviour of men. Your name will be the rich theme of my song from now on, and my harp will never forget to praise you, nor separate your praises from that of your Father. So, while the angels in heaven, above the starry sphere, spent their happy time in joy and singing hymns, Satan landed and walked on the solid, opaque globe of this round world. The outer surface of this globe separates the bright lower orbs from the ancient chaos and darkness. From far away it looked like a globe, but now it seemed like a boundless, dark, wasted, and wild continent under a starless night, constantly threatened by the blustering storms of chaos, with an inhospitable sky, except on the side facing heaven, which, though distant, receive some small reflection of light, making the air less disturbed by loud tempests. Here the fiend walked at large in a spacious field. It was like when a vulture, bred on Mount Imaus, whose snowy ridge marks the boundary for wandering Tartars, leaves a region with scarce prey, to gorge on the flesh of lambs or young goats on hills where flocks are fed, flying towards the source of the Ganges or Hydaspes, Indian rivers, but on its way it lands on the barren plains of Sericina, where the Chinese drive their light wagons with sails and wind. In the same way, the fiend walked up and down alone on the windy sea of land, focused on his prey. He was alone, for there were no other creatures, living or lifeless, to be found in this place yet. But later, many things would fly up here like aerial vapours from earth, all things transitory and vain, when sin and vanity had filled the works of men. This includes both all vain things and all who based their foolish hopes of glory, lasting fame, or happiness in this life or the next on vain things. All who have their reward on earth the results of painful superstition and blind zeal, seeking nothing but the praise of men, here find a fitting retribution, an empty land as empty as their deeds. Also, all the unaccomplished works of nature's hand, abortive, monstrous, or unnaturally mixed, that dissolve on earth, fleet here and wander in vain until the final dissolution. This is not in the neighbouring moon, as some have dreamed. Those silver fields are more likely inhabited by saints who have been translated, or by middle spirits between the angelic and human kinds. Here come the ill-joined sons and daughters, born first from the ancient world, those giants with their many vain exploits, though they were renowned at that time. Next, the builders of Babel on the plain of Shinar, who, with their vain designs, would still build new Babels if they had the means. Others came individually, he who, to be considered a god, foolishly leapt into the flames of Mount Etna, Empedocles, and he who, to enjoy Plato's Elysium, jumped into the sea, Cleombrotus, and many others too numerous to mention, including embryos, idiots, hermits, and friars of white, black, and grey orders, with all their trappings. Here also roam pilgrims who strayed so far to seek in Golgotha him who is dead but lives in heaven, and those who, to be sure of paradise, died wearing the garments of Dominic, or thought to pass disguised in Franciscan habits. They pass through the 7 planets, the fixed stars, the crystalline spheres that measure the much-discussed trepidation, and the first moved sphere. Now St. Peter seems to wait for them at heaven's gate with his keys, and as they lift their feet to ascend to heaven, suddenly a violent crosswind from both sides blows them sideways, 10,000 leagues off course, into the wandering air. Then you might see cowls, hoods, and habits, along with their wearers, tossed and fluttered into rags and relics, beads, indulgences, dispensations, pardons, and papal bulls, all becoming the spoil of the winds. All these are whirled aloft and fly far over the backside of the world into a large and broad limbo, later called the Paradise of Fools, which, though not unknown to many long after, is now empty and untrodden. The fiend found all this dark globe as he passed through it, and he wandered for a long time until finally a gleam of dawning light turned his travelled steps hastily in that direction. From far away, he discerns a magnificent structure ascending gradually up to the wall of heaven, at the top of which appeared something even more splendid, like the gate of a kingly palace, decorated with a font of diamond and gold, densely set with sparkling oriental gems. The portal shone in a manner that could not be replicated on earth by any model or artist's drawing. The stairs were like those on which Jacob saw angels ascending and descending, bands of bright guardians, when he fled from Esau to Padan Aram in the field of Luz, dreaming at night under the open sky, and when he woke, he cried, "This is the action gate of heaven." Each stair had a mysterious significance, and was not always present, but sometimes withdrawn to heaven out of sight. Below, a bright sea float made of jasper or liquid pearl, on which those who came later from earth arrived, either sailing carried by angels, or flying over the lake in a chariot pulled by fiery steeds. The stairs were then let down, perhaps to tempt the fiend with an easy ascent, or to make his exclusion from the doors of bliss more painful. Directly opposite, from below, just above the blissful location of paradise, a wide passage opened down to earth, much wider than the one that would later be over Mount Zion, which, although large, was over the promised land so dear to God. Through this passage, angels often passed back and forth on high commands to visit those happy people, and God's eye watched carefully from Peneus, the source of the Jordan River, to Beersheba, where the Holy Land borders Egypt and the Arabian shore. The opening seemed so wide that it set limits to darkness, just as the ocean's waves are limited. From there, on the lower stair that ascended by golden steps to heaven's gate, Satan looked down in wonder at the sudden view of the entire world at once. It was like when a scout, after travelling through dark and deserted paths with peril at night, finally at the break of cheerful dawn reaches the top of some high hill and unexpectedly discovers the beautiful prospect of some foreign land, or a renowned metropolis adorned with glittering spires and pinnacles, now gilded by the rising sun's beams. Such wonder seized the malignant spirit, even though he had seen heaven, but much more envy seized him at the sight of this world so fair. He surveyed all around, as well he might, standing so high above the circling canopy of night's extended shade, from the eastern point of Libya to the fleecy star that bears Andromeda far off the Atlantic seas, beyond the horizon. Then from pole to pole he views in breadth. Without longer pause, he throws his precipitant flight straight down into the world's first region, winding with ease through the pure marble-like air, in an oblique way, among innumerable stars that shone like distant stars, but nearby seemed like other worlds or happy isles, like those Hesperian gardens famed of old, fortunate fields, groves, flowery vales, thrice happy isles. But he did not stay to inquire who dwelt there happily. Above them all, the golden sun, in splendour most like heaven, allured his eye. Thither he bends his course, through the calm firmament, whether up or down, by centre or eccentric, hard to tell, or by longitude, where the great luminary, aloof from the common thick constellations, keeps due distance from his lordly eye, dispensing light from far. As they move in their starry dance, computing days, months, and years, they turn swiftly their various motions towards his all-cheering lamp, or are turned by his magnetic beams that gently warm the universe and shoot invisible virtue with gentle penetration, though unseen, even to the deep parts. So wonderfully bright was his station set. There the fiend lands, on a spot perhaps never seen by any astronomer, through a glazed optic tube in the sun's bright orb. He found the place beyond expression bright compared to anything on earth, whether metal or stone. Not all parts were alike, but all were informed with radiant light, as glowing iron with fire. If it was metal, part seemed gold, part clear silver. If stone, most like carbuncle or chrysolite, ruby or topaz, similar to the 12 that shone in Aaron's breastplate, and another stone more often imagined than seen elsewhere, that stone or like to that which philosophers below have sought in vain for so long, though with their powerful art they bind volatile Hermes and call up unbound Proteus from the sea in various shapes, drained through a still to his native form. What wonder then if fields and regions here breathe forth pure elixir, and rivers run with portable gold, when the arch-chimeric sun, so remote from us, produces with terrestrial humour mixed so many precious things of glorious colour, and rare effect even in the dark. Here the devil met new matter he gazed at, undazzled, and his eye commanded far and wide, for there was no obstacle to sight nor shade, but all sunshine, as when the sun's beams at noon culminate from the equator, shooting still directly upwards, so that no shadow can fall from any opaque body, and the air, nowhere so clear, sharpened his visual ray to objects distant far. Thus he soon saw within ken a glorious angel stand, the same whom John also saw in the sun. His back was turned, but the brightness was not hid. A golden tiara circled his head with beaming sunny rays, and his illustrious locks behind, fledged with wings, lay waving round his shoulders. He seemed either employed on some great charge, or fixed in deep cogitation. Glad was the impure spirit, now in hope to find who might direct his wandering flight to paradise, the happy seat of man, his journey's end, and our beginning woe. But first he cast to change his proper shape, which else might work him danger or delay. And now he appears as a stripling cherub, not of the prime, yet such as in face youth smiled celestial, and to every limb suitable grace diffused, so well he feigned. His hair flowed in curls on either cheek under a coronet. He wore wings of many a coloured plume sprinkled with gold. His habit was fit for succinct speed, and he held before his decent steps a silver wand. He didn't approach silently. The radiant angel, before drawing near, turned his glowing face, alerted by a sound, and was immediately recognised as Uriel, the archangel, one of the 7 who stand closest to God's throne, always ready to obey, serving as his eyes that sweep across the heavens or descend to earth, carrying his swift messages over land and sea. Satan spoke to him. Uriel, you're one of the 7 spirits standing before God's lofty throne, shining with glory. You're often the first to carry out his grand will, delivering his messages through the highest heavens, where all his children await your words. Here by divine decree you're likely to receive the same honour, as you're his eye, frequently visiting this new creation in all of its wonder, an overwhelming desire to see and understand these marvellous works of his, especially humanity, his greatest delight and favourite, for whom he created all this, has brought me here alone, wandering from the choirs of cherubim. Brightest seraph, tell me, in which of these radiant orbs does humanity reside, or do they have no fixed home, free to choose among these shining worlds? I want to find them, to gaze secretly or openly admire the one on whom the great Creator has lavished worlds and poured out all these blessings. This way we can rightly praise the universal Maker, both in humanity and in all things. He justly casts his rebellious enemies into the deepest hell and, to fill that void, created this new joyful race of humans to serve him better. All his ways are wise. So spoke the cunning deceiver, unnoticed, for neither humans nor angels can detect hypocrisy, the only evil that moves unseen except by God, who permits it through his will in heaven and earth. Often, even when wisdom is alert, suspicion sleeps at its gate, leaving simplicity in charge, while goodness sees no evil where none appears. This fooled Uriel, though he's the regent of the sun, and known as the sharp-sighted spirit in heaven. He answered the deceitful impostor with honesty. Fair angel, your desire to know God's works and glorify the great Creator is no fault. It deserves praise, especially since it's so strong that it brought you here alone from your heavenly home, to see for yourself what others might only hear about. Indeed, all his works are wonderful, delightful to know, and worthy of eternal remembrance. But what mind can grasp their countless number or the infinite wisdom that created them, keeping their deepest causes hidden? I saw when, at his word, the chaotic mass, the raw material of this world, came together. Confusion obeyed his voice, and wild disorder was tamed. Vast infinity was contained. At his next command, darkness fled, light shone, and order emerged from chaos. Swiftly, the heavy elements, earth, water, air, and fire, rushed to their proper places, and this ethereal essence of heaven soared upward, filled with forms that rolled into orbs and became countless stars, as you see, each with its fixed place and paths. While the rest encircle this universe, look down at that globe, its side glowing with light from here. Though it's only reflected, that's Earth, humanity's home. That light is their day, which night would otherwise overtake, as it does the other side. But there, the nearby moon, what we call the opposite bright star, steps in, circling monthly, ever renewing through the heavens, filling and emptying her threefold face with borrowed light to illuminate the earth and, in her gentle rule, hold back the night. That spot I'm pointing to is paradise, Adam's home. Those tall shades his dwelling. You can't miss it. My duties call me elsewhere. With that, Uriel turned away. Satan, bowing low as is the custom in heaven towards higher spirits, where honour and reverence are never neglected, took his leave. He then sped towards earth's coast below, descending from the ecliptic with hoped-for success, his steep flight spiralling in airy loops, not stopping until he landed on the peak of Mount Nephartes. Satan stood on the brink of Eden, close to the place where he would launch his daring scheme, alone against both God and humanity. Doubt, fear, envy, and despair churned within him, but he stilled himself in his wicked resolve, and pressed on towards paradise. The garden's layout and beauty unfolded before him as he vaulted its boundaries and perched, disguised as a cormorant, atop the tree of life, the garden's highest point, to survey his surroundings. Eden's splendour was breathtaking. When Satan first glimpsed Adam and Eve, he marvelled at their flawless forms and blissful existence, yet his determination to bring about their downfall only sharpened. Overhearing their conversation, he learned of the forbidden tree of knowledge, whose fruit they were barred from eating, under penalty of death. This became the cornerstone of his plan to tempt them into disobedience. For a moment he slipped away to gather more insight into their lives by other means. Meanwhile, the angel Uriel, descending on a sunbeam, alerted Gabriel, the guardian of Paradise's gate, that an evil spirit had escaped the abyss. Disguised as a benevolent angel, this spirit had passed through Uriel's domain at noon, only to reveal its malevolence through wild gestures on a nearby mount. Gabriel vowed to track the intruder before dawn. As night fell, Adam and Eve spoke of retiring to their bower, a serene haven described in vivid detail, and performed their evening prayers, Gabriel, rallying his night watch angels to patrol paradise, sent 2 mighty angels to guard Adam and Eve's bower, fearing the evil spirit might harm them in their sleep. There they found Satan whispering temptations into Eve's ear as she dreamed. They seized him, though he resisted, and brought him before Gabriel. Questioned, Satan responded with scorn, ready to fight, but a divine sign from heaven stopped him cold, and he fled paradise in defeat. If only a warning voice, like the one John heard in his vision of the apocalypse, had cried out in heaven when the defeated dragon, Satan, came raging down to earth to take revenge on humanity. Woe to the people of earth! If only, while there was still time, Adam and Eve had been warned of their hidden enemy and escaped his deadly trap. But now, Satan, burning with fresh fury, descended, not yet the accuser, but the tempter of humankind, to unleash his resentment for losing the first battle and being cast into hell. Though bold and fearless, he took no joy in his swift descent, nor had he any reason to boast. His dark plan, now churning in his chaotic heart, recoiled on him like a devilish machine, stirring horror and doubt. The hell he carried within him consumed his troubled thoughts, for he could no more escape hell than he could flee himself by changing location. His conscience, long dormant, awoke bitter memories of what he once was, what he had become, and the worse fate awaiting him, worse deeds leading to worse suffering. Sometimes he gazed towards Eden, its pleasant beauty filling him with sorrow. Other times he looked to heaven, and the blazing sun at its zenith, lost in thought, until he began to sigh aloud. You, crowned with unmatched glory, gaze from your throne like the god of this new world, he said, addressing the sun. At your sight, the stars hide their dimmed light. I call to you, but not as a friend. O sun, I despise your rays, which remind me of the glorious state I fell from, once shining brighter than you. Pride and reckless ambition drove me to war in heaven against its unrivalled king. Why? He deserved no such betrayal from me, his creation, whom he placed in the radiant heights and never reproached. His service was not hard. What less could I have done than offer him praise and gratitude, so justly owed? Yet his goodness turned to malice in me. Lifted so high, I scorned submission, believing one more step would make me supreme, freeing me from the endless debt of gratitude, a burden of always owing, always paying. I forgot what I received from him, and failed to see that a grateful heart, though indebted, is free. If only fate had made me a lesser angel, I might have been content, untouched by boundless ambition. But why not? Some other great power might have risen, pulling me into their rebellion. Yet those powers stood firm, unshaken by temptation, within or without. Did I not have the same free will to stand? I did. So whom can I blame but myself? Heaven's love was given freely to all, yet to me, love or hate brings only eternal torment. Curse that love, then. No, curse me, for I freely chose this path, and now justly suffer for it. Wretched me! Where can I flee from infinite wrath and despair? Every path leads to hell, for I am hell itself. In the deepest pit, an even darker abyss threatens to swallow me, making my current suffering seem like heaven. Is there no room left for repentance or forgiveness? None, except through submission. A word my pride rejects. Along with my fear of shame among the spirits, I led astray with grand promises and boasts of defying the Almighty. They know little of the torment I endure for that empty bragging, even as they worship me on hell's throne, crowned and sceptred. The higher they raise me, the lower I fall, supreme only in misery. Ambition's joy is a cruel lie. Even if I could repent and regain my former state by grace, how quickly would my old pride resurface, undoing any vows of submission made in pain, empty and fleeting. True reconciliation is impossible where such deep hatred has pierced my heart. Repentance would only lead to a worse relapse and a heavier fall, bought at the cost of brief relief and doubled pain. My punisher knows this, so he's as far from granting peace as I am from seeking it. All hope is lost. In place of us, the outcasts, God's new delight is mankind, created for this new world. So farewell hope, farewell fear, farewell remorse. All good is lost to me. Evil, you are my good now. Through you, I'll claim a divided empire with heaven's king, and perhaps, through mankind and this new world, I'll reign over more than half. As Satan spoke, his face flickered with emotions, rage, envy, and despair, each one draining the colour from his features, betraying the false guise he wore. If anyone had seen, they'd have known he was a fraud, for heavenly beings are never tainted by such dark turmoil. Quickly noticing his slip, he masked his inner chaos with a calm exterior, the master of deception, who first cloaked malice in a saintly facade, hiding his vengeful spite. But his tricks couldn't fully fool Uriel, who, once alerted, tracked him from the heavens and spotted him on the Assyrian mount, his true nature exposed, through wild gestures and frenzied behaviour, far from the demeanour of a blessed spirit. Thinking himself unseen, Satan pressed on towards Eden's border. There the lush paradise came into view, its green enclosure rising like a rural mound atop a rugged wilderness. The hill's tangled overgrown sides blocked all entry, and towering trees, cedar, pine, fir and palm, formed a majestic wooded theatre of shade upon shade. Above them, paradise's verdant walls sprang up, offering Adam a sweeping view of the lands below. Higher still, a ring of splendid trees, heavy with golden fruit and vibrant blossoms, glowed under the sun's joyful rays, more radiant than an evening cloud or a rainbow after rain. The landscape was breathtaking, and the air, purer than pure, filled Satan with a spring-like joy that could banish all sadness, except his own despair. Gentle breezes carried the sweet scents of native flowers, like the fragrant winds that delight sailors passing the spicy shores of Arabia, making the ocean itself seem to smile. These scents captivated Satan, the bringer of ruin, more than the fishy fumes that once drove the demon Asmodeus, lovesick, from Tobit's son, sending him fleeing from Media to Egypt, where he was bound. Satan trudged pensively up the steep, wild hill, but the dense undergrowth of shrubs and tangled bushes blocked any path for man or beast. There was only one gate, facing east, on the opposite side. Scornful of proper entry, the archfiend leapt over the hill's highest wall in a single bound, landing lightly within, like a hungry wolf vaulting into a sheepfold, or a thief climbing through a rich merchant's window, bypassing bolted doors. Satan, the first great thief, invaded God's garden. From there, he flew to the tree of life, the tallest in the garden, and perched like a cormorant, not to gain life, but to plot death for those who lived. He used the tree only for its vantage point, ignoring its life-giving power, which could have been a promise of immortality if rightly valued. Only God truly knows the worth of such gifts. Others twist the best things to the worst or basest use. From his perch, Satan gazed in awe at the garden below, a paradise that held nature's full bounty in a small space, a heaven on earth. God had planted this blissful garden in Eden's east, stretching from Oran to the grand towers of Seleucia, built by Greek kings, or the lands of Telsar, once home to Eden's sons. Here God caused every noble tree to grow, pleasing to sight, smell, and taste. At the centre stood the tree of life, its ambrosial fruit like golden nectar, and nearby the tree of knowledge, its fruit a costly lesson in good and evil. A great river flowed south through Eden, diving beneath a shaggy hill, raised by God as the garden's foundation. The river's waters, drawn up through the porous earth, fed a fresh fountain that split into rills, watering the garden before joining the broader flood below. Now visible again, the river split into 4 streams, wandering through many renowned lands, too many to name. From a sapphire fountain, sparkling brooks rolled over pearls and golden sands, weaving through shaded groves to nourish each plant with nectar-like water. Flowers, not arranged in neat beds, but poured out generously by nature, bloomed across hills, valleys, and plains, where the morning sun warmed open fields and untouched shade cooled noontide bowers. This was a joyful rural haven of endless variety, groves dripping with fragrant gums, trees bearing golden fruit, like the fabled Hesperian apples, and thornless roses in every hue, shady caves and grottos, draped with vines heavy with purple grapes, stood alongside murmuring streams that fell from hills or gathered in a lake, its myrtle-crowned banks reflecting like a crystal mirror. Birds sang in harmony, their songs blending with the springtime air, as if the spirit of nature itself, joined by the graces and the hours, danced to an eternal spring. No earthly paradise, not Enna, where Proserpina was taken, nor Daphne's grove by the Castilian spring, nor the Nysian isle where Bacchus was hidden, nor even Mount Amara, thought by some to be the true paradise, could rival Eden's glory. Yet Satan, unmoved by its delights, saw only strangeness in the living creatures below. Among them stood 2 beings of nobler form, tall and godlike, clothed in natural honour and naked majesty, as if lords of all creation. Their divine features reflected their Maker's truth, wisdom, and pure sanctity, tempered by the freedom of true devotion. Their authority stemmed from this, though they were not equal. His form was built for contemplation and valour, hers for softness and captivating grace. He was made for God alone, she for God through him. His broad forehead and lofty gaze declared his dominion, his hyacinthine locks falling in manly clusters, while her golden tresses, unadorned, flowed to her slender waist in playful ringlets, like curling vines, suggesting gentle submission, yielded willingly and received with tender care, marked by coy modesty and sweet, hesitant affection. Their bodies held no shameful secrets then, for guilt and dishonour born of sin had not yet troubled humanity with false purity or banished the simplicity of innocent joy. They walked naked without fear, unashamed before God or angel, their thoughts pure. Hand in hand, they passed as the loveliest pair ever joined in love, Adam the finest of men, and Eve the fairest of women. Beneath a shady grove by a fresh fountain, they sat after their light gardening work, just enough to make the cool breeze feel refreshing and their simple meal of nectar-like fruits more satisfying. Reclining on a soft flower-strewn bank, they ate the savoury fruit, scooping its juicy pulp to quench their thirst. Their gentle words and loving smiles carried the playful charm of a happy couple, bound in joyful marriage, alone together. Around them the animals of the earth still tame, frolicked, lions romped, cradling kids in their paws. Bears, tigers, and leopards danced before them. The elephant, with surprising grace, curled its trunk to amuse them. Even the sly serpent, weaving its intricate coils, gave no hint of its deadly guile. Other creatures lounged on the grass, some gazing, some ruminating as the sun sank towards the ocean, and evening stars began to rise. Satan, still watching, stood frozen, his voice breaking as he finally spoke, heavy with sorrow. "Oh, hell!" Satan cried, his heart heavy with grief. "What do my eyes see? Creatures of a different kind, perhaps born of earth, not spirits, yet so close to heavenly beings in their radiance. I am filled with wonder at their divine likeness, the grace poured into their forms by their Creator's hand. I could almost love them. O gentle pair, you have no idea how close your downfall looms. All these joys will fade, plunging you into sorrow, deeper sorrow, because you know such happiness. You're blissful, but your paradise is poorly guarded against a foe like me, who's already slipped inside. I'm not your enemy by choice. I could pity your vulnerable state, though no one pities me. I seek a bond with you, a close alliance, so that either I'll live with you, or you'll come with me. My home may not please you like this fair paradise, but it's your Maker's gift to me, and I offer it freely. Hell will throw open its gates to welcome you, with room enough for your countless descendants, unlike this cramped garden. If no better place awaits, blame the one who drives me to this revenge, not you, who've done me no wrong, but him who wronged me. Even as I soften at your innocent charm, duty, honour, and the law of empire, expanded through revenge, force me to do what I'd otherwise despise, damned as I am. With that, Satan justified his wicked deeds, pleading necessity, the tyrant's excuse. He descended from his perch on the tree of life, mingling with the playful animals, shifting his form, now a lion, now a tiger, to better spy on his prey unnoticed. As a lion, he stalked with fiery eyes. As a tiger, he crouched low, watching two gentle fawns at play, choosing the perfect moment to pounce. But then Adam, the first man, turned to Eve, the first woman, and began to speak, capturing Satan's full attention. "You, my only partner, dearer than all these joys," Adam said. "The power that created us and this vast world must be infinitely good. His generosity as boundless as his goodness. He raised us from dust and placed us in this happiness, though we earned nothing and can offer nothing he needs. His only command is simple. Among all the trees in paradise, with their endless variety of delicious fruit, we must not eat from the tree of knowledge planted near the tree of life. Death grows close to life there, something dreadful, no doubt, since God has decreed that tasting its fruit brings death. It's the only test of our obedience amid the many gifts of power and dominion over all creatures of earth, air, and sea. So let's not resent this one easy rule, when we have such freedom to enjoy everything else. Let's always praise him and embrace our delightful task of tending these plants and flowers, which, even if it were hard work, would be sweet with you." Eve replied, "You, for whom and from whom I was made, flesh of your flesh, my guide and leader. Without you, I'd be nothing. What you've said is right. We owe him all our praise and daily thanks, especially me, who enjoys the greater happiness of having you so far above me, while you'll never find another like yourself. I often think back to that day when I first awoke from sleep, lying under a canopy of flowers, wondering who I was, where I was, and how I got there. Not far off, I heard the murmur of water flowing from a cave, spreading into a still, clear lake, pure as the sky. I went to it, unthinking, and lay on the green bank, gazing into the smooth water that seemed like another sky. As I leaned closer, I saw a figure in the water looking back at me. I flinched, and it did too. Pleased, I returned, and it mirrored my joy with looks of sympathy and love. I could have stared forever, longing in vain, had a voice not warned me. What you see is yourself, fair creature. It comes and goes with you. Follow me, and I'll lead you to the one whose image you are, whose soft embraces you'll share, inseparable, and with whom you'll bear countless others like yourself, becoming the mother of the human race. What could I do but follow, led invisibly? Then I saw you, fair and tall under a plane tree. But you seemed less gentle, less captivating than the watery image. I turned back, but you called out, "Return, fair Eve. Who are you fleeing?" "You are of me, my flesh and bone. I gave part of myself to bring you to life, to have you by my side as my dearest companion, part of my soul, my other half. Your gentle hand took mine, and I yielded. From that moment, I saw how manly grace and wisdom surpass mere beauty, the only true fairness. So spoke Eve, our first mother, her eyes full of love and gentle surrender. Leaning against Adam, her loose golden tresses half hiding her, she pressed close, her bare form meeting his. Adam, delighted by her beauty and yielding charm, smiled with a love like Jupiter's for Juno, kissing her pure lips as if sparking springtime showers. Satan, overcome with envy, turned away, but couldn't help glancing back with a jealous, malicious leer, muttering bitterly to himself. The sight was unbearable, agonizing. There, wrapped in each other's arms, Adam and Eve basked in a paradise of endless joy, a bliss greater than Eden itself, while I'm cast into hell, where no joy or love exists, only a burning, unfulfilled desire that gnaws at me among my many torments. Yet I haven't come away empty-handed. From their own words I've learned not everything is theirs. There's a fatal tree of knowledge they're forbidden to touch. Forbidden knowledge. That's suspicious. Absurd even. Why would their Lord envy them that? Can knowing be a sin? Can it bring death? Is their happiness built on ignorance, the test of their obedience and faith? What a perfect foundation for their ruin! I'll stir their minds, fuel their desire to know, and make them reject these jealous commands, crafted to keep them beneath the gods they could become. Let them taste the fruit and die. What else could follow? But first, I'll scour every inch of this garden, leaving no corner unchecked. Maybe luck will lead me to some wandering heavenly spirit by a fountain, or in a shaded grove, where I can learn more. Enjoy your fleeting happiness, blissful pair, for when I return, short pleasures will give way to long sorrows. With this, Satan turned away with a proud, scornful step, but moved cautiously, prowling through woods, wastelands, hills and valleys. Meanwhile, far off where heaven meets earth and ocean, the sun sank slowly, its evening rays striking the eastern gate of paradise, a towering alabaster rock, piled high to the clouds, with a single winding path accessible from earth. The rest was jagged cliff, impossible to climb. There, Gabriel, leader of the angelic guards, sat awaiting night, surrounded by heaven's unarmed youths playing heroic games. Nearby hung celestial weapons, shields, helmets, and spears, gleaming with diamond and gold. Uriel arrived, gliding on a sunbeam like a shooting star slicing through an autumn night. warning sailors of stormy winds. He spoke urgently. Gabriel, you're tasked with guarding this happy place, ensuring no evil enters. At noon, a spirit came to my realm, eager it seemed, to learn more about God's works, especially man, his latest creation. I noted his swift, airy gait, but on the northern mount from Eden, where he first landed, I saw his true nature, dark, twisted passion, alien to heaven. I tracked him until he vanished in the shade. I fear he's one of the banished, escaped from the deep, to stir new trouble. You must find him. Gabriel, the winged warrior, replied, Uriel, no surprise your keen sight, from your perch in the sun's bright orb, sees far and wide. No one passes this gate unnoticed unless known from heaven. Since noon no creature has come through. If some spirit has leapt these earthly bounds with ill intent, you know it's hard to block a spiritual being with physical barriers. But if he's lurking within these grounds in whatever form, I'll know by morning. With that promise Uriel returned to his post, riding the bright beams that now slanted downwards as the sun dipped below the Azores. The swift orb painted the western clouds with purple and gold, where it rested on its throne. Evening settled in, twilight cloaking everything in sober grey. Silence fell, as beasts and birds retreated to grassy beds and nests, all but the wakeful nightingale, whose love song filled the night. Silence itself was charmed. The sky glowed with living sapphires, and Hesperus, the evening star, shone brightest, leading the starry host. Then the moon rose in clouded majesty, unveiling her peerless light, and casting a silver glow over the dark. Adam spoke to Eve, My dear, night has come, and as all creatures retire to rest, it reminds us to do the same. God has set work and rest for us, just as day follows night. The gentle weight of sleep is calling, closing our eyes. Other creatures roam idly all day, needing little rest, but we humans have our daily tasks, whether physical or mental, which show our dignity and heaven's care for us. Animals wander aimlessly, their actions unnoticed by God. Tomorrow before dawn lights the east, we must rise to tend our garden, trimming the overgrown flower beds and paths that outgrow our effort. Those scattered blossoms and sticky sap need clearing if we want to walk easily. For now, though, nature calls us to rest. Eve, radiant with beauty, replied, My Creator and Guide, I obey your words without question, as God intends. He is your law, and you are mine. Knowing no more is my greatest joy and honour. Talking with you makes time and seasons fade. Everything delights me. The morning breeze is sweet, alive with birdsong. The sun's first rays on this land, sparkling on herbs, trees and flowers, are a joy. The earth's fragrance after rain, the gentle evening, the silent night, with its solemn nightingale, the moon and the stars, all are lovely, but none of these, morning's charm, sunlit dew, evening's calm, or starry nights, are sweet without you. Why do these stars shine all night when sleep closes every eye? Adam, our first ancestor, answered, Daughter of God and man, accomplished Eve. The stars and moon follow their paths around the earth, rising and setting to bring light to lands yet to be born. They prevent total darkness from reclaiming the night, preserving life in nature. Their soft glow not only lights the world but warms and nourishes it, helping plants grow to receive the sun's stronger rays. Even unseen in the deep night, they don't shine in vain. If no humans existed, heaven would still have countless spiritual beings as spectators, praising God. These unseen creatures roam the earth day and night, singing the Creator's glory. How often we have heard their heavenly voices from the hills or thickets, alone or in harmony, lifting our thoughts to heaven. Hand in hand, they walked to their blissful bower, a place chosen by God for their delight. Its roof was woven from thick laurel and myrtle shade, with taller fragrant trees above. On either side, acanthus and scented shrubs formed a green wall, while vibrant flowers, irises, roses, jasmines, rose high, creating a mosaic. The ground was embroidered with violets, crocuses, and hyacinths, richer than any jewelled emblem. No beast, bird, or insect dared enter, so great was their awe of humankind. This sacred, secluded spot, untouched by mythical gods or spirits, was where Eve adorned her nuptial bed with flowers, garlands, and sweet herbs. On that day, an angel brought her to Adam, her naked beauty surpassing even Pandora, whose gifts from the gods led to mankind's downfall when she ensnared a foolish man with her charm. Arriving at their shaded lodge, they stood under the open sky, praising the God who made the heavens, earth, air, the moon's glowing orb, and the starry sky. You made the night, Almighty Creator, they said, and the day, which we've spent in joyful work, helping each other in love, the crown of our bliss, as you ordained. This abundant place feels too vast for just us, its fruit falling unclaimed. But you've promised us a race to fill the earth, who will join us in praising your infinite goodness, whether we're awake or seeking your gift of sleep. United in this prayer, they entered their bower, needing no other rituals but pure worship, which God loves most. They shed their unnecessary garments and lay side by side. Adam didn't turn from his beloved, nor did Eve refuse the sacred rites of their love, untainted by the false purity of hypocrites who call God's pure creation impure. God commanded us to multiply, while only our destroyer, the enemy of God and humankind, would demand abstinence. Hail, wedded love, the sacred law and true source of human life, unique in paradise, where all else is shared. Through you, lust was banished to the beasts, and you established loyal, just, and pure bonds. Father, son, brother, first known here. Far be it to call you sin, or unfit for this holy place, you eternal fountain of domestic joy, your bed pure and chaste, as saints and patriarchs knew. Here love wields its golden arrows, lights its steady flame, and reigns in pure delight, not in the hollow smiles of harlots, loveless courtly dances, or serenades sung by desperate lovers to disdainful beauties. Lulled by the nightingale's song, Adam and Eve slept in each other's arms, the flowery roof showering them with roses, renewed by morning. Sleep on, blessed pair, happiest still if you seek no greater joy, and desire to know no more. By now, night's shadow had climbed halfway up the vast sky, and from the ivory gate the cherubim emerged, armed for their nightly watch in warrior formation. Gabriel spoke to his second in command. Uziel, Take half our forces and patrol the south with utmost vigilance. The rest will sweep the north, meeting at the western point. Like flames, they split, half to the left, half to the right. Gabriel then called 2 strong, cunning angels near him, and gave them their orders. Gabriel commanded Ithuriel and Zephon, search every corner of this garden, leave no spot unchecked, especially where Adam and Eve are staying, likely asleep and unaware of the danger. This evening, as the sun set, an angel arrived with news of an infernal spirit, unthinkable, who escaped hell's barriers, no doubt on a wicked mission. If you find such a being, seize them and bring them here. With that, Gabriel led his radiant troop, their brilliance outshining the moon, straight to the bower where they sought their target. They then found Satan crouched like a toad at Eve's ear, using his devilish tricks to invade her mind, crafting illusions, phantasms, and dreams. He aimed to poison her thoughts, stirring restless, discontented ideas, vain hopes, and prideful desires. Ithuriel touched him lightly with his spear, for no falsehood can withstand a celestial weapon. Instantly, Satan sprang up, revealed in his true form, like gunpowder ignited by a spark, bursting into flame. The 2 angels stepped back, startled to see the grim prince of hell, but they confronted him without fear. Which of the rebel spirits condemned to hell are you? They demanded, escaping your prison and lurking here like an enemy, spying on those who sleep. Satan, filled with scorn, replied, Don't you know me? You once knew me as no equal, sitting where you dared not venture. If you don't recognize me, it shows your own insignificance, the lowest of your kind, or if you do know me, why ask such pointless questions, starting a message that will end in vain? Zephon shot back with equal scorn. Don't think your form or faded brightness is the same as when you stood pure in heaven. That glory left you when you ceased to be good. Now you reflect your sin and the foulness of your doomed place. Come with us. You'll answer to the one who sent us to keep this place sacred and protect its inhabitants. The young cherub's stern rebuke, delivered with graceful authority, struck Satan. He felt the awe-inspiring power of goodness and saw virtue's beauty, longing for what he'd lost. His diminished splendour was evident, yet he remained defiant. If I must fight, he said, let it be with the best, your leader, not his messengers, or all of you at once. More glory to gain, or less to lose. Zephon replied boldly, Your fear spares us the trouble of testing what even the least of us could do against a wicked, weakened foe like you. Satan, silenced by rage, moved forward proudly, like a reined-in stallion champing at the bit. He knew fighting or fleeing was futile. Divine awe had tamed his heart, though he wasn't otherwise shaken. They approached the western point, where the patrolling angels met, forming ranks to await Gabriel's orders. Gabriel called out, Friends, I hear quick footsteps approaching. I see Ithuriel and Zephon through the shadows, bringing a third with a regal but faded presence, likely the Prince of Hell, defiant and not leaving without a fight. Stand firm, his glare is full of defiance. As they arrived, Ithuriel and Zephon briefly explained who they'd found, where, and in what sneaky posture. Gabriel, with a stern look, addressed Satan. Why, Satan, have you broken the bounds set for your crimes, disrupting those tasked with protecting this place? Others don't follow your rebellious example, and we have the authority to challenge your bold intrusion, aimed at disturbing the sleep of those God placed here in bliss. Satan replied with a contemptuous sneer. Gabriel, you were once respected as wise in heaven, and I thought so too. But this question makes me doubt you. Who loves their pain? Who wouldn't escape hell if they found a way, despite being doomed there? You'd do the same, venturing anywhere to trade torment for ease, sorrow for joy. That's what I sought here. You who only know good and haven't tasted evil can't understand. You question the will of the one who bound us. Let him secure his iron gates better if he wants us to stay locked in that dark prison. That's my answer. As for the rest, yes, they found me where they said. But that doesn't mean I meant violence or harm. Gabriel, half smiling with disdain, replied, What a loss to heaven's wisdom, since you fell, Satan, undone by your own folly. Now you return, escaped from your prison, and I'm left wondering whether to call those who question your unlicensed arrival wise or not. You think it clever to flee pain and dodge punishment. Keep judging that way, presumptuous fool, until the wrath you've provoked by escaping strikes you sevenfold, wiping that so-called wisdom off your face and sending you back to hell. No pain equals the infinite anger you've stirred. Why come alone? Why not bring all of hell with you? Is pain less painful for them, or are you braver than the rest? Courageous leader, first to flee from pain. If you'd shared this excuse with your abandoned followers, you wouldn't be here alone. Satan, scowling fiercely, shot back. Don't think I flinch from pain or lack endurance, you insulting angel. You know I stood against your fiercest in battle, when heaven's thunderbolts backed your spear, which otherwise I'd never have feared. Your reckless words show your inexperience, unaware of what a true leader, tested by hard trials and failures, must do. A faithful leader doesn't risk everything alone in uncharted dangers. That's why I, and I alone, ventured through the desolate abyss to scout this new world. Whispered about in heaven, hoping to find a better home for my tormented followers, whether here on earth or in the air. If it means fighting for this place, I'm ready to test what you and your shiny legions can do. Your job is easier, singing praises to your Lord in heaven, bowing and scraping, not fighting. The warrior angel Gabriel replied swiftly, You contradict yourself, Satan, first claiming you fled pain, now posing as a noble spy. That's no leader, just a liar exposed. Faithful? You dare call yourself faithful to whom? Your rebel mob of fiends? A fitting match for their treacherous head? Was that your discipline, your loyalty, breaking allegiance to the supreme power you once acknowledged? You hypocrite, now pretending to champion liberty, when you used to fawn and grovel before heaven's king, hoping to overthrow him and seize his throne. Hear me now, get out, return to where you came from. If I see you in these sacred grounds again, I'll drag you back to hell in chains and lock you so tight you'll never mock its gates as weak again. Satan ignored the threats, his rage growing as he snapped. Talk of chains, when I'm your captive, you pompous cherub. Until then, expect a heavier blow from my arm, even if heaven's king rides on your wings and you, used to servitude, pull his starry chariot. As he spoke, the angelic squadron glowed fiery red, their ranks tightening like a crescent of spears, surrounding Satan as thickly as a field of ripe grain sways in the wind, leaving a wary farmer fearing his harvest might turn to chaff. Satan, alarmed but unyielding, swelled to towering size, immovable as a mountain, his crest crowned with dread, gripping what seemed both spear and shield. A catastrophic clash loomed, threatening not just paradise but perhaps the heavens and all the elements, torn by the violence of the conflict. But the Eternal intervened, displaying his golden scales in the sky, still visible between Virgo and Scorpio. where he first weighed creation, balancing earth and air. Now he measured the outcome of retreat versus fight. The scale tipped sharply, the side of battle soaring upwards, revealing its futility. Spotting this, Gabriel addressed Satan. "I know your strength, Satan, as you know mine. Neither is our own, but given by heaven. What folly to boast of power when yours is limited by heaven's will, and mine, now doubled, could crush you like dust. Look up at that celestial sign, where your fate is weighed, showing how weak and light you are if you resist." Satan glanced up, saw his scale tipped high, and said no more. Muttering, he fled, and with him the shadows of night vanished. Morning arrived, and its rosy glow, spreading across the eastern sky, scattered the earth with shimmering dew-like petals. Adam awoke as usual, his sleep light and refreshing, a product of pure digestion and gentle, temperate breaths. The only sounds were the rustling leaves and gurgling streams, stirred by the dawn's breeze, accompanied by the sharp, cheerful songs of birds perched on every branch. But he was surprised to see Eve still asleep, her hair tangled and her cheeks flushed, suggesting a restless night. Leaning over her, half raised, he gazed at her with deep affection, captivated by her beauty, which radiated a unique grace, whether she was awake or sleeping. Then, with a voice as soft as a warm breeze brushing against flowers, he gently touched her hand and whispered, "Wake up, my fairest, my wife, my latest treasure, heaven's final and greatest gift, my constant joy. Wake up, the morning is bright, and the fresh fields are calling us. We've missed the best time to check on our plants, to see how the citron grove is blossoming, what drips from the myrrh and the fragrant reeds, how nature displays her colours, and how the bee gathers sweet nectar from the blooms." His quiet words roused her, though she looked at Adam with startled eyes, before wrapping her arms around him. She said, "Oh, you who are the only one in whom my thoughts find peace, my pride, my perfection. I'm so glad to see your face and the morning's return. Last night was unlike any other I've known. I dreamed, if it was a dream, not of you, as I usually do, nor of our daily work or tomorrow's plans, but of something troubling and wrong, feelings my mind never knew until this restless night. It seemed someone called me outside with a gentle voice I thought was yours. It said, 'Why are you sleeping, Eve? Now is the perfect time, cool and quiet, except for the nightingale, awake and singing his love song. The full moon shines, casting a soft shadowy light that makes everything more beautiful, wasted if no one sees it. Heaven is awake, watching with all its eyes. Who should they look at but you, nature's delight? Everything finds joy in seeing you, enchanted by your beauty, always longing to gaze at you. I got up as if you'd called me, but you weren't there. I set out to find you, and suddenly I found myself at the Tree of Forbidden Knowledge. It looked beautiful, far more so than in daylight, at least to my imagination. As I stared in awe, a figure stood beside it, shaped and winged like the heavenly beings we've often seen. His dew-damp hair smelled of ambrosia. He too was looking at the tree and said, "Oh, lovely plant, heavy with fruit, does no one dare to lighten your load and taste your sweetness? Not God, nor man? Is knowledge so unwanted? Or is it envy, or some rule that keeps it forbidden? Whatever forbids it, I won't hold back from your offered gift any longer. Why else is it here?" Without hesitation, he reached out boldly, picked the fruit, and ate it. I froze in horror at his daring words and actions, but he was thrilled and exclaimed, "O divine fruit, sweet on its own, but even sweeter when taken like this. It seems forbidden here, as if meant only for the gods, yet it can turn men into gods, and why not? Good things grow greater when shared, and the giver isn't lessened but honoured more. Here, happy creature, fair angelic Eve, take some too. You're happy now, but you could be happier. Nothing could be more fitting. Taste this, and join the gods as a goddess yourself, no longer bound to earth, but free to rise into the air like us, or even to heaven by your own worth, to see how the gods live there, and live that way yourself." As he spoke, he came closer, and held the fruit to my lips, the same one he'd picked. Its tempting savoury scent sharpened my hunger, and I felt I couldn't resist tasting it. Instantly, I flew up to the clouds with him, and looked down at that vast sprawling earth below, a wide and diverse sight. I marvelled at my flight, and this sudden elevation. Then, all at once, my guide vanished, and I seemed to sink back down and fall asleep. Oh, how relieved I was to wake up and realise it was just a dream. That's how Eve described her night, and Adam responded with a heavy heart. "You're the truest reflection of myself, my dearer half," he said. "The unrest in your thoughts from this night's sleep troubles me just as much. I don't like this strange dream. I fear it comes from something evil. But where could evil come from? It can't live in you, since you were created pure. Understand that the soul has many smaller abilities that serve reason, which rules them all. Among these, imagination is next in line. It takes everything the five senses perceive and shapes them into thoughts and fleeting images. Reason then connects or separates these to form what we confirm or reject, calling it knowledge or opinion, before retreating to its quiet space when we rest. Often when reason steps away, imagination stirs and mimics it, but by jumbling things together, it can create wild, chaotic results, especially in dreams, mixing words and actions from long ago or just yesterday. I think I see echoes of your talk from last evening in your dream, but with odd twists added. Still, don't be upset. Evil can drift into the mind of God or man without being accepted, and leave no mark or fault behind. This gives me hope that what you hated dreaming about, you'd never agree to do while awake, so don't lose heart, or let those usually bright and peaceful eyes cloud over, more cheerful than when the morning first dawns on the world. Let's get up and tend to our work among the groves, fountains, and flowers, which are now opening their sweet scents, saved from the night just for you." With these words he lifted his lovely wife's spirit, and though she brightened, she silently let a gentle tear fall from each eye, wiping them away with her hair. 2 more tears lingered, ready to drop, each held in its clear pool, and he kissed them away before they fell, tender signs of her quiet regret and reverent fear that she might have done wrong. With everything resolved, they hurried to the fields. But first, from beneath the shaded leafy roof of their home, as soon as they stepped into the open light of dawn and saw the sun, barely risen, its rays still skimming the ocean's edge, casting dewy beams across the earth, revealing the eastern expanse of paradise and Eden's joyful plains, they bowed low in worship and began their morning prayers. They offered these prayers faithfully each day in different ways, never lacking variety or sacred passion to praise their Creator, whether in spoken words or spontaneous song. Their lips poured out such natural eloquence in prose or flowering verse, sweeter than any lute or harp could make it, and they began like this: "These are your glorious works, parent of all good, Almighty One. This vast creation is yours, so wonderfully beautiful. How much more wonderful must you be? Beyond words you sit above the heaven, unseen by us or faintly glimpsed in these your simplest creations. Yet even these proclaim your boundless goodness and divine power. Speak, you who know best, sons of light, angels who see him and surround his throne with songs and endless choruses, day and night, rejoicing in heaven. On earth let all creatures join to honour him first, last, always, and forever. Brightest of stars, trailing the night, or perhaps belonging to the dawn, a sure sign of day, crowning the smiling morning with your shining ring, praise him in your orbit as the day begins, that sweet early hour. You, sun, the eye and soul of this great world, recognize him as greater, singing his praises as you rise, reach midday, and set. Moon, now meeting the rising sun, now racing with the fixed stars in their spinning sphere, and you 5 other wandering lights that dance in mysterious patterns with song, echo his praises, he who summoned light from darkness. Air, and you elements, oldest children of nature's womb, running in your fourfold cycle, ever-changing, blending and sustaining all things, let your constant shifts bring fresh praise to our great Maker. You mists and vapours rising now from hills or streaming lakes, dark or grey until the sun gilds your edges, rise in honour of the world's great author, whether to cloak the plain sky with clouds or water the thirsty earth with rain, always lifting his praises. Winds from all directions, soft or strong, sing his praise, sway your tops, your pines, and every plant, wave in worship. Fountains and dew streams that murmur as you flow, tune your melodies to his praise. Join in, all you living beings, birds soaring towards heaven's gate with song, carry his praise on your wings and in your notes. You who swim in the waters, walk the earth with proud steps, or crawl low, bear witness, if I'm ever silent, morning or evening, to hill, valley, fountain, or shaded spot, made alive by my song, and taught his praise. Hail, universal Lord, keep giving us only good. And if the night has brought or hidden any evil, scatter it as light now banishes the darkness. So they prayed in innocence, and soon their minds regained their steady peace and usual calm. They rushed to their morning tasks among the dew and flowers, where rows of overgrown fruit trees stretched too far with their lush branches, needing hands to trim their fruitless tangles. Or they guided the vines to twine around her elm. She, wedded to him, wrapped her embraceable arms about him, bringing clusters like a dowry to decorate his bare leaves. As they worked, Heaven's High King looked on with compassion and called to Raphael, the friendly spirit who once travelled with Tobias, and ensured his marriage to the woman wed 7 times before. "Raphael," he said, "you've heard the trouble Satan, escaped from hell through the dark abyss, has stirred in paradise. He disturbed the human pair last night, and plans to destroy all mankind through them. Go then, and spend half this day talking with Adam as a friend. Find him in whatever shelter or shade he's returned to from the noon heat, resting from his work with food or sleep. Guide the conversation to remind him of his blessed state, that his happiness depends on his free will, free yet changeable. Warn him not to stray, too confident in his security. Tell him of the danger, and who threatens him. An enemy recently fallen from heaven. now scheming to drag others down from the same bliss, not by force, that will be resisted, but by trickery and lies. Warn him of this, so he can't claim he was caught off guard, uninformed, or unwarned if he chooses to disobey. So spoke the Eternal Father, upholding all justice. The winged saint didn't hesitate after receiving his mission. From among 1,000 radiant heavenly beings, where he stood, cloaked in his splendid wings, he leapt up lightly and flew through heaven's centre. The angelic ranks parted on either side, clearing his path along the celestial road until he reached heaven's gate, which swung open wide on golden hinges, as if crafted by the divine architect himself. From there, with no cloud or star to block his view, he saw earth and God's garden crowned with cedars above all hills, resembling other growing worlds. It was like when Galileo's telescope peers uncertainly at imagined lands, or the moon by night, or a sailor amid the Cyclades first spies Delos or Samos as a misty speck. Down he sped, sailing through the vast ethereal sky between worlds, his wings steady, now riding polar winds, now beating the yielding air, until, soaring higher than eagles, he appeared to all the birds like a phoenix, watched by all as that rare bird, which flies to lay its remains in the sun's bright temple in Egyptian Thebes. He landed at once on Paradise's eastern cliff and resumed his true form as a 6-winged seraph. 2 wings shielded his divine features, 2 draped his broad shoulders like a royal mantle, 2 circled his waist like a starry belt, and skirted his thighs with golden down and heavenly hues, and the last pair shadowed his feet with feathered armour in sky-blue tones. He stood like the son of Maya, shaking his plumes to fill the air with a divine scent. The watching bands of angels instantly recognized him, rising in respect for his rank and his important errand, sensing he was on a vital mission. He passed their shining tents and entered the blissful field, through groves of myrrh and fragrant blooms, cassia, nard, and balm, a wide paradise of sweetness. Here nature flourished in her prime, indulging her untouched whims, spilling out delights beyond any rule or art, an overwhelming joy. Adam noticed him approaching through the spicy woods as he sat at the door of his cool home, while the high sun poured down its fierce rays to warm the earth's core, more heat than Adam needed. Inside, Eve was preparing tasty fruits for their meal at the appointed time, fruits that satisfied hunger without sparking a thirst for sweet drinks from milky streams, berries, or grapes. Adam called out to her, "Come quickly, Eve, and see something worth looking at. Eastward, among those trees, a magnificent figure is coming this way. It's like another morning rising at noon. Maybe he's bringing some great message from heaven to us, and will agree to be our guest today. Hurry and bring out what you've stored. Pour out plenty to honour and welcome our heavenly visitor. We can easily give back the gifts we've been given, sharing generously from what's been so generously provided, where nature multiplies her bounty and grows even richer by giving, teaching us not to hold back." Eve replied, "Adam, you sacred earth moulded by God, We don't need much when we have so much. Every season's fruits hang ripe and ready, except what we store to firm up for nourishment, letting excess moisture fade. But I'll hurry and pick the best from every branch, plant, and juiciest gourd, to treat our angel guest, so he'll admit that here on earth God's gifts rival heaven's. With that she turned quickly, her face set on hospitality, thinking of the finest treats to choose, and how to arrange them, not mixing flavours clumsily, but offering one taste after another in delightful sequence. She set to work, gathering from every tender stalk whatever the generous earth produced, fruits from the east or west Indies, the Black Sea, the Punic coast, or where Alcinous ruled, rough or smooth-skinned, husked or shelled. She piled them high on the table with a lavish hand. For drinks she crushed grapes into gentle must, made meads from berries, and pressed sweet kernels into creamy blends, with pure vessels ready to hold them. Then she scattered the ground with roses and scents from untouched shrubs. Meanwhile, our ancient first father walked out to meet his godlike guest, alone with no attendants beyond his own perfect self, his dignity more solemn than the tiresome splendour of princes with their long trains of horses and gold-smeared servants that dazzle and gape the crowd. As he drew near, Adam, though unafraid, approached with humble respect and a low bow, as if to a higher being. He said, "Native of heaven, for no other place could hold such a glorious form. Since you've come down from the thrones above and chosen to leave those happy realms for a while to grace this place, please agree to rest with just the two of us, who by divine gift own this wide land. Come to our shared home, sit and taste the garden's best offerings until this midday heat passes and the sun cools." The angelic being answered gently, "Adam, that's why I came. You're not made, nor is this place, in a way that can't often welcome heavenly spirits to visit you. Lead me to where your home casts its shade. I'm free to stay through these mid-hours until evening." So they went to the wooded lodge, which smiled like an arbour of pomona, adorned with flowers and fragrant scents. Eve stood there, unadorned except by her own beauty, fairer than a wood nymph, or the loveliest goddess fabled to have vied naked on Mount Ida, ready to host her guest from heaven. She needed no veil, her virtue unshakable, no weak thought tainting her expression. The angel greeted her with "Hail," the sacred welcome later given to Blessed Mary, the second Eve. Greetings, Mother of Humanity, whose fertile womb will populate the world with more children than these associated fruits that God's trees have piled onto this table. Their table was made of grassy turf encircled by mossy seats, and across its broad square surface, from one side to the other, all the riches of autumn were heaped. Even though in this place spring and autumn seemed to blend together seamlessly, they talked for a while, unconcerned that their meal might cool. Then our first father spoke. "Heavenly visitor, please try these gifts which our sustainer, the source of all perfect goodness flowing endlessly, has made the earth produce for our nourishment and enjoyment. This food might not appeal to spiritual beings, but all I know is that one divine Father provides for everyone." The angel responded, "Exactly. What he gives, and his praise should always be sung, to humankind, who are partly spiritual, can also be suitable for the purest spirits. Just as your rational nature needs food, so do pure intellectual beings. Both share every lesser sense, hearing, seeing, smelling, touching, and tasting, and through tasting, They process, digest, and transform the physical into the spiritual. Understand this: everything created needs sustenance. The coarser elements nourish the finer ones. The earth feeds the sea, the earth and sea feed the air, and the air feeds the ethereal fires, starting with the moon. That's why you see spots on her round face, vapours not yet fully turned into her essence. The moon also releases nourishment from her damp lands to higher realms. The sun, which lights everything, receives nourishing moisture in return from all things as vapours, and at dusk it dines with the ocean. Even in heaven, the trees of life bear ambrosial fruit, and vines produce nectar. Each morning we sweep sweet dews from the branches, and find the ground blanketed with pearly grain. Yet here, God has mixed his abundance with fresh pleasures that rival heaven's, so don't think I'll be choosy about tasting this. With that, they sat down and began eating. The angel didn't just pretend to eat or consume it in a haze, as some scholars might suggest, but with genuine hunger and the warmth of digestion, transforming the food. What was left over passed through his spirit effortlessly. It's not surprising if an alchemist can turn dirty coal or the crudest metals into pure gold, as if fresh from the earth. Meanwhile, Eve served them unclothed, filling their cups with delightful drinks. O innocence worthy of paradise! If there was ever a moment when the sons of God could be forgiven for falling in love with such a sight, it was then. But in their hearts love was pure, free of lust and jealousy. That tormentor of betrayed lovers was unknown. When they had eaten and drunk enough, without overloading their bodies, Adam suddenly realised he shouldn't miss the opportunity this remarkable conversation offered to learn about things beyond his world, about those who live in heaven, whose excellence he saw far exceeded his own, with their glowing forms of divine light and power so vastly superior to human strength. Carefully, he addressed the celestial guest. You who live with God, now I truly see your kindness in honouring humanity by entering this simple home and tasting these earthly fruits, food not meant for angels, yet you accepted it so graciously that it seems you couldn't have eaten more eagerly even at heaven's lavish feasts. But how can they compare? The winged messenger replied, O Adam, there is one Almighty, from whom all things come, and to whom they return, if they don't stay from goodness. The closer they are to him, or the more they lean towards him, the more refined, spiritual, and pure they become, each assigned to their own active domains. Gradually, the physical becomes spiritual, in proportions suited to each type. Just as a root sprouts a lighter green stalk, then even lighter leaves, and finally a bright, perfect flower that exudes fragrant essence, so flowers and their fruits, humankind's food, are refined step by step into vital spirits, then animal spirits, then intellectual spirits, providing life, sensation, imagination, and understanding. From these the soul gains reason, her very core, whether through logic or intuition. You mostly use logic, while we use intuition, differing only in degree, not in kind. So don't be shocked that I can eat this food, which God deemed good for you, and turn it into my own essence, just as you do. A time may come when humans can share meals with angels without trouble or mismatch. Perhaps from these physical nutrients, your bodies will eventually become entirely spirit, refined over time, and you'll rise, winged and ethereal like us, or choose to live here, or in heavenly paradises, or if you stay obedient and keep his love intact, as his children. For now, enjoy full the happiness this blessed state can offer, which can't hold more. The Father of humanity answered, O kind Spirit, gracious visitor, you've clearly shown us the path to knowledge, laying out nature's scale from its centre to its edge, so that by studying creation we can climb step by step to God. But tell me, what did you mean by that warning, if you are found obedient? Can we ever fail to obey him or abandon his love when he shaped us from dust and placed us here, overflowing with as much joy as human desire can seek or grasp? The angel replied, Son of heaven and of earth, listen. Your happiness comes from God. That it continues depends on you. That is, on your obedience. Stand firm in that. That was the warning I gave you. Take it seriously. God made you perfect, but not unchangeable. He made you good, but whether you stay that way is up to you. He gave you free will by nature, not controlled by inescapable fate or rigid necessity. He seeks voluntary service, not forced, because forced service means nothing to him. How can hearts that aren't free be tested to see if they serve willingly, when they can only do what destiny demands? I and all the angelic host who stand before God's throne maintain our happy state, just as you do yours, as long as our obedience holds. We have no other assurance. We serve freely because we love freely, with the choice to love or not. In this we stand or fall, and some have fallen into disobedience, and so from heaven to the deepest hell. What a plunge from such great bliss to such misery! Our great ancestor responded, Your words, divine teacher, I've listened to with more delight than when angelic songs drift from nearby hills at night, sending ethereal music. I already knew we were created free, both in will and action, yet I'm certain we'll never forget to love our Maker and obey his single fair command. My steady thoughts convince me of that, and still do. But what you've said about what happened in heaven raises some doubts in me, and even more, a longing to hear a full story, if you're willing. It must be a strange tale, deserving reverent silence to hear, and we still have plenty of day left. The sun has barely finished half its journey, and is just starting the other half across the sky's vast arc. Adam made his request, and after a brief pause, Raphael agreed, and began, You ask me to tell a grand story, O first of men, a sad and challenging task. How can I explain to human understanding the unseen battles of warring spirits, the downfall of so many once glorious and perfect beings, and reveal the secrets of another world, which might not be permitted to be shared? Yet for your benefit this is allowed. I'll describe what exceeds human sense by comparing spiritual things to physical forms, so you can grasp them best. After all, what if Earth is just a shadow of heaven, with things here more like those there than you might imagine? Before this world existed, wild chaos ruled where now the heavens spin, and the earth sits balanced on her centre. Then, on a certain day, for time, though part of eternity, applies to motion, and measures everything lasting by past, present, and future. On a day like those when heaven's great cycle unfolds, the angelic host was summoned by imperial command. Countless angels appeared before the Almighty's throne from every corner of heaven, led by their radiant commanders. 10,000 banners rose high, standards and flags fluttering between the front and rear, marking the hierarchies, orders, and ranks. On their shining fabrics were embroidered sacred symbols, records of fervent and loving deeds. Standing in indescribable circles, layer within layer, the infinite Father, who sat in bliss with the sun at his side, spoke from what seemed a blazing mountain, its peak so bright it was invisible. Hear, all you angels, children of light, thrones, dominions, principalities, virtues, powers, hear my decree, which will stand forever. Today I have begotten the one I declare my only Son, and on this holy hill I have anointed him, whom you now see at my right hand. I appoint him your leader, and I have sworn by myself that every knee in heaven will bow to him, and acknowledge him as Lord. Under his great deputy reign, stay united as one indivisible soul, forever happy. Whoever disobeys him disobeys me, breaks the unity, and that day will be cast out from God and blessed sight, falling into total darkness, swallowed deep, in a place set aside without redemption, without end. So spoke the all-powerful, and with his words all seemed pleased, but not all truly were. That day, like other sacred days, they spent in song and dance around the holy hill, a mystical dance most like the starry sphere of planets and fixed stars in all their paths, intricate mazes, off-centre and interwoven, yet most orderly when they seem most chaotic. Their movements create divine harmony, enchanting even God's ear, who listens with joy, as evening neared. For we too have evening and morning, hours for pleasant variety rather than need. They turned from dancing to a sweet feast. All stood in circles, and tables were instantly set, loaded with angelic food. Ruby nectar flowed in cups of pearl, diamond, and solid gold, fruits from heaven's delicious vines. Resting on flowers and crowned with fresh blossoms, they ate and drank in sweet fellowship, in immortality and joy, free from overindulgence, for only fullness limited their excess before the all-generous King, who showered them with plenty, delighting in their happiness, when ambrosial night, with clouds breathed from God's high mount, where both light and shadow begin, had shifted brightest heaven to pleasant twilight, for night there doesn't come in heavy cloaks, and rosy dews lulled all but God's sleepless eyes to rest. The angelic throng spread wide over the plain, far broader than this entire earth laid flat. Such are God's courts. Scattered in groups and rows, they stretched their camp by living streams, among the trees of life, with countless pavilions suddenly raised, heavenly tents, where they slept, cooled by gentle breezes, except for those who in their turn sang melodious hymns around the sovereign throne all night long. But Satan, as we call him now, his former name no longer spoken in heaven, was awake. He, one of the first, if not the very first archangel, great in power, favour, and prominence, was filled with envy against the Son of God, who that day was honoured by his great Father, proclaimed Messiah, and anointed King. Unable to bear it through pride, he felt diminished. Harbouring deep malice and scorn, as soon as midnight brought the dim hour most suited to sleep and silence, he decided to withdraw with all his legions, leaving the supreme throne unworshipped and disobeyed. Contemptuously he woke his next in command, and spoke to him privately. "Are you sleeping, dear companion? What sleep can shut your eyes, when you recall the decree that just yesterday came from heaven's Almighty? You used to share your thoughts with me, and I with you. Awake, we were one. How then can your sleep differ now? You see new laws imposed, new laws from him who reigns may stir new thoughts in us who serve, new plans to discuss what uncertainties might follow, but it's not safe to say more here. Gather all those countless followers we lead, the key ones. Tell them that by my command, before dim night lifts her shadowy veil, I must hurry, and all who wave their banners under me must march home swiftly to where we hold the northern regions. There we will prepare a fitting welcome for our King, the great Messiah, and his new commands, who plans to pass triumphantly through all the hierarchies and give laws. So spoke the deceitful archangel, planting bad influence in his unsuspecting associate's heart. He called together, or one by one, the ruling powers under him, telling them, as he was instructed, that the Most High had ordered that before night, before dim night had cleared from heaven, the great hierarchical standard was to move. He gave the supposed reason, slipping in vague words and suspicions to probe or corrupt their loyalty, but all obeyed the familiar signal and the voice of their great leader, for his name was indeed great, and his rank in heaven was high. His face, like the morning star that guides the starry flock, drew them in, and with lies he led astray a third of heaven's host. Meanwhile, the eternal eye, which sees the deepest thoughts from his holy mount and from within the golden lamps that burn nightly before him, saw without their light the rebellion rising. He saw who was behind it, how it spread among the sons of morning, and how many were banding together to oppose his high decree. Smiling, he said to his only son, "Son, in whom I see my glory fully shining, heir of all my power, it now concerns us to be sure of our omnipotence, and with what weapons we'll defend what we've long claimed as our divine right, and our realm. Such a foe is rising who plans to set up his throne equal to ours throughout the vast north. Not content with that, he intends to test in battle what our power and right are. Let's consider this and quickly gather what forces we have left, using all in our defence, lest we lose this high place, our sanctuary, our hill, caught off guard." The son responded with a calm and clear expression, his divine light serene and indescribable. "Mighty father, you justly mock your enemies and laugh confidently at their futile schemes and pointless uproar. Their hatred brings me glory, highlighting the royal power you've given me to crush their pride. Time will show whether I'm skilled enough to defeat your rebels, or prove to be the weakest in heaven." So spoke the son. Meanwhile, Satan and his forces had already advanced far, moving with winged speed, a countless army like the stars of night, or the moving dewdrops that the sun turns to pearls on every leaf and flower. They passed through vast regions, the grand domains of seraphim, potentates, and thrones, organised in their triple ranks, regions that, compared to your dominion, Adam, are as this garden is to the entire earth and sea, stretched out flat from its rounded form. At last, they reached the northern boundaries, where Satan arrived at his royal seat, high on a blazing hill, a mountain raised upon a mountain, adorned with pyramids and towers carved from diamond quarries and golden rocks. This was the palace of great Lucifer, as humans later called that structure, which he soon after, aspiring to equal God, modelled on the mount where the Messiah was declared before heaven. He named it the Mountain of the Congregation. There he gathered his entire following, claiming he was ordered to meet and discuss the grand reception of their king, who was supposedly coming. With deceitful cunning, he wove lies into truth and spoke to them. Thrones, dominions, principalities, virtues, powers. if these grand titles still mean anything beyond mere names, since another has now claimed all power for himself, overshadowing us under the title of anointed king. For him, we've made this midnight march and rushed to this meeting, all to decide how best to honour him with new tributes when he arrives, expecting us to kneel in vile submission. It's too much to bow to one, but doubly unbearable to bow to him and his proclaimed image. What if wiser plans could lift our spirits and teach us to throw off this yoke? Will you submit and bend your knees? I trust you won't, if I know you rightly, or if you know yourselves as native sons of heaven, owned by no one before now. Even if we're not all equal, we're equally free. Ranks and orders don't conflict with freedom, but align with it. Who then, by reason or right, can claim monarchy over those who are by right his equals, lesser in power or splendour, perhaps, but equal in freedom? Can he impose laws on us, who don't err without laws, much less accept him as our lord and demand our worship, abusing the imperial titles that declare we're meant to govern, not serve? His bold speech went unchallenged and found an audience until among the seraphim, Abdiel, more devoted to the divine and obedient to divine commands than any, stood up. With fierce zeal burning in him, he confronted Satan's words head-on. What blasphemous, false and arrogant words! No one in heaven expected to hear such things, least of all from you, ungrateful one, raised so high among your peers. How dare you slander God's just decree, sworn and declared, that every soul in heaven must kneel to his only Son, rightful King by divine right, and honour him as such? You call it unjust, flatly unjust, to bind the free with laws or let one rule over equals with unchallenged power. Will you dictate laws to God? Will you argue with him about freedom when he made you what you are, and shaped the powers of heaven as he saw fit, setting their limits? Experience has taught us how good he is, how careful of our good and dignity, far from wanting to diminish us. Instead, he seeks to elevate our happy state, uniting us closer under one leader. Yet you think it unjust for an equal to rule as monarch over equals. Though you count yourself great and glorious, or even all angelic nature combined, do you think you're equal to the begotten Son, through whom, as his word, the mighty Father created all things, including you, and all the spirits of heaven in their radiant ranks? He crowned them with glory, naming them thrones, dominions, principalities, virtues, powers, essential powers not diminished by his rule, but made more glorious. Since he, the head, is one of us, his laws are ours, and all honour given to him returns to us. So stop this wicked outrage and don't tempt others. Hurry instead to calm the anger of the Father and the Son, while there's still time to seek forgiveness. So spoke the fervent angel, but no one supported his zeal, deeming it untimely or reckless. The rebel, delighted, grew even bolder and replied, "So you say we were formed, the work of secondary hands, passed from the Father to his Son? That's a strange and new idea. Where did you learn this doctrine? Who saw this creation happen? Do you remember your own making, when the Maker gave you life? We know no time when we weren't as we are now, no one before us. We're self-created, self-raised by our own vital power, when the destined cycle completed its full orbit, the mature birth of this our native heaven, ethereal sons. Our strength is our own, and our own right hand will prove our greatest deeds, testing who is our equal. Then you'll see whether we plan to approach the Almighty's throne with pleas or with an army. Take this news, these tidings, to the anointed king, and fly before evil blocks your path. He spoke, and his words were met with applause, echoing like the hoarse murmur of deep waters through the vast host. Yet, as the fiery seraph, fearless though alone, surrounded by enemies, answered boldly, "You're estranged from God, cursed spirit, abandoned by all good. I see your fall is certain, and your unfortunate followers are caught in your treacherous deceit, by both your crime and its punishment. From now on, don't worry about escaping the yoke of God's Messiah. Those lenient laws won't be offered anymore. Other decrees, irreversible, have now been issued against you. The golden sceptre you rejected is now an iron rod to crush and break your disobedience. Your advice was sound, but I'm not fleeing because of your warnings or threats. I leave these doomed tents to avoid the looming wrath, which might burst into sudden flame and not distinguish between us. Soon you'll fear his thunder on your head, consuming fire. Then you'll learn, weeping, who created you, when you discover who can uncreate you." So spoke the seraph Abdael, faithful among the faithless, the only one steadfast. Amid countless deceivers, he remained unmoved, unshaken, unswayed, and unafraid. His loyalty, love, and zeal held firm, untouched by numbers or examples that might have led him stray from the truth, or shift his steady resolve, even alone. He walked away through their hostile scorn, enduring it with strength, unafraid of any violence. Turning his back on those proud towers, doomed to swift destruction, he met their scorn with his own. All night long, the fearless angel travelled unhindered across the vast plains of heaven. It wasn't until morning, when the circling hours with their rosy hands awoke and opened the gates of light, that he paused. There's a cave within the Mount of God, located close to his throne, where light and darkness take turns residing and departing in an endless cycle. This alternation brings a pleasant variety to heaven, similar to the shift between day and night on earth. Light pours out from one entrance, while submissive darkness slips in through the other, waiting for its moment to cloak the heavens, though the darkness there might feel more like twilight to us. Then morning arrived, as magnificent as it is in the highest reaches of heaven, dressed in golden splendour. Night fled before it, pierced by the eastern rays of light. As the angel gazed out, he saw the entire plain covered with tightly packed, brilliantly shining squadrons, along with chariots, blazing weapons, and fiery horses, each reflecting a cascade of light upon light. He recognized war ready to unfold, and realized that what he had planned to bring as news was already known. With relief, he joined the friendly forces who greeted him with joy and loud cheers, celebrating that, out of countless millions who had fallen, at least one had returned without being lost. They escorted him, showered with praise, to the sacred hill, and brought him before the supreme throne. From there a gentle voice spoke from within a golden cloud. "Servant of God, well done. You fought the better fight, standing alone against rebellious multitudes to uphold the cause of truth. Your words proved mightier than their weapons. For the sake of truth you've endured widespread scorn, which is far harder to bear than physical violence. Your only concern was to stand approved in God's sight, even if the whole world deemed you twisted. Now an easier victory awaits you, supported by this army of allies. You'll return to your enemies in greater glory than when you left in disgrace, and you'll overpower by force those who rejected reason as their guide, right reason, and their king, Messiah, who rules by merit alone. Go, Michael, prince of the celestial armies, and you, Gabriel, next in martial skill, lead my unconquerable sons into battle. Take my armed saints, organized in thousands and millions, ready for the fight. They match in number that godless rebellious band, attack them fiercely with fire and hostile weapons, chase them from God and bliss to the edge of heaven, and drive them into their place of punishment, the Gulf of Tartarus, which stands ready with its fiery chaos to swallow their fall. So spoke the sovereign voice. Clouds began to gather, darkening the hill, with smoke curling in shadowy spirals, and hesitant flames flickering, the signs of awakened wrath. With equal intensity the loud ethereal trumpet blared from above. This signal, the militant force loyal to heaven united in a powerful unbreakable square formation, and advanced silently with their radiant legions. Sound of instrumental harmony filled the air, stirring heroic zeal for daring deeds under their godlike leaders, all in the service of God and his Messiah. They marched with unshakable resolve. No hill, narrow valley, forest or stream could disrupt their flawless ranks, for they moved high above the ground, the yielding air supporting their swift steps. It was much like when all the birds, in perfect formation on their wings, gathered over Eden to receive their names from you. So they marched across vast stretches of heaven and countless wide regions, 10 times the size of this earthly world. At last, far off on the northern horizon, a fiery zone appeared, stretching from side to side in a warlike stance. As they approached, it bristled with countless upright spears, crowded helmets, and diverse shields decorated with proud emblems. These were Satan's united forces, rushing forward with furious haste, convinced that on that very day, through battle or ambush, they would seize the Mount of God and place the jealous rival of his power, the arrogant pretender, on his throne. But their plans proved foolish and empty halfway through. At first it seemed odd to us that angels would wage war against angels, clashing in fierce combat, when they were so used to gathering in joyful, loving festivals, united as children of the one great Father, singing praises to the eternal Father. But now the battle cry rang out, and the roaring charge of attack quickly silenced any gentler thoughts. High in the centre, lifted up like a god, the apostate sat in his sun-bright chariot, a false image of divine majesty, surrounded by blazing cherubim and golden shields. Then he stepped down from his splendid throne, for only a narrow gap remained between the two armies, a terrifying space. Face to face, they stood in a fearsome line of immense length. Ahead of the cloudy front line, on the jagged edge of battle before it began, Satan strode forward with huge, proud steps, towering over all, clad in unyielding armour and gold. Abdiel couldn't bear the sight. Standing among the mightiest, determined to achieve the greatest feats, he searched his own fearless heart. O heaven, how can such a likeness of the highest still linger, where faith and reality have vanished? Why shouldn't strength and power fail where virtue falters, or prove weakest where it seems boldest, even if it looks invincible? Trusting in the Almighty's help, I intend to test his strength, whose reasoning I've already proven flawed and false. It's only fair that he who triumphs in the debate of truth should also triumph in battle, winning both contests alike. Though it's crude and ugly when reason must grapple with force, it's entirely just that reason should prevail. Musing this way, he stepped out from his armoured comrades and met his bold enemy halfway. Satan, enraged by this interference, challenged him with confidence. Proud one, so we meet. You hoped to reach the peak of your ambition unchallenged, to find God's throne unguarded, and his side deserted, trembling at your might or your sharp tongue. Fool! Didn't you realize how pointless it is to take up arms against the omnipotent? From the tiniest things, he could endlessly summon armies to crush your stupidity, or with a single unaided hand, striking beyond all limits, he could wipe you out in one blow and bury your legions in darkness. But you see, not everyone follows you. There are those who choose faith and devotion to God, even if they weren't obvious to you, when I alone seemed mistaken for opposing everyone in your world. Now you see my allies. Learn too late that sometimes a few grasp the truth while thousands stumble. With a scornful sideways glance, the great enemy replied, "Bad news for you, but you've come at the perfect moment for my revenge. You seditious angel, fleeing and returning, you're here to receive the punishment you deserve, the first taste of this right hand you provoked. That tongue of yours, fired up with defiance, dared to challenge a third of the gods when they met in council to claim their divinity. Feeling divine strength within, they'll yield omnipotence to no one, but you've arrived ahead of your peers, eager to pluck some trophy from me, hoping your victory will spell ruin for the rest. This brief pause between us, so you can't brag I ignored you, is to tell you this. I once thought liberty and heaven were the same to heavenly souls, but now I see most would rather serve through laziness, content as ministering spirits raised on feasts and songs. Those are the ones you've armed, the choir of heaven, to pit servitude against freedom, and this day's actions will show which prevails." Abdiel answered sharply and briefly, "Apostate, you're still wrong, and will never stop being wrong, straying far from truth's path. You unfairly call it servitude to serve whom God or nature appoints. God and nature agree when the worthiest rules and outshines those he leads. True servitude is serving the foolish or someone who's rebelled against his better, as your followers now serve you, yourself not free but enslaved to your own will. Yet you shamelessly mock our service, rule in hell your kingdom. Let me serve in heaven under God, ever blessed, obeying his divine orders, the worthiest to follow. Expect chains in hell, not kingdoms, and now, as you said, back from flight, take this greeting on your wicked head." With these words he lifted his arm for a powerful strike. It didn't pause, but crashed down like a tempest onto Satan's proud head. The blow was so swift that no eye or fleeting thought could have anticipated it, and Satan's shield couldn't block the devastating force. He stumbled back 10 massive steps, and on the 10th he fell to one knee, his enormous spear propping him up. It was as if subterranean winds or surging waters had shoved a mountain sideways from its foundation, leaving it half submerged along with all its pine trees. The rebel angels were struck with shock, but their fury only intensified at seeing their mightiest champion defeated. Our side, though, erupted in joy and shouts, sensing victory and a burning eagerness for battle. At that moment, Michael commanded the archangel's trumpet to blare. Its sounds echoed through the vast expanse of heaven, and the loyal armies responded with hosannas to the highest. The enemy legions didn't stand still either. They leapt into the fray with equal ferocity. Our storm of rage erupted, and the noise was unlike anything heaven had ever heard before. Armour smashed against armour, producing a jarring discord, while the frenzied wheels of bronze chariots thundered. The din of the clash was terrifying. Overhead, the sinister hiss of fiery darts zipped through the air in blazing barrages, and both armies were engulfed in flames as they charged. Beneath a sky of fire, the main forces of both sides collided with shattering assaults and unrelenting fury. All of heaven reverberated, and if earth had existed then, it would have quaked to its core. Is that surprising? Millions of fierce angels battled on each side, even the weakest of whom could command the elements and wield the strength of entire regions. How much more power, then, could countless armies unleash in a horrifying, destructive war, disrupting, though not demolishing, their joyful homeland? Yet the eternal King, all-powerful, governed from his heavenly fortress, and restrained their strength. Though their numbers were so immense that each split legion seemed like a vast host, and each armed fighter was as mighty as a legion, they fought as if every warrior were a leader, skilled in knowing when to charge, hold ground, or shift the battle's momentum. They knew when to spread their ranks and when to tighten them into the stern lines of combat. There was no hint of fleeing, no sign of retreat, no shameful act that hinted at fear. Each depended on himself, as if victory hinged solely on his own might. They performed countless deeds of everlasting renown, for the war sprawled wide and took many forms. Sometimes they clashed on solid ground, other times they soared on mighty wings, churning the air which seemed ablaze with their fiery conflict. For a long time the battle teetered in balance. Then Satan, who had displayed astonishing power that day, and found no equal in combat, prowled through the chaotic melee of warring seraphim. At last he spotted where Michael's sword was striking, cutting down whole squadrons with a single blow. Brandishing his fearsome blade with a massive two-handed swing, Michael unleashed widespread ruin. To oppose this, Satan rushed forward and raised his shield, a gigantic rock-hard circle, forged of tenfold adamant, vast in size. At his approach, the great archangel paused his martial labour, relieved to think that here he might end heaven's internal war, by defeating the arch-enemy or hauling him off in chains. With a scowl of hostility and a face burning with rage, Michael spoke first. Source of evil, unknown until your uprising, unarmed in heaven until now. Look at the abundant acts of hateful conflict you've sparked, hateful to everyone, though the harshest punishment will justly fall on you and your followers. How have you shattered heaven's sacred peace and introduced misery into nature, which didn't exist before your rebellious crime? How have you infected thousands with your spite, turning them from loyal and true to treacherous? But don't imagine you can disturb the holy calm here. Heaven expels you from all its boundaries. Heaven, the home of bliss, won't endure violence and war, so leave and take your evil with you along with your offspring to that place of evil, hell. You and your vile crew can stir up chaos there before this vengeful sword delivers your fate, or some quicker retribution from God hurls you down with even greater torment. So spoke the Prince of Angels. The adversary replied, Don't think you can intimidate me with hollow threats, when you haven't even succeeded with actions. Have you driven even the least of my followers to flee? Or if they fall, don't they rise again undefeated? It'd be simpler for you to bargain with me than to hope. With your arrogant threats to banish me from here, don't assume the struggle, which you label evil, will conclude as you think. We call it the fight for glory, and we aim to win it, or transform the heaven itself into the hell you speak of. Either way, we'll live here freely, if not rule. Meanwhile, bring your full strength, and even call on the one you name almighty to assist you. I'm not running. I've sought you out across the battlefield. They stopped talking, and prepared for a battle so immense that no one, not even with the eloquence of angels, could describe it, or compare it to anything on earth that might elevate human imagination to such divine heights of power. Whether standing still or moving, their stature, movements, and weapons made them seem like gods, fit to decide the fate of great heaven itself. Now they swung their fiery swords, carving terrifying arcs through the air. Their shields blazed like two massive suns facing each other, while a sense of dread anticipation hung in the air. From both sides, the angelic throngs quickly pulled back from where the fighting had been the thickest, leaving a wide open space. It was unsafe to stay within the turbulence of such a clash, much like if we were to compare great things to small. when nature's harmony breaks and war erupts among the constellations, imagine two planets, locked in fierce opposition, rushing together in the middle of the sky, colliding and throwing their orbits into chaos. Together, both warriors, armed with nearly almighty strength, raised their weapons for a single imminent strike that could settle everything without needing a second blow. Neither seemed to have an advantage in strength or speed, but Michael's sword, forged in God's armoury, was tempered so perfectly that nothing, no matter how sharp or solid, could withstand its edge. It met Satan's descending sword with tremendous force, slicing it cleanly in half without stopping. Then, with a swift spinning motion, it plunged deep into Satan's right side. For the first time, Satan felt pain. He writhed and twisted in agony as the grating sword cut through him with a jagged wound. But his ethereal body soon closed up, not easily divisible for long, and from the gash flowed a stream of nectar-like fluid, the kind of blood celestial spirits shed. His armour, once so radiant, was now stained. Immediately many strong angels rushed to his aid from all directions. Some shielded him, while others carried him on their shields back to his chariot, which had been withdrawn from the front lines of the battle. There they lay him down, where he gnashed his teeth in anguish, spite, and shame, realizing he wasn't invincible. His pride was crushed by such a humbling defeat, far below his earlier confidence that he could match God's power. Yet he healed quickly, for spirits are vital in every part, unlike fragile humans, who have vulnerable entrails, hearts, heads, livers, or kidneys. Spirits can't die unless they are utterly annihilated, and their fluid-like essence can't receive fatal wounds any more than air can. They are all heart, all head, all eye, all ear, all intellect, all sense. As they wish, they can shape themselves into limbs, take on colour, form, or size, becoming dense or ethereal as they prefer. Meanwhile, in other parts of the battlefield, deeds worthy of remembrance were taking place. Gabriel fought mightily, piercing through the dense ranks with his fierce banners, challenging Moloch, the furious king. Moloch had threatened to drag Gabriel in chains behind his chariot wheels, and didn't hold back his blasphemous tongue against the Holy One of Heaven. But soon he was cleaved down to the waist, his arms shattered, and he fled bellowing in strange pain. On each flank, Uriel and Raphael defeated their boastful enemies, Adramelech and Asmadi, two powerful thrones who scorned being less than gods. Adramelech and Asmadi, two powerful thrones who scorned being less than gods. Though they were enormous and armoured in diamond-hard rock, they learned humbler thoughts as they fled, mangled with ghastly wounds through their plate and mail. Abdiel didn't forget to harass the godless crew either, striking with redoubled force to overthrow Ariel, Arioch, and the fierce Ramiel, scorching and blasting them. I could tell of thousands more and immortalize their names here on earth, but those chosen angels, content with their heavenly fame, don't seek human praise. The others, though, marvellous in strength and wartime feats, and no less eager for renown, have been condemned by divine judgment, erased from heaven and sacred memory. Let them remain nameless in dark oblivion. Strength separated from truth and justice is unworthy of praise. It deserves only scorn and disgrace. Yet they vainly aspire to glory and seek fame through infamy. Therefore eternal silence should be their fate. With their mightiest leader defeated, the battle turned. It was marred by numerous charges, and chaos and disorder took over. The ground was littered with shattered armour, and heaps of overturned chariots and charioteers lay alongside their fiery, foaming horses. Those who still stood retreated, exhausted, barely able to defend themselves against the weak and satanic forces. They were caught off guard by fear and pain. emotions they had never felt before, and fled in disgrace. The misery was brought upon them by their sin of disobedience. Until that moment they had never known fear, flight, or pain. In contrast, the unbreakable saints advanced in a solid cube-shaped formation, completely invulnerable and impenetrably armoured. Their innocence gave them such an advantage over their enemies. They had not sinned. They had not disobeyed. In battle they remained tireless and immune to pain from wounds, even if violence could displace them from their positions. Now night began its course, spreading darkness over heaven. This brought a welcome truce and silence to the hateful noise of war. Under the cover of clouds both sides retreated, victors and vanquished alike. On the battlefield Michael and his prevailing angels set up camp, placing guards around them with cherubic fires waving. On the other side, Satan and his rebels disappeared into the darkness, restless and without rest. He called his leaders to a nighttime council, and, undaunted, began speaking from their midst. "Oh, now tested in danger and proven in battle, not to be overpowered, dear companions. You've shown yourselves worthy not just of liberty, that's too small a goal, but of what we truly desire, honour, domination, glory, and renown. We've endured one day of uncertain fighting, and if we can do that for one day, why not for eternal days? Heaven's Lord sent his mightiest forces from around his throne against us, deeming them sufficient to bend us to his will. But it didn't work. So it seems he's fallible, even though we've always thought him omniscient. True, we were less well armed and suffered some disadvantage and pain, something we hadn't known before, but quickly learned to scorn. Now we know that our ephemeral form can't be mortally wounded. It's imperishable. Even when pierced, it closes up quickly and heals by its own strength. The evil we've experienced is so minor that it's easy to imagine a remedy. Perhaps stronger weapons, more violent arms, will serve us better next time, and harm our enemies more, or at least even the odds, since naturally there's no difference between us. If some hidden reason made them superior, as long as we keep our minds and understanding intact, careful thought and discussion will reveal it." He sat down, and next in the assembly, Nisroch stood up, the chief among the principalities. He looked like someone who had barely escaped a brutal fight, his battered armour hacked to pieces, and with a gloomy expression he replied, "Deliverer from new lords, leader to free enjoyment of our rights as gods. Yet it's hard for gods, and the work is too unequal, to fight in pain against enemies who feel no pain, who are impassive. From this mismatch, ruin is inevitable. What good is unmatched valour or strength, if it's overwhelmed by pain, which conquers everything and weakens even the mightiest hands? We might be able to give up pleasures in life without complaint and live contentedly, which is the calmest way to live. But pain is perfect misery, the worst of evils, and when it's excessive, it destroys all patience. Therefore, whoever can devise a way for us to strike our still unwounded enemies more forcefully, or arm ourselves with similar defences, deserves no less than what we owe for our deliverance." Satan, with a composed look, replied, "That invention which you rightly believe is crucial for our success, I bring. Who among us, looking at the brightest surface of this ethereal land, where we stand, this vast continent of heaven adorned with plants, ambrosial fruits, flowers, gems, and gold, whose eye is so shallow as to not consider where these things come from? Deep underground there are dark raw materials, spirit-like and fiery froth, which, when touched by heaven's rays and tempered, burst forth so beautifully, opening to the surrounding light. The deep will yield these to us, pregnant with hellish flame. We'll pack them into long round hollow engines, tightly rammed, and with a touch of light at one end, they'll explode with thunderous noise, sending forth such destructive tools that they'll smash through and overwhelm everything in their path. Our enemies will fear that we've disarmed the thunderer of his only dreaded bolt. Our work won't take long. Before dawn, we'll achieve what we wish. In the meantime, revive yourselves, abandon fear. With strength and wisdom combined, think nothing is too hard, and certainly don't despair. He finished, and his words brightened their drooping spirits, and revived their faltering hope. Everyone admired the invention, each wondering how they hadn't thought of it themselves. It seemed so simple once discovered, though before that most would have thought it impossible. Perhaps in the future, if malice grows among your descendants, someone bent on mischief or inspired by devilish schemes might create a similar device to torment the sons of men for their sins, leading them to war and mutual slaughter. Immediately, they flew from the council to the task. No one hesitated. Countless hands were ready. In an instant, they overturned the wide celestial soil and saw beneath it the raw origins of nature, sulphurous and nitrous forms. They found it, mixed it, and with clever skill they refined and tempered it into the blackest powder, then stored it away. They dug up hidden veins of minerals and stone, for this earth has entrails too, from which they cast their engines and their balls of destructive power. They also prepared reeds to ignite them, deadly with a single touch of fire. So before daybreak, under the cover of night, they secretly completed their work and arranged everything with careful stealth, unnoticed. When the fair morning appeared in the eastern sky, the victorious angels rose, and the morning trumpet sang for them to arm themselves. They stood in their golden armour, a shining host, quickly organised. Others looked around from the dawning hills. The light-armed scouts scoured every coast and quarter to spot the distant enemy, where they were camped, where they had fled, or if they were preparing for battle, whether moving or halting. Soon they met them under spread banners, advancing nearby in a slow but steady battalion. Zophiel, the swiftest winged of the cherubim, flew back with the fastest speed, and cried out loudly in mid-air, "Arm yourselves, warriors, and get ready for battle. The enemy we thought had run away is right here, close to us. They'll spare us a long chase today. Don't be afraid of them retreating. They're advancing in a dense, overwhelming mass, and I can see a grim determination and confidence fixed on their faces. Each of you, strap on your unbreakable armour securely, fasten your helmets tightly, and hold your round shields firmly, whether you carry them low or high. If I'm reading this right, today won't bring a gentle sprinkle, but a fierce storm of arrows tipped with fire." He gave them this warning, and they quickly prepared themselves, in perfect order, without any obstacles slowing them down. They immediately responded to the alarm without hesitation and advanced in battle formation. Then, not far away, they saw the enemy approaching with slow, heavy steps, massive and threatening. The enemy was manoeuvring their sinister war machines in a hollow cube-shaped formation, surrounded on all sides by deep ranks of soldiers casting shadows to hide their deception. Both sides faced each other for a moment, but then Satan suddenly appeared at the front and shouted his orders. "Vanguard, spread the front line out to the right and left, so everyone who hates us can see that we're seeking peace and a resolution. With open hearts, we stand ready to welcome them if they accept our offer and don't stubbornly reject it, but I doubt they will. Let heaven be our witness. Heaven, watch now as we carry out our role freely. Those of you assigned to do this, do what you've been told. Briefly present our proposal and make sure everyone hears it loud and clear." He had barely finished speaking, taunting them with sly double-edged words, when the front line split to the right and left, and the flanks pulled back. This revealed something new and bizarre to our eyes, a triple row of what looked like pillars mounted on wheels. They resembled pillars or hollowed-out tree trunks, maybe oak or fir, with their branches chopped off, cut down in some forest or mountain. They appeared to be made of brass, iron, or stone, but their wide gaping mouths faced us with menacing holes, hinting at a false promise of peace. Behind each one stood a seraph holding a reed tipped with fire, waving it in the air. We stood there, tense and puzzled, lost in thought, but not for long. All at once, they thrust their reeds into the narrow openings and applied them with careful precision. Instantly, everyone erupted in flames. Instantly, everything erupted in flames, though the sky was soon choked with smoke. All of heaven seemed to burst forth from those deep-throated machines, which roared with a deafening blast. The air itself was ripped apart by the outrageous noise, its core torn open, vomiting out their wicked payload, chained thunderbolts and a hail of iron spheres. These slammed into the victorious army with such ferocious force that anyone struck couldn't stay standing, no matter how solid they were otherwise. Thousands fell, angels tumbling over archangels. Their armour only made it worse. If they'd been unarmoured, they could have dodged easily, as spirits do, by shaking or shifting quickly away. But now, they faced total ruin and were forced to retreat. Loosening their tight ranks didn't help. What could they do? If they charged forward, they'd face repeated setbacks and humiliating defeats, making them even more despised and a joke to their enemies. Right in front of them stood another row of seraphim, ready to unleash a second barrage of thunder. Retreating in defeat was something they hated even more. Satan saw their dilemma and called out to his companions, mocking them. "Oh friends, why aren't these proud victors advancing? Just a moment ago, they were charging at us fiercely, and when we, to greet them fairly with open fronts and hearts, what more could we do?" Offered terms of agreement, they suddenly changed their minds. They flew off and started behaving oddly, as if they were dancing, but their dance looked wild and over the top, maybe out of joy for the peace we proposed. I suppose if we repeated our offer, we'd force them to make a quick decision. Belial responded in a similar playful tone. "Leader, the terms we sent were serious and heavy, packed with force and driven home with impact. We could tell they stunned everyone and tripped up many. Anyone who takes them as intended would need to be wise from head to toe to fully grasp them. If they don't understand, they've got another gift. They reveal themselves when they fail to act uprightly." So they stood there among themselves, joking in a light-hearted manner, their confidence soaring beyond any doubt of victory. They assumed their inventions were so simple to match against eternal might, mocking his thunder and ridiculing his entire army while they stood briefly troubled. But their trouble didn't last long. Rage spurred them on, and they found weapons to counter such hellish mischief immediately. Look at the excellence and power God placed in his mighty angels. They threw down their arms and rushed to the hills. Earth gets its variety of hills and valleys from heaven's design. Light as lightning flashes, they ran and flew, wrenching the hills loose from their foundations. They uprooted rocks, water, and woods, lifting them by their rugged peaks and carrying them in their hands. The rebel army was undoubtedly gripped by shock and terror when they saw the mountain's bases turned upside down, coming towards them. Those cursed triple-road machines were buried under the weight of the mountains, along with all their confidence. Next, the rebels themselves were attacked, as massive cliffs were hurled at their heads, casting shadows from the air and crushing entire armoured legions. Their armour only worsened their harm, as it was smashed and crumpled into their very essence, causing relentless pain and many agonizing groans. They struggled for a long time under the weight before they could escape such a prison, even though they were spirits of purest light. At least they were pure at first, now coarsened by sin. The rest of the rebels followed suit, grabbing similar weapons and tearing up nearby hills, so hills collided with hills in the air, hurled back and forth with violent throes, flying in grim darkness underground. The noise was infernal. Compared to this uproar, war seemed like a civilized game. Chaos piled upon chaos, and all of heaven would have been ruined, covered in wreckage, if the Almighty Father, seated securely in his heavenly sanctuary, hadn't foreseen this tumult. Consulting on the state of all things, he permitted it deliberately so that his great purpose could be fulfilled, to honour his anointed Son, who would take vengeance on his enemies and show that all power had been transferred to him. From his throne he spoke to his Son, the assessor at his side, radiance of my glory, beloved Son, in whose face the invisible essence of my divinity is visibly seen, and in whose hand my decrees are carried out, second only to omnipotence. 2 days have passed, as we measure days in heaven, since Michael and his forces went out to subdue these disobedient rebels. Their fight has been intense, as expected when 2 such powerful enemies meet in battle. I left them to their own devices, as you know, for they were created equal except for what sin has damaged. Though that damage has been subtle since I've held back their final judgment. Because of this, their battle must go on endlessly with no resolution. War has done all it can, and now it's been unleashed into wild chaos, with mountains used as weapons, creating dangerous havoc in heaven. 2 days have passed, so the 3rd is yours. I've set it aside for you and allowed this conflict to go on so that the glory of ending this great war will be yours, since only you can end it. Hell, their fitting home, was filled with unquenchable fire, a place of sorrow and pain. Heaven, relieved of its burden, rejoiced and quickly repaired the breach in its walls, restoring what had been opened. The sole victor, Messiah, turned his triumphal chariot from the expulsion of his foes. I've poured immense virtue and grace into you, so that everyone in heaven and hell will know your unmatched power. By governing this perverse uprising, you'll prove yourself worthy to be the heir of all things, to be king by sacred anointing, your rightful place. Go then, mightiest in your father's strength, climb into my chariot, steer its swift wheels that shake the foundations of heaven, and bring out all my weapons of war. Strap on my almighty armour, my bow, my thunder, and place my sword on your powerful thigh. Chase these sons of darkness out of heaven's boundaries into the deepest abyss. There let them learn, as they see fit, to despise God and his anointed King, Messiah. He spoke, and his Son, bathed in direct rays of light, fully reflected his Father's essence, receiving it inexpressibly into his face. The filial Godhead responded, O Father, supreme among heaven's thrones, first, highest, holiest, best, you always seek to glorify your Son, and I always seek to glorify you, as is right. This is my glory, my exultation, and my complete joy, that you are pleased with me, and declare your will fulfilled, which is my entire happiness. I take up the sceptre and power you've given me, and I'll gladly return them when in the end you become all in all, and I am in you forever, along with all those you love. But those you hate, I hate too, and I can take on your terrors just as I take on your gentleness, reflecting you in everything. Soon, armed with your might, I'll rid heaven of these rebels, driving them down to their prepared wretched home, bound in chains of darkness with the undying worm, those who could revolt against your just command, when to obey you is perfect happiness. Then your saints, pure and separate from the corrupt, will circle your holy mountain, singing sincere hallelujahs and hymns of high praise, with me among them as their leader. He said this, bowed over his sceptre, and rose from the right hand of glory where he sat. The third sacred morning began to shine, dawning across heaven. The chariot of the Father's divinity rushed out with a whirlwind's roar, flashing with thick flames, wheels spinning within wheels, moving on its own by the spirit within it, but guided by 4 cherubic figures. Each had 4 wondrous faces, their bodies and wings covered with star-like eyes, and the beryl wheels were also set with eyes, with darting fires between them. Above their head was a crystal dome, on which sat a sapphire throne inlaid with pure amber and coloured like a rainbow. He climbed aboard, fully armed in radiant, divinely crafted armour of Urim. Victory, eagle-winged, sat at his right hand, while his bow and quiver, stockaded with 3-bolted thunder, hung beside him. Fierce clouds of smoke, flickering flames, and dire sparks billowed around him. He was accompanied by 10,000 saints, and his coming shone from afar. I heard there were 20,000 chariots of God, half on each side. He rode sublime on the wings of cherubim, enthroned in sapphire on the crystalline sky, illustrious far and wide. His own forces saw him first, and unexpected joy overwhelmed them when Messiah's great banner blazed aloft, carried by angels as his sign in heaven. Under his command, Michael quickly reorganized his army, spread out on both wings, united as one under their leader. Divine power cleared the way before him. At his command, the uprooted hills returned to their places, obediently following his voice. Heaven's face was restored, and the hills and valleys bloomed with fresh flowers. His unfortunate enemies saw this but stood stubborn, rallying their forces for a rebellious fight, foolishly finding hope in their despair. Could such perversity exist in heavenly spirits? But what signs or wonders could soften the stubborn or convince the proud to yield? What might have reformed them only hardened them further. They grieved at his glory, grew envious of his greatness, and aspiring to his place, reformed their fierce battle lines, hoping through force or trickery to succeed against God and Messiah, or, at the very least, fall in total ruin. Now they prepared for the final battle, refusing to flee or retreat weakly. Then the great Son of God spoke to his entire army on both sides. Stand firm in your radiant ranks, you saints, you armed angels. Today you rest from battle. Your warfare has been faithful, accepted by God, fearless in his righteous cause. Just as you received his strength, you have fought invincibly. But the punishment of this cursed crew is not your task. It belongs to another hand. Vengeance is his, or for whomever he alone appoints. This day's work doesn't call for numbers or vast forces. Simply stand and witness God's wrath poured out on these godless rebels through me. They haven't despised you, but me, yet they envy me. All their rage is aimed at me, because the Father, to whom supreme kingdom, power, and glory belong in heaven, has honoured me according to his will. Thenceforth he has assigned their judgment to me, so they may have their wish to test their strength against mine in battle, all of them against me alone. They measure everything by strength, caring nothing for other virtues, uninterested in who surpasses them in anything else. I won't stoop to any other conflict with them. The sun spoke, and his face transformed into something too fearsome to look at, filled with wrath directed at his enemies. At once the 4 cherubim spread their starry wings, casting a dreadful, continuous shadow. The wheels of his fierce chariot roared like rushing floodwaters or a vast army. He drove straight at his godless foes, dark as night. The solid heavens shook beneath his burning wheels, all except God's throne itself. He reached them quickly, grasping 10,000 thunderbolts in his right hand, which he hurled ahead of him. These struck plagues into their souls, leaving them stunned, their resistance and courage gone. Their useless weapons fell as he rode over shields, helmets, and helmeted heads of thrones and mighty seraphim, now lying flat, wishing the mountains could once again be thrown over them to shield them from his anger. His arrows rained down fiercely from both sides, shot by the 4-faced cherubim, each distinct with countless eyes, and from the living wheels, also covered in eyes. One spirit guided them, and every eye glared lightning, shooting deadly fires among the cursed rebels. This withered their strength, leaving them drained, exhausted, spiritless, and defeated. Yet he held back half his power, restraining his thunder mid-volley, for his intent was not to destroy, but to uproot them from heaven. He lifted the fallen and, like a herd of goats, or a frightened flock, drove them thunderstruck before him, pursued by terrors and furies to the crystal walls of heaven's boundary. The walls opened wide, rolling inward, revealing a vast gap into the desolate abyss. The monstrous sight horrified them, pushing them back, but the force behind them was far worse. They threw themselves headlong from heaven's edge, with eternal wrath burning after them into the bottomless pit. Hell heard the unbearable noise and saw heaven collapsing from heaven, wanting to flee in fear. But its dark foundations were too deeply set, its bonds too strong, as fate had fixed them. For 9 days they fell. Chaos roared in confusion, feeling 10 times the disorder in their massive rout, overwhelmed by the wreckage. At last hell yawned open, swallowing them whole, and closing over them. All his saints, who had stood silently watching his mighty acts, advanced with jubilation to meet him. Shaded by branching palms, each shining order sang of triumph, celebrating him as the victorious king, son, heir, and lord, to whom dominion was given, the worthiest to reign. He rode triumphantly through the heart of heaven into the courts and temples of his mighty father, enthroned on high. His father received him into glory, where he now sits at the right hand of bliss. So, measuring heavenly things by earthly terms at your request, so you may learn from the past, I have revealed to you what might otherwise have been hidden from humanity. The discord that arose, the war in heaven among the angelic powers, and the profound fall of those who aspired too high, rebelling with Satan. He who now envies your state is plotting to seduce you from obedience, so that, stripped of happiness, you might share his punishment, eternal misery. That would be his sole comfort and revenge, a spiteful act against the Most High, to gain you as a companion in his suffering. But don't listen to his temptations. Warn your weaker partner, and let this terrible example of disobedience's consequences guide you. They could have stood firm, yet they fell. Remember this, and fear to disobey. Come down from heaven, Urania, if that's truly your name, your divine voice guiding me to soar above the Olympian heights, beyond the reach of Pegasus's wings. I call not just your name, but your essence. You, who aren't one of the 9 muses, or a dweller on ancient Olympus, but a heavenly being, born before hills rose or fountains flowed. You conversed with eternal wisdom, your sister, and together You played in the presence of the Almighty Father, delighting him with your celestial song. Led by you, I, an earthly guest, dared to enter the highest heaven, breathing its pure air, tempered by your grace. Now guide me safely back to my mortal realm, lest I, like Bellerophon, fall from this unbridled steed and wander lost on desolate fields. Half my song remains, now bound to the earthly sphere, standing on solid ground, not lifted beyond the stars. I sing with a human voice, unchanged despite evil days, cruel tongues, darkness, and dangers that surround me in solitude. Yet I'm not alone, for you visit my dreams each night, or when dawn paints the east purple. Govern my song, Urania, and find me an audience, however small. Keep far away the chaotic noise of Bacchus and his wild revellers, the savage mob who tore apart the Thracian bard in Rhodope, where even woods and rocks listened in rapture until their clamour drowned his harpened voice. The muse couldn't save her son, but you, heavenly one, don't fail me now. You're no empty dream. Tell me, goddess, what happened after Raphael, the gracious archangel, warned Adam with dire examples to avoid rebellion, recounting the fate of heaven's apostates to prevent the same in paradise. He cautioned Adam and his descendants not to touch the forbidden tree, a simple command so easily followed amid countless other delights to satisfy their wandering appetites. Adam and Eve listened intently, filled with awe and deep contemplation at tales of things so lofty and strange. Hatred in heaven, war so close to God's blissful peace, chaos clashing with blessedness. The evil was driven back, rebounding like a flood on those who caused it, unable to coexist with divine joy. Adam's doubts soon faded, and still sinless, he burned with a desire to know more about what concerned him, how this world of heaven and earth began, when and why it was created, and what happened in and around Eden before his memory. Like one whose thirst is barely quenched, he gazed at the flowing stream, its murmurs sparking new questions, and so he spoke to his heavenly guest. You've revealed wonders, divine interpreter, things far beyond this world, sent from heaven to warn us of what we could lose, truths human knowledge couldn't grasp. For this we owe infinite thanks to the boundless good, and vowed to honour his sovereign will, the purpose of our being. Since you've kindly shared truths beyond earthly thoughts, yet vital for us to know, please now speak of humbler things that may still serve us. How this vast heaven, adorned with countless moving fires, first began. How this air, embracing our flourishing earth, came to be. What moved the Creator in his eternal rest to build in chaos so late, and how swiftly his work was done. If permitted, reveal this, not to pry into the secrets of his eternal realm, but to magnify his works through greater understanding. The sun still has much of its steep course to run, held in heaven by your powerful voice, eager to hear of creation, and nature's rise from the unseen depths. Even if the evening star and moon hasten to listen, night will bring silence, and sleep itself will stay awake for you. Or we can hold back the dawn until your song ends. So Adam earnestly asked his radiant guest. The godlike angel answered gently, "Your cautious request is granted." Though no words of seraph or human heart can fully capture the Almighty's works, I'll share what you can grasp, what best glorifies the Maker and brings you joy. I'm commissioned from above to satisfy your desire for knowledge within limits. Don't seek beyond, nor let your own imaginings chase what the omniscient King keeps hidden in night, unrevealed to earth or heaven. There's enough left to explore and know. Knowledge, like food, requires temperance over appetite. Know only what the mind can hold, or wisdom turns to folly, like nourishment to wind. Know then, after Lucifer, once brighter than the brightest star among angels, fell from heaven with his flaming legions into the deep, the great sun returned victorious with his saints. The eternal Father, from his throne, saw their multitude and spoke to his Son. Our envious enemy has failed, believing all would rebel like him. He hoped to seize this impregnable stronghold, the seat of supreme divinity, and drive us out with the help of many that he had led astray, those who no longer have a place here. Yet I see the vast majority have held their positions, and heaven remains populous, with enough to fill its vast realms and attend this sacred temple with due reverence and solemn rites, lest our foe's heart swell with pride over the harm he's done, thinking he's depopulated heaven, a loss he foolishly imagines. I can repair the damage. If losing those who damned themselves is a loss at all, I will, in a moment, create another world. From one man I'll raise a countless race of men to dwell there, not here, until, through long obedience and proven merit, they earn their way upward, transforming earth into heaven and heaven into earth, united in one eternal kingdom of joy and unity. For now, dwell freely, powers of heaven. And you, my begotten Son, by my word fulfill this task. Speak, and it shall be done. My overshadowing spirit and might go with you. Ride forth and command the deep to form heaven and earth within set bounds. The deep is boundless because I, who fill infinity, am boundless, and no void exists in my presence. Though I, unconfined, withdraw and freely choose when to act, neither necessity nor chance sways me. My will is fate. So spoke the Almighty, and his word, the divine Son, brought it to pass. God's acts are instant, swifter than time or motion, but to human ears they must be described in sequence, as mortal minds can grasp. Heaven erupted in triumphant joy when the Almighty's will was declared. The hierarchies sang glory to the Most High, proclaiming goodwill to future men, and peace in their homes. They praised him whose just wrath expelled the ungodly from his sight and the dwelling of the righteous, whose wisdom turned evil into good, creating a better race to fill the void left by the fallen, spreading his goodness across worlds and ages without end. Meanwhile, the Son set out on his great mission, clothed in omnipotence, crowned with radiant divine majesty, wisdom, and boundless love, reflecting all his Father's glory. Countless cherubim, seraphim, potentates, thrones, and winged virtues poured around his chariot, his celestial chariot from God's ancient armoury, stored between two bronze mountains for a solemn day, ready and alive with spirit, attending their Lord. Heaven's eternal gates swung wide, their golden hinges sounding in harmony, to release the King of Glory, his powerful word and spirit to create new worlds. On heavenly ground they stood and gazed at the vast immeasurable abyss, wild and turbulent as a stormy sea, its depths churned by fierce winds and towering waves, as if mountains rose to assault heaven's heights, mixing pole and centre. Silence, troubled waves, and you, deep, be at peace, said the all-creating word, ending their discord. Without pause, borne on cherubim's wings, he rode in paternal glory far into chaos and the unborn world. Chaos heard his voice, and his radiant procession followed to witness creation and the wonders of his might. The fervent wheels halted, and in his hand he took the golden compasses, prepared in God's eternal store, to define the universe and all created things. Planting one foot at the centre, he turned the other through the vast obscure depths, declaring, "Extend this far. Here are your bounds, O world." Thus God created heaven and earth, shaping unformed, empty matter. Deep darkness covered the abyss, but the Spirit of God spread brooding wings over the watery calm, infusing vital warmth and virtue into the fluid mass. Downward he purged the cold infernal dregs hostile to life, then sorted like to like, dispersing the rest to their places. Air was spun out between, and the earth, self-balanced, hung on its centre. "Let there be light," God declared, and instantly pure ethereal light, the first creation, sprang from the depths. It began its journey from the east, cutting through the dim air, wrapped in a radiant cloud, for the sun did not yet exist. Light dwelled in a cloudy tent. God saw that the light was good, and separated it from darkness, dividing the hemisphere. Light he named day, and darkness night. Thus the first day, evening and morning, was complete. The celestial choirs celebrated, singing as they saw light rise from darkness, marking the birthday of heaven and earth. With joy and shouts they filled the universe's hollow orb, strumming golden harps, praising God and his works, singing of the Creator at both evening's dawn and morning's first light. Then God said, "Let there be a firmament amid the waters to separate them." He created the firmament, a vast expanse of pure transparent air, stretching to the outermost edge of this great sphere, firmly dividing the waters below from those above. Just as he built the earth on calm, encircling waters, he kept the wild chaos far away to prevent its extremes from disturbing the new creation. He named the firmament heaven, and the evening and morning chorus marked the second day. The earth was formed, but still lay unborn, wrapped in waters, an immature embryo yet to emerge. Oceans flowed over its surface, not idle but warm and fertile, softening the globe, preparing the Great Mother to conceive, saturated with life-giving moisture. God commanded, "Let the waters under the heaven gather into one place, and let dry land appear." At once massive mountains rose, their bare backs heaving into the clouds, their peaks touching the sky. As high as the hills swelled, deep hollows sank below, forming vast basins for the waters. The waters rushed eagerly, rolling together like drops on dry dust, some rising in crystal walls or ridges in their haste, as if answering a trumpet's call to an army's standard. Waves followed waves, surging through plains with gentle flow, or crashing down steep slopes in torrents. Neither rock nor hill could stop them. They carved paths underground, or wandering wide, snake-like through the muddy ooze, cutting deep channels before God commanded the ground to be dry, except where rivers now flow, endlessly drawing their streams. God named the dry land earth, and the gathered waters seas, seeing that it was good. Then he said, "Let the earth sprout green grass, seed-bearing herbs, and fruit trees bearing fruit with seeds within." No sooner had he spoken than the barren, unadorned earth burst forth with tender grass, clothing its face in vibrant green. Herbs of every kind bloomed in a riot of colours, filling the air with sweet scents. Vines clustered thickly, gourds crept along, and sturdy corn stood like soldiers in the field. Humble shrubs and tangled bushes rose, followed by stately trees, spreading branches heavy with fruit, or sparkling with blossoms. High wood crowned the hills, tufts of green lined the valleys and fountain sides, and long borders traced the rivers. The earth now seemed like heaven, a place where gods might dwell or wander in delight, drawn to its sacred groves. Though God had not yet seen rain, nor was there a man to till the soil, a dewy mist rose from the earth, watering the ground and every plant God had made before it grew on its green stem. He saw it was good, and so evening and morning marked the third day. The Almighty spoke again, "Let there be lights in the vast expanse of heaven to separate day from night. Let them serve as signs for seasons, days, and years, and let them shine in the firmament to light the earth." And it was so. God created two great lights for humanity's use, the larger to govern the day, the smaller to rule the night, alternating with it. He also made the stars and set them in the firmament to illuminate the earth, to govern day and night, and to divide light from darkness. Surveying his work, God saw that it was good. First he shaped the sun, a mighty sphere, initially unlit, though formed of ethereal substance. Then he crafted the moon, round and glowing, and scattered stars across the heavens like seeds in a field. He took most of the light, drawn from its cloudy shrine, and placed it in the sun's orb, designed to absorb and hold this liquid light, now a grand palace of radiance. Other stars, like the morning planet, drew light from the sun, their faint glow enhanced by its reflection, though dimmed to human eyes by their vast distance. The glorious sun, regnant of day, rose in the east, its bright rays enveloping the horizon, joyfully tracing its path across heaven's high road. The grey dawn and the Pleiades danced before it, casting sweet influence. The moon, less bright, was set opposite in the west, a mirror borrowing its light from the sun, needing no other in that position. It keeps this distance until night, when it rises in the east, shining with countless lesser lights and thousands of stars that spangle the hemisphere. Adorned with these bright luminaries that rise and set, the fourth day was crowned by joyful evening and morning. Then God said, "Let the waters teem with abundant life, creatures with living souls, and let birds fly above the earth across the open firmament." God created great whales and every living creature that moves, which the waters brought forth in abundance, each according to its kind, along with every winged bird of its kind. Seeing it was good, he blessed them, saying, "Be fruitful and multiply, and fill the seas, lakes, and streams. Let birds multiply on the earth." Immediately, every sound and sea, creek and bay, swarmed with countless fish, their fins and shining scales gliding under green waves, schooling in the open seas. Some grazed seaweed pastures alone, or with mates, wandering through coral groves or flashing gold-flecked coats in the sunlight. Others rested in pearly shells, or guarded food under rocks in jointed armour. Seals glided smoothly, and curved dolphins played, while massive creatures, wallowing clumsily, stirred the oceans like a tempest. Leviathan, the largest of all, stretched like a promontory, sleeping or swimming, seeming a moving land, drawing in water through its gills, and spouting a sea from its trunk. Meanwhile, in warm caves, ferns and shores, countless eggs hatched, bursting to reveal fledgling young, soon feathered and soaring high, scorning the ground. Eagles and storks built nests on cliffs and cedar tops. Some birds flew freely across regions, others wisely formed wedge-shaped flocks, aware of seasons, crossing the seas and lands with mutual wings easing their flight, like the prudent crane on its annual journey, borne by winds. The air floated with their countless plumes. Smaller birds hopped from branch to branch, their song comforting the woods, spreading painted wings until evening. Even then, the solemn nightingale sang soft melodies all night. Others bathed downy breasts in silver lakes and rivers. The swan, with arched neck and mantled white wings, rode proudly with oar-like feet, though often they left the water, soaring on swift wings into the sky. On land, the crested rooster's clarion broke the silent hours, and the peacock, adorned with rainbow hues and starry eyes, strutted. Thus, the waters brimmed with fish, the air with birds, and evening and morning solemnized the fifth day. On the sixth and final day of creation, as evening harps and morning songs rang out, God declared, "Let the earth bring forth living creatures of every kind, cattle, creeping things, and beasts of the earth, each according to its kind." The earth obeyed, its fertile womb opening to birth countless creatures, fully formed and grown. From the ground, wild beasts emerged as if from hidden lairs in the forests, thickets, and dens. They rose in pairs among the trees, walking together. Cattle grazed in green fields and meadows, some solitary, others in flocks or broad herds, springing up at once. The grassy earth birthed the tawny lion, pouring to free its hindquarters, then leaping as if breaking bonds, shaking its brindled mane. The ants, leopard, and tiger rose, tossing crumbled earth into hillocks, as did the swift stag, its antlers piercing the soil. Behemoth, the largest of earth's creatures, heaved its massive bulk upwards. Flocks of fleecy sheep rose bleating like plants, while the river horse and scaly crocodile, ambiguous between sea and land, appeared. At once, every creeping thing emerged, insects and worms, some waving delicate wings like fans, adorned in summer's colours of gold, purple, azure, and green. They trailed across the ground in sinuous lines, not all tiny. Some serpents, vast in length and girth, coiled their snaky folds, some even sprouting wings. The thrifty ant, provident for the future, carried a large heart in its small frame, perhaps a model of equality for later societies. Swarms of female bees appeared, feeding their drones and building waxen cells filled with honey. Countless others followed, their natures known to you who named them, needing no repeat here. Even the serpent, the subtlest beast of the field, sometimes vast with brazen eyes and sometimes hairy mane, was not harmful to you, but obedient to your call. Heaven now shone in all its glory, moving as the great first mover sets its course. Earth, dressed in rich beauty, smiled radiantly. Air, water, and earth teemed with birds flying, fish swimming, and beasts walking. Yet the sixth day was not complete. The masterwork, the culmination of all creation, was still to come. A creature unlike the others, not prone or brute, but endowed with the sanctity of reason. This creature would stand upright, serene, governing the rest, self-aware, and noble enough to connect with heaven, yet grateful to acknowledge the source of its blessing. With heart, voice, and eyes turned in devotion, it would worship and adore the supreme God who made it chief of all his works. Thus the omnipotent eternal Father, ever present, spoke audibly to his Son. The Almighty declared, "Let us make humankind in our image, like us, to rule over the fish of the seas, the birds of the air, the beasts of the field, and every creeping thing on the ground." With that he formed you, Adam, O man, from the dust of the earth, breathing life into your nostrils, creating you in his own image, a living soul. He made you male and your partner female for the continuation of your kind. Then he blessed humanity, saying, Be fruitful, multiply, fill the earth, subdue it, and hold dominion over the fish, birds, and every living creature that moves on the earth. Wherever you were created, no place yet named, he brought you to this delightful grove, a garden planted with divine trees, beautiful to see, and delicious to taste. He gave you the pleasant fruit for food, an endless variety of all the earth yields. But he warned, Do not eat from the tree that grants knowledge of good and evil. The day you eat it, you will die. Death is the penalty. Control your appetite, lest sin and its dark companion death overtake you. With that he finished his creation, looked upon all he had made, and saw it was entirely good. So evening and morning completed the 6th day. Yet the Creator, though tireless, ceased his work and returned to the highest heaven, his lofty abode, to view this new world, an addition to his empire. From his throne he saw its goodness and beauty, fulfilling his grand vision, accompanied by the harmonious sound of 10,000 harps playing angelic melodies. He ascended, the earth and air resounding. You remember, for you heard it. The heavens and constellations rang, planets paused in their orbits, listening as the glorious procession rose in jubilation. The angels sang, Open, eternal gates, open heavens, your living doors, and let the great Creator enter, returning magnificent from his 6 days' work, a world. They sang for the gates to open often, for God would delight in visiting the homes of just men, sending his winged messengers on errands of divine grace. Through heaven's blazing portal he led the way to God's eternal house, a broad road paved with stars like the Milky Way you see nightly, dusted with countless stars. On earth, the 7th evening rose in Eden as the sun set and twilight crept from the east, heralding night. At the holy mount, atop heaven's imperial throne, fixed forever, the Son arrived and sat with his great Father, who, though invisible, remained ever present. Such is his omnipresence. The work ordained, the author and end of all things, now rested, blessing and hallowing the 7th day as a day of rest from all his work. But it was not a silent rest. Harps played, the solemn pipes and dulcimer sounded, and all sweet-toned instruments, strings, and golden wires wove soft melodies, blended with choral or solo voices. Clouds of incense rose from golden censers, veiling the mount. They sang of creation's 6 days, proclaiming, Great are your works, Jehovah, infinite your power. No thought can measure you, no tongue fully describe you. Your return now surpasses even your victory over the rebel angels. That day your thunders roared, but to create is greater than to destroy. Who can weaken you, mighty king, or limit your empire? The proud schemes of fallen spirits, who fought to diminish you and reduce your worshippers, you easily repelled. Those who try to lessen you only reveal your might more clearly. You turn their evil to create good things. Witness this new world, another heaven, not far from heaven's gate, founded on the clear glassy sea, vast and filled with countless stars, each perhaps a world destined for habitation, though you alone know their seasons. Among them is the seat of humankind, earth, encircled by its lower ocean, a pleasant dwelling place. Thrice blessed are men and their descendants, whom God has elevated, created in his image to dwell and worship him, rewarded with rule over his works on earth, in sea, and air, to multiply a race of holy and just worshippers, thrice blessed if they recognize their happiness and remain upright. So they sang, and the heavens rang with hallelujahs, marking the Sabbath. Your request to know how this world and its order began and what happened before your memory from the beginning is now fulfilled, so future generations may know through you. If you seek anything else within human understanding, then speak." The angel finished speaking, and his voice lingered in Adam's ears, so captivating that Adam stood still, half expecting more words. Then, as if waking from a dream, Adam responded with heartfelt gratitude. "What thanks or repayment could ever match your gift, divine storyteller? You've quenched my thirst for knowledge, graciously sharing truths I could never have uncovered alone. I'm filled with wonder and joy, and I give glory to the Creator. Yet a question lingers, one only you can answer. When I look at this magnificent world made of heaven and earth and consider its vastness, the earth a mere speck, a grain, an atom compared to the boundless sky and its countless stars, which seem to sweep through unimaginable distances, returning each day to light this small, opaque earth for just a day and a night, I wonder, why would wise and prudent nature create such disproportion, crafting so many grand bodies, far greater in number and size, just to serve this one purpose? They endlessly revolve, while the idle earth, which could achieve its purpose with far less effort, sits still, served by these nobler beings. It receives their light and warmth, a tribute brought by their tireless, incalculable speed." Adam spoke, his face showing he was lost in deep, complex thought. Noticing this from where she sat nearby, Eve rose graciously from her seat, her presence so majestic yet humble that anyone who saw her would wish she would stay. She walked out among her fruits and flowers, tending to her garden, her nursery, where her plants seemed to spring to life at her approach, thriving under her gentle care. She didn't leave because she couldn't grasp or enjoy the lofty conversation. Far from it. She preferred to hear such matters from Adam, her sole storyteller, whose words she cherished over the angels. She knew Adam would weave in tender asides, resolving grand debates with loving gestures, not just words, which warmed her heart. When do we now see such couples united in love and mutual respect? With a goddess-like grace, Eve moved forward, not alone, for her charm and elegance drew every eye, sparking a quiet longing to keep her in sight. Raphael, kind and approachable, turned to Adam's question and began to reply. Raphael responded gently to Adam's curiosity. "I don't blame you for questioning or seeking answers. Heaven is like an open book from God, laid out before you to study his marvellous works, his seasons, his hours, his days, his months, or his years. Whether the heavens move or the earth does, it doesn't matter, as long as you reason correctly. The great architect wisely hid the rest from humans and angels alike, keeping his secrets beyond our scrutiny. We should marvel rather than probe too deeply. If some choose to speculate, God left the structure of the heavens open to their debates, perhaps to chuckle at their quirky theories later, when they try to map the skies, calculate the stars' paths, and wrestle with the cosmos' vast framework. They'll sketch out complex models, cycles, epicycles, orbits within orbits to explain what they see. From your questions, I can tell you're meant to guide your descendants. You wonder why brighter, grander bodies should serve this dimmer, smaller earth, or why the heavens race through such vast journeys while the earth sits still, reaping all the benefits. But consider this. Greatness or brightness doesn't mean superiority. The earth, tiny and unglamorous compared to the heavens, might hold more true goodness than the barren sun, whose rays only gain purpose when they touch the fertile earth, sparking life. Those bright stars aren't just serving the earth, they're serving you, its inhabitant. The vast sweep of the heavens reflects the Creator's magnificence, stretching far beyond human reach, reminding you that this world isn't yours alone. It's a grand structure, too vast for you to fill, with you occupying just a small corner, the rest reserved for purposes known only to God. As for the star's dizzying speed, chalk it up to his omnipotence, granting near spiritual swiftness to physical things. You don't think I'm slow, do you? I left God's presence in heaven this morning and reached Eden by midday, a distance no number can measure. I'm not saying the heavens definitely move to prove your doubts wrong. It just seems that way to you, living here on earth. God placed heaven so far from earth to keep his ways beyond human grasp, so our eyes don't misjudge things too lofty to understand. What if the sun is the world's centre, with stars dancing around it, pulled by its force and their own? Their paths, sometimes high, sometimes low, hidden, forward, backward, or still, might include the earth itself, steady as it seems, moving in three subtle ways that you can't perceive. Or perhaps the earth spins eastward to meet the day, dodging the sun's rays to greet the night, reflecting light to the moon, which might shine on its own lands, fields, and creatures. Those spots you see on the moon could be clouds, bringing rain to soften its soil for inhabitants to grow food. Other suns, with their moons, might share light, male and female, animating the cosmos, each orb perhaps home to life. Why should such vast spaces in nature lie empty, shining only to cast faint light here? This world returns light to them, and the exchange is worth pondering. But whether things work out this way or not, whether the sun rises on the east or the earth on the sun, whether it blazes from the east or glides silently from the west, don't trouble yourself with hidden mysteries. Leave them to God, serve him, and fear him. Let him decide the fate of other creatures, wherever they are. Find joy in what he has given you, this paradise, your lovely Eve. Heaven's affairs are too high for you to grasp. Be humbly wise, focus on what concerns your own existence, and don't dream of other worlds or their beings. Be content with what's been revealed about the earth and the highest heaven. Adam, his doubts resolved, responded with clarity. You've completely satisfied my questions, pure and serene heavenly messenger. You've freed me from tangled thoughts and shown me the simplest way to live, without letting complicated ideas disrupt the sweetness of life. God has told us to keep anxious worries far away and not let them trouble us unless we invite them in with aimless, empty notions. The mind loves to wander unchecked, and its roaming knows no bounds until a warning or experience teaches it otherwise. True wisdom lies in understanding what's right in front of us in daily life, not chasing distant, obscure, or subtle things. Anything beyond that is just vapour, emptiness, or foolish distraction, leaving us unprepared and lost in matters that truly matter. So let's step down from these lofty thoughts and talk about practical things at hand, which might lead to questions worth asking, if you'll kindly indulge me as you always do. I've heard you tell of events before my time. Now let me share my story, which you may not have heard. The day's not over yet, and you see how I'm cleverly keeping you here, inviting you to listen as I speak. It would be foolish if I didn't hope for your response. Sitting with you feels like being in heaven, and your words are sweeter to me than the tastiest palm fruit to a thirsty, hungry soul after a hard day's work. Those fruits satisfy and fill quickly, pleasant as they are, but your divinely graced words bring a sweetness that never grows old. Raphael responded with gentle warmth. Your words are far from ungraceful, Father of humanity, nor is your speech lacking in eloquence. God has poured his gifts on you generously, both inwardly and outwardly, shaping you in his fair image. Whether you speak or remain silent, grace and charm accompany your every word and gesture. In heaven we think no less of you here on earth than we do of our fellow angels. We eagerly explore how God works with humankind, seeing how he has honoured you and shown you love equal to his angels. So go on, tell your story. I wasn't there that day as it happened. I was sent on a strange and distant mission towards the gates of hell, leading a full legion as ordered. Your task was to ensure no spy or enemy slipped out while God was creating, lest some bold intrusion anger him and mix destruction with his work. Not that they'd dare act without his permission, but he sends us on such missions to uphold his sovereignty and strengthen our obedience. We found the grim gates tightly sealed and strongly barred. Long before we arrived, we heard sounds from within, not of dance or song, but of torment, loud wails, and furious rage. We returned gladly to the realm of light before the Sabbath evening, as instructed. Now I'm listening, just as pleased with your words as you are with mine. Raphael, the divine being, spoke, and Adam, our ancestor, responded. It's hard for a human to explain how life began. How could anyone know their own origin? My desire to keep talking with you pushed me to share this. I woke as if from the deepest sleep, lying softly on a bed of flowery grass, covered in a gentle sweat that the sun's rays soon dried, drawing up the dampness. I turned my wondering eyes to the vast sky, and stared until a sudden instinct urged me to spring up, striving towards the heavens. Standing upright, I looked around and saw hills, valleys, shady woods, sunny plains, and murmuring streams. Creatures that lived and moved, walking, flying, or singing, surrounded me. Birds warbled in the branches, and everything smiled with fragrance, filling my heart with joy. I examined myself limb by limb and moved, sometimes walking, sometimes running, with ease and energy, but I didn't know who I was, where I was, or why I existed. I tried to speak, and words came effortlessly. My tongue named everything that I saw. Sun, I said, beautiful light, and you, vibrant earth, so fresh and joyful. You hills, valleys, rivers, woods, plains, and living creatures. Tell me, if you saw, how did I come to be here? Not by my own doing, but by some great maker, supreme in goodness and power. Tell me how I can know him, how to honour him, from whom I have this life, this movement, this happiness greater than I can grasp. As I called out, wandering without direction from the place where I first breathed and saw this joyful light, no answer came. I sat pensively on a green, flower-covered bank, and a gentle sleep overtook me, softly dulling my senses. Troubled, I thought I was slipping back into nothingness, about to dissolve. Then, suddenly, a dream appeared in my head, stirring my imagination to believe I still existed and lived. A divine figure came to me, saying, "Rise, Adam. Your home awaits you, first man, destined to be the father of countless others. I'm here to guide you to your blissful garden, your prepared seat." He took my hand, lifted me, and led me smoothly over fields and waters, as if gliding through air, to a wooded mountain with a flat, open summit. It was a wide enclosed space filled with the finest trees, walks, and bowers, so beautiful that the earth I'd seen before seemed barely pleasant in comparison. Each tree was heavy, with tempting fruit that sparked a sudden urge to pick and eat. I woke, and everything was real, just as my dream had vividly shown. My wandering would have continued if my divine guide hadn't appeared from among the trees, radiating presence. Overwhelmed with joy and awe, I fell at his feet in worship. He lifted me gently and said, "I am the one you sought, the creator of all you see above, around, and below. This paradise is yours to tend and keep, and you may freely eat its fruit with a glad heart. There's no shortage here, but the tree that brings knowledge of good and evil, which I've placed in the garden by the tree of life as a test of your obedience and faith, avoid its fruit. I warn you, don't taste it, or face the bitter consequences. Know this, the day you eat it, breaking my sole command, you will surely die, become mortal, and lose this happy state, cast out into a world of sorrow and pain." His stern warning echoed fearfully in my ears, though I chose not to disobey. Soon his kind expression returned, and he spoke with gracious intent. "Not only this garden, but all the earth is yours and your descendants. Possess it as lords, along with all that lives on land, in the sea, or in the air, beasts, fish, and birds. As a sign, every bird and beast will come to you, each in their kind, to receive their names from you, and offer their humble loyalty. The fish, bound by their watery home, can't come, since they cannot breathe this thinner air." As he spoke, the animals approached in pairs, bowing low with gentle gestures, and the birds swooped down gracefully. I named them as they passed, instantly understanding their nature, a knowledge God suddenly granted me. But in all this, I still felt something missing, and so I boldly spoke to the heavenly vision. Adam spoke boldly to the divine presence. "By what name should I call you, who surpasses all creatures, humanity, and anything greater? How can I worship you, creator of this universe and all the good given to humankind? You've provided everything so generously for our well-being, but I see no one to share it with. What happiness can there be in solitude? Even with all this abundance, how can I find contentment alone?" The radiant vision, brightening as with a smile, responded, "What do you call solitude? Isn't the earth filled with countless living creatures, and the air alive with them too? They're all yours to command, ready to come and interact with you. Don't you understand their ways and their language? They're capable of reason, not to be dismissed lightly. Find companionship with them, and rule over them. Your domain is vast." The Lord of all creation spoke, affirming this order. Adam, seeking permission to speak, and with humblest respect, replied, "Please don't be offended by my words, heavenly power, my creator. Be gracious as I speak. Haven't you made me your representative here, placing all these creatures far below me? How can there be true companionship, harmony, or joy among unequals? Real connection requires mutual give and take, balance and reciprocity. When one side is too intense and the other too detached, it doesn't work for either. It becomes tiresome for both. I'm talking about a kind of fellowship I long for, something suitable to share in thoughtful, meaningful joy. Animals can't be that partner for a human. They find happiness only with their own kind, lion with lioness, as you've so perfectly paired them. A bird can't truly connect with a beast, nor a fish with a bird, and an ape with an ox is even less fitting. Worst of all is the idea of a human with an animal, the least compatible of all." The Almighty responded, not displeased, "I see you're seeking a refined and subtle kind of happiness, Adam, in choosing your companion. You won't find joy, even surrounded by pleasures, if you're alone. But what do you think of me and my state? Do I seem content to you, or not? I exist alone, from all eternity, with no one equal to me, or even close. Who do I have to share conversation with, except the creatures I've made, who are infinitely further below me than any creature is to you? He fell silent, and I responded humbly. Human thoughts can never fully grasp the vastness and depth of your eternal ways, Supreme Being. You are perfect in yourself, without any flaw, but man is different, limited in degree, driven by a desire to connect with others like himself, to ease his shortcomings. You, already infinite, have no need to create more. You are complete, absolute in all ways, yet singular. Man, however, reveals his imperfection through numbers, seeking to multiply his image, his kind, yet still lacking unity, needing mutual love and deep friendship. Though you dwell in solitude, you are content in your own company, not seeking social bonds. Yet in your pleasure, you can elevate your creation to whatever heights of union or divine connection you choose. I, through mere conversation, cannot lift others from their lowly state, or find satisfaction in their ways. Emboldened, I spoke freely, and my words were graciously received, prompting a response from the divine, merciful voice. I have tested you this far, Adam, and I'm pleased with what I see. You've shown not only your knowledge of the animals, naming them all appropriately, but also a deep understanding of yourself. You've clearly expressed the free and thoughtful spirit within you, which reflects my own image, something not shared with the animals. That's why it makes sense that you found no real companionship among them, and rightly felt they were not suitable partners for you. I knew even before you spoke that it wasn't good for man to be alone. The creatures you saw were brought before you only as a test, to see how you would judge what was right and fitting. What I bring you next, I promise, will please you, a being like yourself, your perfect companion, your equal and counterpart, just as your heart desires. He stopped speaking, or perhaps I simply stopped hearing. My human mind, which had been holding up under his divine presence for a long time, finally gave in, under the intensity of that heavenly conversation. Like someone overwhelmed by something too wonderful for the senses, I grew faint, and fell into a kind of sleep, as if nature herself had come to help me rest. My eyes closed, but the inner eye of imagination remained open. Though asleep, I had a vision. I saw myself lying there, and standing before me was that same glorious being I had just spoken with. He bent down, opened my left side, and took a rib, warm with life and blood. The wound was wide, but it instantly filled with flesh, and healed completely. He then shaped and moulded the rib with his hands. Under his touch, a new creature began to form, like me in form, but of the opposite sex. She was so beautiful that all other beauty seemed plain in comparison. It felt as if everything lovely in the world had been concentrated in her. Just looking at her stirred something new in my heart, sweetness, and a love I had never known before. She seemed to breathe love itself into the air around her. Then she disappeared, and everything felt dark again. I woke up, desperate to find her, or else mourn her loss forever, and turn away from all other pleasures. Just as I had lost hope, there she was, not far from me. She looked exactly like she had in my dream, now adorned with everything that heaven or earth could offer, to make her even more beautiful. She walked towards me, led invisibly by her divine creator and guided by his voice. She wasn't unaware of sacred marriage and its meaning. Grace was in every step she took. Heaven shone in her eyes. Her every movement expressed dignity and love. Overwhelmed with joy, I couldn't help but speak aloud. This changes everything. You have kept your promise, generous and kind Creator. You've given me so many beautiful things, but none as beautiful as this. I see before me one who is part of me, bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh. She will be called woman, for she came from man. And for this reason a man shall leave his father and mother and be joined to his wife, and the two shall become one flesh, one heart, one soul. She listened to me, and though she was divinely brought to me, her innocence and pure modesty, her virtue and sense of self-worth, demanded that she be courted, not won without pursuit. She was reserved, not forward or obvious, which only made her more desirable. It was as if nature itself, free of any sinful thought, had shaped her so that when she saw me, she turned away. I followed her, and she, understanding what honour meant, graciously accepted my heartfelt reasoning with a dignified nod. Blushing like the dawn, I led her to the wedding bower. The heavens and fortunate stars poured their finest blessings upon that moment. The earth itself seemed to rejoice, with hills standing in celebration. Birds sang joyfully, gentle breezes whispered through the woods, and their wings scattered roses and sweet scents from fragrant shrubs. The playful air continued until the night's amorous bird sang of love, urging the evening star to rise on its hilltop to light the bridal lamp. I've now told you my story, bringing it to the peak of earthly happiness that I enjoy. I must admit I find delight in all other things, tastes, sights, smells, herbs, fruits, flowers, walks, and the song of birds, but they don't stir my mind, or spark intense desire. Here, though, it's different. I'm overwhelmed when I see her, overcome when I touch her. For the first time, I feel passion, a strange, powerful stirring. In all other pleasures, I remain unmoved and in control, but her beauty's captivating gaze weakens me. Perhaps nature failed in me, leaving some part of me too frail to withstand her, or maybe, when taking the rib from my side, it took too much. She, at least, seems adorned with excessive outward beauty, elaborate in appearance, but less precise within. Outwardly, too, she resembles less the image of the Creator who made us both, and she less embodies the authority given to rule over other creatures. Yet when I approach her, her loveliness seems so complete, so self-assured, that whatever she says or does feels like the wisest, most virtuous and best course. In her presence, all higher knowledge seems diminished, wisdom falters into folly, and authority and reason seem to serve her, as if she were the original creation, not made secondarily to me. To complete it all, her greatness of mind and nobility reside in her beauty, creating an aura around her, like a guardian angel standing watch. The angel, hearing this, furrowed his brow. Don't blame nature, she's done her part. You just need to do yours, and don't doubt the power of wisdom. She won't abandon you unless you push her away, especially when you need her most, by placing too much value on lesser things, as you yourself can see. What is it that you admire so much? What captivates you? Is it her outward beauty? It's fair, no doubt, and worthy of your care, respect, and love, but not your submission. Compare yourself with her, then decide her true worth. Often, nothing is more beneficial than self-respect, grounded in what's right and just, and handled wisely. The more skilled you are in that, the more she will recognize your leadership, and her illusions will give way to reality. She was made to be beautiful for your delight, and so dignified that you may love her with honour, even when she sees you at your least wise. But if it's the physical pleasure, the sense of touch, that you find so delightful, remember, that's the same sense given to animals too. It wouldn't be so widespread and common among them if it were truly something worthy enough to rule over the soul of a human or stir deep passion in him. If, in her companionship, you find something more, something that attracts you on a human and rational level, then keep loving that. There's nothing wrong with love, but not with passion that overwhelms reason. True love doesn't dwell in physical desire. It elevates your thoughts and expands the heart. It is rooted in reason, guided by judgment, and becomes the path through which you can rise to heavenly love, not sink into mere physical pleasure. And that, after all, is why no suitable partner was found for you among the animals. Adam, a little embarrassed, replied, "It's not just her outward beauty, or even the act of reproduction, which, though far more dignified in us, and something I regard with deep reverence, that delights me most. What truly motivates me are her graceful manners, the countless little acts of kindness and elegance that she expresses every day in her words and actions, all infused with love and gentle cooperation. These reveal a genuine union of minds between us, as if we share one soul. The harmony we share as a married pair is more beautiful to witness than even the most harmonious music is to hear. But none of this controls me. I'm simply sharing what I feel inside, feelings not overpowering me, but coming from my reasoned judgment. Even as I encounter many different sensations, I remain free to choose, and I choose what is best. You haven't blamed me for loving her, because you said that love leads to heaven, that it is both the path and the guide, so please bear with me, if what I ask is proper. Don't heavenly spirits also love? And how do they express their love? Through looks alone, or do they share some kind of radiant connection, whether spiritual or through some kind of touch? To this the angel smiled, his face glowing with a celestial blush, the colour of true love, and answered, "Let it be enough for you to know that we are happy, and that without love there can be no happiness. Whatever pure and joyful experience you have in the body, and remember, you were created pure, we experience even more fully. There's nothing that blocks us, no flesh, joints or limbs to separate us. When spirits embrace, it's easier than air mixing with air. They become one completely, pure joined with pure, moved by desire, not restrained by needing physical contact like bodies do, or even souls struggling to unite through mortal limits. But I must go now. The sun is setting past Earth's green cape and the lush Hesperian Isles. That's my signal to leave. Be strong, live happily, and love, but above all, love him, whose love requires obedience. Keep his great command. Be careful that passion doesn't cloud your judgment into doing what your free will would otherwise reject. Your fate, and the fate of all of your descendants, rests in you. Be cautious. If you stay faithful, I'll rejoice, and so will all the blessed ones in heaven. Whether you stand or fall is in your own hands. You are complete with yourself. You need no outside help. resist every temptation to disobey. With that he rose, and Adam followed him with a blessing. Since you must leave, go, heavenly guest, divine messenger from the God I worship. You've been so gentle and kind to me. I'll always honour your gracious visit with deep gratitude. Please continue to be good and kind to all humanity, and return to us often. So they parted. The angel rose back up to heaven through the darkening shade, and Adam returned to his home. Let us speak no more of times when God or angels would sit and talk with man as with a friend, joining him in simple meals and forgiving casual conversations. Those peaceful moments are over. Now I must shift to a tragic story, one of man's betrayal, rebellion, and disobedience, of heaven's growing distance and anger, of judgment pronounced from above, bringing into the world sorrow, sin, and death, death's constant companion and herald of misery. It's a sorrowful task, yet one no less heroic than the rage of Achilles chasing his enemy around the walls of Troy, or the fury of Turnus when denied Lavinia, or the wrath of Neptune and Juno that plagued the Greeks and Aeneas. If only I can find a voice worthy of such themes, helped by my divine muse who visits me by night without my asking, whispering inspiration while I sleep, and guiding my verse, unplanned and effortless. This subject, noble enough for epic song, captivated me long before I began writing. I wasn't naturally inclined to write of war, the usual theme of heroism, bloody tales of legendary knights in fictional battles. Greater heroism lies in patience and martyrdom, which remains unsung. I have no desire to describe races, games, glittering armour, elaborate emblems, richly dressed knights at tournaments, or grand feasts served with ceremony. Mere spectacles, not true heroism. I lack both skill and interest in such things. A higher story remains, one capable of elevating both the subject and the poet, unless the late age, or my colder climate, or my own years and failing strength hold me back. And they might, if this inspiration were mine alone, but it is not. It is hers, the muse, who brings it nightly to my ear. The sun had set, followed by the evening star, Hesperus, whose role it is to bring twilight, the brief mediator between day and night. Now darkness had spread across the entire sky. Satan, who had fled Eden after Gabriel's warning, returned, more cunning and malicious, determined to destroy mankind, no matter what might befall him in return. He had fled by night, and now returned at midnight, travelling secretly to avoid the gaze of day, since Uriel, the sun's guardian, had seen him before and warned the angels. In torment, Satan wandered for 7 nights wrapped in darkness, circling the equator 3 times, crossing the path of night 4 times from one pole to the other. On the 8th night he came back and, avoiding the guarded entrance to Eden, found a hidden way in. There once had been a place, now lost not to time but to sin, where the Tigris River dove underground at the foot of paradise, then re-emerged as a spring near the Tree of Life. Into this river Satan slipped, rising with the mist, searching for a place to hide. He had scoured both land and sea, from Eden to the Black Sea, through the Maeotis marshes, beyond the River Ob, in the north, and as far south as Antarctica. He travelled west from the Orontes to the ocean by the Isthmus of Darien, and east to the lands where the Ganges and Indus flow. He roamed the entire earth, closely observing every creature, seeking the best one through which to carry out his plan. Eventually he found the serpent, the cleverest of all animals. After much deliberation, he chose it as the perfect vessel for deception. Its natural cunning would conceal his influence, since such craftiness would be seen as part of its nature. In other animals, this same behaviour might arouse suspicion of something supernatural, but in the snake, it would go unnoticed. Having made his decision, Satan, tormented by inner grief, began to pour out his sorrow in a bitter lament. O earth, how much like heaven you are, maybe even more deserving of praise. You seem to be the more thoughtful creation, as if God built you with greater care, improving upon what came before. Why would God build something worse after something better? You're like a heaven on earth, surrounded by the heavens above that revolve around you, each one shining its light for your sake. They pour down all their sacred energy onto you, concentrating their power in you alone. Just as God is the centre of heaven, yet reaches all things, you are the centre that receives from all the heavens above. In you, not in themselves, their powers become visible, producing herbs, plants, animals, and ultimately human beings, endowed with life, senses, and reason. How gladly I would have walked your lands and taken pleasure in your variety, your hills and valleys, rivers, woods, plains, seas, and shore, crowned with forests, rocks, caves, and cliffs. If only I could find joy in anything, but I can't. None of these places offer me peace or shelter. In fact, the more beauty and joy I see around me, the more pain I feel inside. It's like I'm under siege by all that is good, which only increases my suffering. Even heaven would be worse for me now, but I'm not here, or anywhere, to find peace. Not even in heaven, unless I can overthrow its supreme ruler. I don't expect to be any less miserable by what I do, but I do take satisfaction in making others as miserable as I am, even if that only adds to my own pain. For me, destruction is the only relief from my relentless torment. And if I can destroy him, the one for whom all this was made, or turn him to his ruin, everything tied to him will fall too. Since all creation is linked to him, his fall will bring down the rest. That will be my triumph among the powers of hell, to ruin in a single day what God spent 6 days and nights creating, and who knows how long planning. Yet even I, in one night, managed to lead nearly half the angels in rebellion and weaken his kingdom of worshippers. Now, to make up for what he lost, or maybe to insult us further, he's decided to replace us with creatures made of dirt, man, and has given this base creature the very honours we once held. He built this beautiful world as man's home, called him Lord, and, what an insult, assigned angels like us to serve him, to guard and care for his earthly domain. These angelic gods are what I fear most. To slip past them, I move hidden in the thick mist of midnight, searching the undergrowth for a serpent, perhaps sleeping, in whose winding form I can hide myself and my wicked plans. How shameful it is that I, who once fought to sit among the highest gods, am now reduced to entering a beast, mingled with animal flesh. I have to incarnate myself into something low and brutish, even though I once aspired to godhood. But ambition and revenge spare no one. Those who fly highest fall the hardest, eventually dragged down to the lowest depths. Revenge may taste sweet at first, but soon turns bitter, and harms the one who seeks it. Let it. I don't care, as long as it strikes its target. I can't reach the heights anymore, so I'll aim at the next best thing, this new favourite of heaven, this man of clay, the son of spite, raised by God just to spite us. So be it. Spite will be paid back with spite. With that, Satan continued his search through every thicket, damp or dry, creeping low like a dark mist in the night, looking for the serpent as his vessel. He soon found it, fast asleep, curled up in a tight spiral, its head resting in the centre, full of sly cunning, though still harmless for now. It wasn't hiding in some dark, terrifying place yet, just lying peacefully on the grassy ground, sleeping without fear of danger. Silently the devil entered through the serpent's mouth and took control of its animal mind, filling it, heart and head, with a new intelligent purpose. Yet the serpent stayed asleep, unaware, while Satan lay in wait for morning. At dawn, when it broke and holy light spread across Eden, dew glistened on the flowers, releasing their fragrant scent like incense. All living things lifted their silent praise to the Creator from earth's great altar, their breath rising like offerings, filling God's nostrils with gratitude. Then the first humans, Adam and Eve, came out and added their voices to the chorus of silent worship. With their prayers finished, they took in the sweet scents and fresh morning air. They began discussing how best to approach the day's work. The garden was vast, and there was more to do than two people could handle. Eve was the first to speak. Adam, we gladly continue tending this garden, caring for the plants, herbs and flowers. That's the joyful task we've been given, but unless we get help, the work keeps outpacing us. The more we cut back or prune during the day, the faster things grow overnight, almost playfully undoing our efforts. So here's what I'm thinking. Let's divide our work. You go where you feel called, or where you think it's most needed, maybe to train the honeysuckle around the arbour, or guide the ivy up the trees. I'll head to that nearby spring, where roses mix with myrtle, and see what needs attention there until noon. Because when we're together all day, working so closely, it's no surprise that we get distracted by glances, smiles, or a random conversation. These little interruptions pile up and the day's work ends up being minimal, even if we start early. Then supper arrives, and we've hardly earned it. To this, Adam gently replied, "My only Eve, my one and only partner, more precious to me than any other living being. You've spoken well. Your thoughts are wisely focused on how we can best carry out the work God has given to us, and I won't let that go unpraised. There is nothing more admirable in a woman than a devotion to caring for the home and supporting her husband in doing good. Still, God hasn't imposed our labour so strictly that we must deny ourselves rest when needed, whether that's through food, conversation, or this sweet exchange of smiles and glances. Smiles are a gift of reason, something animals don't have, and they nourish love, one of the highest purposes of human life. God made us not for endless toil, but for joy, and joy that's guided by reason. I have no doubt that together we can easily maintain these paths and groves from turning wild, at least as far as we need to walk, until in time younger hands will come to help us. But if too much conversation tires you, I'm open to a short separation. Sometimes solitude is the best company, and stepping away briefly can make reunion all the sweeter. Still, another concern troubles me. What if something happens to you while we're apart? You know we've been warned. There's a malicious enemy, jealous of our happiness, who seeks to harm and shame us out of despair over his own fate. He's surely nearby, watching eagerly for a chance to strike, hoping to find us separated, since he'd have no hope of deceiving us while we're together and able to support each other quickly. Maybe his plan is to tempt us away from loyalty to God, or to disrupt our love, which may be the very thing he envies most. Whatever his aim, don't leave the side of the one who gave you life, who still shelters and protects you. In times of danger or dishonour, it's safest and most fitting for a wife to remain by her husband's side, who will either protect her or share whatever hardships come. To this, Eve, dignified and composed, though feeling a touch of hurt, like one who loves but senses a lack of trust, replied sweetly but firmly, Son of heaven and earth, and Lord of all on earth, I have learned from you and from the angel I overheard last evening, as I stood quietly among the flowers, that we have an enemy who wants to destroy us. But I didn't expect you to doubt my strength or loyalty to God or to you, simply because this enemy exists and might tempt me. You're not afraid of his violence. We, being immortal, cannot be harmed in that way. So it must be his deceit you fear, which suggests that you think I might be fooled or swayed, that my faith or love might be shaken. Adam, how could such thoughts find a place in your heart, especially about someone you hold so dear? Adam responded to her with gentle, reassuring words, Daughter of both God and man, immortal Eve, for that's truly what you are, untouched by sin or blame. I don't question your strength or doubt your faithfulness in asking you to stay near me. My concern is not about you, but about avoiding the enemy's attempt altogether. Even if the tempter fails, the very act of his trying casts a shadow, implying that the one tempted isn't entirely loyal or strong enough to resist. You would feel insulted and angry at such a suggestion, even if his efforts didn't work, so please understand. I only wish to protect you from that kind of offence, one he wouldn't dare try against both of us if we were together. And if he did, he'd surely come at me first. Don't underestimate his malice and deception. He must be incredibly cunning to have led angels astray. So it's not foolish to use caution. When I'm with you, your presence inspires me to be better in every way, wiser, more alert, even physically stronger if needed. Just the thought of failing in front of you would drive me to give everything I have to resist any threat. Shouldn't you feel the same strength when I'm by your side? Why not face your test with me there, as your best witness and supporter? So spoke Adam, with the heartfelt care and love of a devoted husband, but Eve, feeling that he placed too little trust in her sincere faith, replied in a soft, steady voice, If this is really our condition, to live in constant caution, confined by fear of a sneaky or violent enemy, and each of us not equally protected alone, then how can this be called happiness? But harm doesn't come before sin. Our enemy merely insults us by assuming we aren't strong or pure. His low opinion of our integrity doesn't dishonour us, it only reflects badly on him. Why then should we fear or avoid him? Wouldn't it be better to prove him wrong, and in doing so gain even more honour? If his attempt fails, we'll have peace within, favour from heaven, and proof through the outcome that we were strong. And really, what are faith, love, and virtue worth, if they're never tested, if they're only sustained by outside support? Let's not assume that our Creator in his wisdom left us in a fragile or incomplete state, unprotected unless we're always together. If that's true, then our happiness is weak indeed, and Eden isn't truly a paradise at all. Adam replied passionately, My dear wife, everything is best, just as God has ordained it. His creative hand left nothing imperfect or lacking, least of all humankind. He made us capable of protecting our happiness and resisting outside threats. But the real danger lies within ourselves. Still, that danger is under our own control. We can't be harmed unless we willingly let it happen. God gave us free will because true obedience comes from reason, and reason, which he made just and upright, must be kept alert. We must be careful not to let a seemingly good thing trick reason into justifying what God has clearly forbidden. So it's not out of distrust, but out of love and care that I remind you, and hope you'll remind me, to stay vigilant. We are strong and stable, but we can be swayed. Reason might be deceived by some attractive but false appearance planted by our enemy, unless we keep strict watch as we've been warned. so let's not go looking for temptation. It's better to avoid it entirely, and we're more likely to succeed if we stay together. Tests will come to us even without seeking them. If you want to prove your loyalty, then first prove your obedience. After all, how can anyone witness your virtue if they never see you tested? But if you truly believe that facing trials we didn't seek might leave us better off, then go ahead. If you stayed only because I asked you to, your presence would not be free, and in a way, you'd be more absent than present. So go, in your natural innocence, rely on your virtue, and summon all of it. God has done his part for you, now you must do yours. So spoke the Father of humanity. But Eve, still respectful, though standing firm, answered him, "Then with your permission, and now forewarned, especially by your last point, that an unexpected trial might catch us unprepared, I go more willingly. I didn't expect such a proud enemy would target the weaker of us first, and if he does, his defeat by me will shame him all the more." With that, she gently pulled her hand away from Adam's and walked off gracefully like a woodland nymph, perhaps an Ordrid or Dryad, or one of Diana's maidens. But she moved with even more elegance than they, not armed with bow and arrows like Diana, but carrying simple gardening tools, the kind crafted without fire or brought down by angels. She looked like a goddess of the garden, perhaps Pales or Pomona, the latter in her innocence before fleeing Virtuminus, or even Ceres before losing Proserpina to Jupiter. Adam watched her intensely, his eyes full of longing, admiring her beauty and wishing she would stay. Again and again he reminded her to return soon. She promised each time that she would be back by noon, to prepare everything for lunch or afternoon rest. But oh, how wrong she was, how tragically mistaken in her confidence about returning safely. That was the last time she would enjoy a peaceful meal or restful moment in paradise, for hidden in the beautiful flowers and shadows lay an ambush, full of hellish hatred, waiting to rob her of her innocence, faith, and joy. Since the break of dawn, Satan, appearing only as a serpent, had come forth on his hunt, seeking the only two humans. But in them he saw the entire future race, his ultimate prey. He searched through bowers and fields, wherever trees and gardens grew most pleasingly, where they might tend or delight in their surroundings. He looked by fountains and shady streams, hoping to find them, especially Eve, alone. Though he doubted he'd be so lucky, fortune was on his side. He found her surprisingly alone. She was hidden partly by fragrant flowers, surrounded by blooming roses. She was gently supporting delicate flowers with soft myrtle ties, not realizing that, though the most beautiful flower herself, she stood unsupported, far from her strongest protection, with danger so near. Satan moved closer, exploring the beautiful garden, walking among cedar, pine, and palm trees. Sometimes hidden, sometimes in plain sight, he passed through richly planted borders, all shaped by Eve's own hand, a place more lovely than any fabled gardens, like those of Adonis, Alcenius, or even Solomon's mystical garden, with his Egyptian queen. He marvelled at the garden, but even more at Eve, like someone who's lived too long in a crowded, filthy city and suddenly breathes clean air in the countryside, delighted by every simple sight and smell. So Satan felt pleasure in this place. And if a beautiful maiden passed by, all else would fade in comparison. That's how he looked at Eve. Her presence summed up all joy and beauty for him. He was enchanted by the sight of her, alone and surrounded by flowers. She was angelic, gentle, graceful, and innocent. Her very movements and expressions struck awe into him. For a moment her beauty softened his evil. He forgot his hatred and malicious plans. He stood there, strangely still and disarmed, as if goodness momentarily overtook him. He felt no hate, no envy, no desire for revenge, but the hellfire within him never truly goes out. The longer he looked, the more torment he felt, not from her, but from the joy that wasn't his to have. That pleasure quickly turned to rage. He remembered his hatred and his mission. Reinvigorated with evil intent, he began to act. Where have my thoughts taken me? With what irresistible sweetness have they drawn me here, to forget why I came in the first place? It wasn't love or hope for paradise in exchange for hell, or any other desire for pleasure, except the pleasure of destroying it for others. That's the only joy I have left. Everything else is gone to me, so I won't waste this opportunity. Look, she's alone. The woman is by herself and ready to be approached. Her husband is nowhere nearby. I've scanned the area thoroughly. I avoided him deliberately, as his mind is stronger and more alert. He's brave, physically powerful and heroically built, even though he's only human. He would be a serious enemy. He could not be wounded, but I can't say the same for myself, not any more. Hell has degraded me too much, and pain has made me weak compared to what I was in heaven. She is beautiful, divinely beautiful, worthy of being loved by the gods. Her beauty isn't terrifying in itself, though love and beauty can cause fear, but now I approach not with love, but with hatred, disguised as love. That's how I will bring about her ruin. So spoke the enemy of mankind, now inside the body of a serpent, his new corrupted form. He moved towards Eve, not slithering flat on the ground as snakes do now, but upright on coils that rose in a spiral, folded upon folds, like a twisting tower. His head stood high above, eyes glowing like gems, his neck shimmering with a golden-green shine. His coiled body gleamed and floated elegantly in the grass. His appearance was beautiful, more so than any other serpent before or since. Not even the mythical serpents of Illyria, who transformed Hermione and Cadmus, or the gods who took serpent form, like the one in Epidurus, or Jupiter in Egyptian and Roman myth, were this beautiful. He approached her slowly and cautiously, as if unsure whether to disturb her. His path was curved, winding like a skilled ship captain, navigating tricky waters at a river's mouth, where the wind shifts often. So did he steer his way, twisting his coils in elaborate playful patterns to catch Eve's eye. She heard the leaves rustling, but didn't pay it much attention, used to such sounds from the animals around her, who were always eager to obey her commands, more obedient even than the enchanted beasts that served Circe. He grew bolder. Without being called, he stood before her, pretending to simply admire her. Often, he lowered his crested head and bowed his sleek jewelled neck in flattery, even licking the ground where she had walked. His silent gestures eventually caught Eve's attention, and she watched his performance. Delighted that he had her focus, he opened his serpent mouth, and whether by magical organ or some manipulation of air, he spoke. Thus began his deceitful temptation. Do not be surprised, noble lady, if I dare to gaze at you so intently. Can you be surprised, when you yourself are the greatest wonder of all? Do not meet my look with scorn or anger. Your face so gentle should not be marked with disdain. I stand here alone, not fearing your powerful gaze, though it is even more majestic in solitude. You are the fairest image of your Maker's beauty. All living things look at you in wonder, and everything here is yours by divine gift. Your heavenly beauty inspires awe and joy. You deserve to be admired by all of creation, not just here in this wild, enclosed place, among ignorant beasts who can't even comprehend half of your beauty. Only one man truly sees you, and what is one man? You should be seen by many, a goddess among gods, adored and served by legions of angels. That is what you are worthy of. Thus the tempter spoke, crafting his introduction skillfully. His words crept into Eve's heart, even as she marvelled at the fact that a beast could speak. At last, still amazed, she answered him, "What is the meaning of this? The language of men spoken by an animal, and not just words, but understanding and intelligence. I thought animals were created without the ability to speak." At least, that's what God said when he made them mute on their day of creation. As for understanding, I'm not so sure. Many animals seem to have reason in their expressions and behaviours. You, serpent, I always knew you were the cleverest of all beasts in the field, but I didn't know you could speak like a human. That makes this all the more astonishing. Tell me then, how did you gain the power of speech? And why are you so friendly with me, more than any other creature I see every day? Speak, because a miracle like this deserves an explanation. To this the cunning tempter replied, "Queen of this beautiful world, radiant Eve, it's easy for me to tell you everything you ask. Indeed, you deserve to be obeyed. At first, I was like all the other animals that graze on the grass. My thoughts were lowly and base, just like the food I ate. I knew nothing beyond eating and mating, and couldn't comprehend anything greater. But one day, while wandering the fields, I happened to spot a magnificent tree in the distance, heavy with the most beautiful fruit, shades of red and gold gleaming among the leaves. Curious, I moved closer, and as I did, the tree gave off a delicious scent. It stirred my appetite more than the sweet smell of fennel, or the milk dripping from a ewe or a goat's teat at evening, untouched by its young. Driven by hunger and thirst, powerful urges made worse by the scent, I couldn't resist the temptation. I wound myself around the tree's mossy trunk, since its branches were too high for any of us to reach from the ground, not even you or Adam. Other animals stood nearby, longing and jealous, but unable to reach the fruit. Once I was among the branches. With so much abundance within my grasp, I picked and ate as much as I pleased. Never before had I known such pleasure, not at any meal or spring. At last, when I'd eaten my fill, I felt something change inside me. My mind became clearer, and reason awakened in me. Soon after, I discovered I could speak, even though I had the body of a beast. From then on, my thoughts turned towards higher things, deep ideas, reflections about everything I could see in the heavens, on earth, or in the space between. I considered all that was beautiful and good, and in the end, I saw it, all embodied in you, your divine form, your radiant beauty. There is nothing and no one as fair as you, not even close, and so I was drawn here, perhaps a little boldly, to admire you and honour you as the rightful queen of all living creatures, the empress of the world. Thus spoke the smooth-talking serpent, and Eve, still more amazed and unaware of the danger, replied, "Serpent, your flattery makes me question whether the fruit you ate truly has such power. But tell me, where is this tree? How far from here? There are many trees in God's garden, so many kinds we haven't even tried yet. We live with such abundance that plenty of fruit remains untouched, hanging unspoiled until more people come along to enjoy it, and help ease the burden on nature." To this the sly serpent, cheerful and eager, answered, "My queen, the path is easy and not far. Just past a row of myrtles, across a flat area near a fountain, and through a small thicket of blooming myrrh and balm. If you follow me, I can lead you there right away." "Lead the way, then," said Eve. The serpent moved quickly, twisting through the underbrush, making what should have been a straightforward path look tangled and confusing, but he was quick to mislead. His head lifted with hope and excitement, like a wandering fire made of oily vapour that condenses at night. This flame flickers and dances, often said to be accompanied by an evil spirit, misleading travellers in the dark towards dangerous bogs and swamps, where they get stuck and lost, far from any help. Just like that deceptive fire, the serpent glistened and led Eve, our trusting mother, into deceit, right to the forbidden tree, the root of all of our trouble. When she saw it, she spoke to her guide, Serpent, we could have spared ourselves this trip. This fruit here looks plentiful, but I don't believe it will do me any good. Its power depends only on your word, which sounds impressive, if it really causes such effects. But about this tree, we're not allowed to eat or even touch its fruit. God commanded that. That command is the only one we're sure about. The rest we decided for ourselves, guided by our own reason. The tempter responded slyly. Really? Has God said you cannot eat the fruit from any of the trees in this garden, when you're declared rulers over everything on earth and in the air? Eve, still innocent, answered, We may eat the fruit of every tree in the garden, except this one, the beautiful tree in the middle. God said we must not eat or touch its fruit, or else we will die. She had barely finished speaking when the tempter, growing bolder, but pretending zeal and love for humanity, and indignation over what he called God's unfairness, put on a new act. He moved with passion, as if preparing to make a great speech, standing tall and composed, like a famous orator in ancient Athens or Rome, gathering the attention of his audience before speaking. He began, O sacred, wise, and wisdom-gathering tree, mother of knowledge, I now feel your power clearly within me. Not only can I understand things at their root causes, but I can trace the paths of the highest forces, even those considered wise. Queen of this universe, don't believe those harsh threats of death. You will not die. How could you? From eating the fruit. No, it gives you life through knowledge. Look at me. I've touched and tasted it, and yet I live. In fact, I've gained a better life than fate intended for me, because I dared to reach beyond my assigned place. Should what's open to beasts be closed to humans? Would God really be angry over such a small trespass? Would he not praise your courage instead? Why fear death? The thing itself is unknown after all. If it only prevents you from achieving knowledge of good and evil, and thus a better life, how can you fear death, if that fear itself removes fear? So why did God forbid this fruit? Only to frighten you, to keep you ignorant and humble, his slaves. But he knows that the day you eat it, your eyes, now dim, though they seem so clear, will be fully opened, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil as he does. Is it wrong to be like God? Since I, a mere man, seem to deserve it, it's only fair that you, human woman, deserve it too. Perhaps you will die by leaving behind your humanity to become gods, but that death is something to wish for, not to fear. What gods are there that man may not become like them, sharing their divine food? The gods come first, and they use their position to convince us all things come from them. But I question that. This beautiful earth, warmed by the sun, producing every kind of life, does that come from the gods? If they are all-powerful, why did they lock knowledge of good and evil in this tree, so that whoever eats it gains wisdom without their permission? What harm is there in man gaining knowledge? How can this fruit act against his will, when everything here belongs to him? Or is it envy that stops them? Can envy exist in heavenly beings? These reasons, and many more, show why you need this fruit. So, human goddess, reach out and freely taste. The serpent finished speaking, and his cleverly crafted words easily found a place in Eve's heart. She fixed her gaze on the fruit, which alone was tempting enough to look at, and the sound of his persuasive words still echoed in her ears, words that seemed full of reason and truth to her. Meanwhile, noon approached, stirring her appetite, awakened by the delicious smell of the fruit. Now, drawn by desire, she felt inclined to touch or taste it, her longing eyes urging her on. But first she paused and thought to herself, surely this fruit must be very powerful. the best of all fruits. Though it's forbidden to us humans, it's worthy of admiration. Its taste, long denied to us, gives speech to the mute, and teaches even those without language to praise it. Even the one who forbids its use acknowledges its greatness by calling it the tree of knowledge, knowledge of both good and evil. If the fruit is forbidden, that only makes it more desirable, implying it holds something good we lack. After all, if good is unknown, it might as well not exist, and having something but not knowing it is the same as not having it at all. So what exactly is forbidden? To know? To be wise? Such commands don't truly bind us. And even if death is the punishment after eating, what good is freedom if it comes with such a price? If we eat this fruit, we are told we will die. But how did the serpent die? He ate and still lives. He gained knowledge, speaks, reasons, and thinks, something he couldn't do before. Was death made only for us, and is this intellectual food denied to us but reserved for beasts? That seems unfair. Yet this one beast who first tasted the fruit doesn't envy us, but brings us joy, knowingly doing us a favour, far from deceit or trickery. What do I have to fear then? What do I really know about God, death, law, or punishment in this ignorance of good and evil? Here grows the curse for all, this divine fruit, beautiful to the eye, and inviting to taste, with the power to make one wise. So why not reach out and feed both body and mind? With these thoughts, her reckless hand reached out at a fatal moment, plucked the fruit, and ate. The earth felt the wound, and nature itself sighed through all her works, showing signs of sorrow, as if all was lost. The guilty serpent slipped away quietly back into the bushes, while Eve, now fully absorbed in the taste, noticed nothing else. She had never experienced such delight in any fruit before, whether it was real or imagined because of her high hopes for knowledge. Thoughts of godhood were not far from her mind. She greedily ate without restraint, unaware that she was eating death. Finally satisfied, and feeling as if intoxicated, joyful and free-spirited, she began to speak to herself. O sovereign, precious tree of all paradise, blessed with the power to bring wisdom that once was hidden and despised, your beautiful fruit hung there, seemingly for no purpose, but now I will tend you with care, morning songs, and proper praise. I will ease the heavy branches, offering your bounty freely to all. Through you, I will grow mature in knowledge, like the gods who know all, even if others envy what they cannot give. If this gift belonged to them, it wouldn't have grown here. Experience, second only to you, is my best guide. Without you, I would have remained ignorant. You open the way to wisdom and give access, even if she hides herself. Perhaps I am secret. Heaven is so high and distant that no one sees everything clearly on earth. Maybe our great foreboding God, surrounded by spies, has been distracted. But how will I reveal my change to Adam? Should I share this happiness with him, or keep the knowledge to myself to hold an advantage? That way I might become more equal, even superior, a desirable thing, for who is free if inferior? This may be wise, but what if God has seen? If death follows, I will cease to be, and Adam, married to another Eve, will live with her while I am gone. That would be a death too terrible to imagine. So I am resolved. Adam will share with me in bliss or woe. I love him so much that I could endure any death with him, but without him, life is no life. With that, she turned away from the tree. first bowing low in respect to the power she felt within the fruit, the power infused into the plant by divine nectar, the drink of the gods. Meanwhile, Adam, eagerly awaiting her return, had woven a beautiful garland of flowers to adorn her hair and crown her simple work, as harvesters often honour their harvest queen. His thoughts promised great joy and comfort in her long-awaited return. Yet often his heart sensed something wrong. He felt uncertain and unsteady. He went out to meet her along the path she had taken that morning when they first parted. He had to pass by the tree of knowledge, and there he met her, barely away from the tree, holding in her hand a branch with the fairest fruit, its downy skin smiling and giving off an ambrosial fragrance. She hurried towards him, her face already offering apology and explanation, and with soft words she began to speak. "Adam, haven't you wondered why I stayed so long? I missed you terribly, and felt the pain of being without you, something I'd never felt before, and never want to feel again. I don't intend to test that kind of pain twice. But what kept me was strange and incredible. This tree isn't what we were told. It's not a tree of danger or evil, opening the way to ruin. Instead, it has a divine effect. It opens the eyes, and makes those who eat its fruit like gods. The serpent, whether wise or simply not bound by the same rules as us, has eaten the fruit, and is not dead, as we were warned. Instead, he gained human speech and understanding. He reasoned so convincingly that I too have tasted the fruit, and found the promised effects. My eyes, which were once dim, are now open, my spirit is expanded, my heart feels greater, I am growing into something godlike. I sought this especially for you, but without you, it means nothing. Joy is joy only if you share it. Without you, my bliss becomes tedious and soon unbearable. So you must also taste it, so we shall share the same fate, the same joy, the same love. If you don't taste it, we will be unequal, and then I will lose my divine promise too late, when fate won't allow it." Eve told her story cheerfully, though her cheeks flushed with nervous excitement. Adam, hearing of her terrible mistake, stood shocked and speechless. Horror ran through his veins, his joints went limp, and the garland he had made for Eve fell from his hands, scattering the roses. Pale and stunned, he stood silently until he finally spoke to himself. "Oh, fairest creature in all creation, the last and best work of God, in you is everything beautiful, holy, divine, good, lovable, and sweet. How have you been lost so suddenly? How have you been ruined, defiled, and doomed to death? How could you yield to breaking the strict command, and eat the forbidden fruit? Some cursed trick of the enemy has deceived you, though I do not yet know who. And by doing so you have ruined me too, for now I am certain I will die. How can I live without you? How can I give up your sweet company and love, so dearly joined to me? To live alone again in these wild woods would be unbearable, even if God created another Eve for me, giving me another rib. I would never forget you, or lose you from my heart. No, I feel the bond of nature holding me, flesh of my flesh, bone of my bone, and from your fate, mine can never be separated, whether in joy or sorrow." Having said this, recovering from his initial shock, but still troubled, he calmly turned to Eve and spoke. "You have acted boldly, adventurous Eve, and brought on great danger by daring what you did. If it were only the desire to look at the sacred fruit, sacred because it was meant to be avoided, then it would be one thing, but to actually taste it, when touching it was already forbidden, is something entirely else. But who can undo what's done? Not even Almighty God or fate can take it back. Maybe you won't die after all. maybe it's not such a terrible sin, after all. The serpent tasted it first, making it common and no longer sacred before we did. And he's still alive, just as you said, and even seems to live a higher kind of life, like a man with more knowledge. That gives us reason to hope that tasting it will raise us too, to become gods or angels or demigods. I don't think that God, who is wise and powerful, would truly destroy us, his highest creations, after setting us above all his works. If we fall, the whole creation, made for us, would also fall, because it depends on us. It wouldn't make sense for God to unmake his work, to undo everything he's done, or waste his effort. God could create again if he wanted, but I think he'd rather not destroy us, because then the enemy would triumph and mock us, claiming that those God favours most are the first he abandons. He ruined the serpent first, then mankind. Who would he ruin next? That's not something to be mocked or handed over to the enemy. Even so, I have chosen to share my fate with you. If death comes to you, it comes to me too. Death and life are the same to me when it means losing you. My heart is strongly tied to yours. What you are is mine. We are one in flesh, and to lose you would be to lose myself. Adam spoke like this, and Eve answered him, O glorious proof of love beyond measure, a shining example that inspires me, even though I cannot match your perfection. Adam, I proudly claim to be born from your side, and rejoice to hear you speak of our union, one heart, one soul between us. Today shows this clearly, as you have decided that nothing, not even death or something worse, will separate us. I am willing to share with you the guilt, if guilt it is, of tasting this beautiful fruit, whose power, since good comes from good, has either directly or indirectly brought us this happy trial of love, which we might never have known otherwise. If I truly believed that death would follow this, I would face it alone and not try to persuade you. I would rather die deserted than drag you down with me into something harmful, especially since I am so sure of your faithful and unmatched love. But I feel otherwise. The result is not death, but life increased. My eyes are opened. I have new hopes and joys. The taste is so divine that everything sweet before now seems dull and harsh. Based on my experience, Adam, taste freely and throw your fear of death to the wind. With that, she embraced him and wept tenderly for joy, grateful that he had honoured her with love by choosing to face God's displeasure or death for her sake. As a sign of her trust and affection, she gave him a generous piece of the tempting fruit from the branch. Adam hesitated, but did not refuse. He ate, not out of ignorance or deception, but lovingly overcome by her feminine charm. At that moment the earth trembled, groaning as if in pain once more, and nature sighed again. The sky darkened, thunder muttered, and sad drops of rain fell, marking the completion of the original mortal sin. But Adam gave no thought to these omens and ate his fill, while Eve, not fearing her earlier trespass, sought only to comfort him with her beloved company. Now intoxicated, as if with new wine, they both felt merry and fancied themselves divine beings, growing wings to soar above the earth. But that false fruit first revealed a different power. It inflamed carnal desire. Adam began to look at Eve with lust, and she responded just as wantonly. They burned with passion, and soon Adam began to lead Eve into dalliance. Eve, I can now see you have a refined taste and considerable wisdom, since you can appreciate the different meanings and flavours, calling your palate discerning. I praise you for that, because today you have brought us much pleasure. We lost a lot by abstaining from this delightful fruit. Until now, we never knew its true flavour. If such pleasures come from something forbidden, One might wish that this single tree had been forbidden 10 times over. But now that we are refreshed, let's enjoy ourselves properly after such a delicious meal. Since the day I first saw you and married you, your beauty has never appeared more perfect or inflamed my desire so strongly as now, more radiant than ever, thanks to this virtuous tree." He spoke like this, and didn't hold back any flirtation or playful looks, which Eve clearly understood. She returned his gaze with sparks of passion. He took her hand and led her willingly to a shady bank, covered by thick greenery. Flowers made a soft bed, pansies, violets, asphodels, and hyacinths, the softest embraces of the earth. There they gave themselves fully to love and pleasure, sealing their shared guilt and finding comfort in their sin, until a dewy sleep overcame them, worn out from their passion. Once the intoxicating effect of the fruit, the sweet vapour that had played around their spirits and clouded their minds, had passed, and the heavier sleep born of darker fumes, along with troubling dreams, had left them. They woke as if from unrest. Looking at each other, they soon realized how opened their eyes were, and how darkened their minds. Innocence, which had acted like a veil shielding them from knowing evil, was gone. So was their trust, natural righteousness, and honour, all stripped away, leaving them naked in shame. But shame itself barely covered them, revealing more than it hid. Like Samson, the mighty warrior, stripped of all his strength and exposed after being betrayed by Delilah. They were now utterly bare of all their virtues. Silent and confused, they sat for a long time, as if stunned into speechlessness. Finally, Adam, though just as ashamed as Eve, found the strength to speak. "O Eve, you gave ear at the worst possible moment to that deceitful serpent, whoever taught him to mimic a human voice. His words were true about our fall, but false about the promised rise. Now that our eyes are open, we truly see both good and evil, the good we have lost, and the evil we have gained. The knowledge is bitter fruit, if knowing means being left naked and stripped of honour, innocence, faith, and purity, our usual ornaments now soiled and stained. Our faces show the signs of sinful desire from which evil springs, even shame, the worst of evils. How then can I look on God or angels, whom I once joyfully and often admired? Now their heavenly brightness will blind this earthly form. Oh, how I wish I could live alone and wild in some hidden glade, where the thickest woods block out stars and sunlight, covered by evening's shade. Cover me, you pines and cedars, with countless branches, so I may never see them again. But for now, since we are in such a state, let's figure out how best to cover the parts of ourselves that shame makes most shameful to see. Let's find some tree with broad, smooth leaves we can sew together and wrap around our loin, so that shame won't sit there and accuse us as unclean." Adam suggested this, and together they went into the thickest part of the wood, where they chose a fig tree, not for its fruit, but for its large branches that spread wide and low, with bent twigs that root again in the ground, sending up new shoots. This tree makes a wide pillar-like shade with echoing paths between. Indian herdsmen often shelter here from the heat while tending their cattle. They gathered the broad fig leaves, large as shields, from the Amazon, and skilfully sewed them together to wrap around their waist. It was a vain attempt to hide their guilt and shame, a poor substitute for the original naked glory they once had. Columbus, when he found the Americas, saw the natives dressed only in similar leaf belts, otherwise naked and wild in the forests and on the shores. Even so, partially covered and thinking themselves hidden, they sat down to weep. But not only tears fell from their eyes, inside stronger storms began to rise. Passion, anger, hatred, mistrust, suspicion, and discord shook their once peaceful minds. Their reason no longer ruled, their wills no longer listened. Both were now enslaved to their desires, which had taken over from their sovereign reason. From this disturbed state, Adam, looking estranged and speaking in a different tone, addressed Eve. "I wish you had listened to me and stayed with me, when, this unhappy morning, that strange desire to wander took hold of you. I don't know where it came from. We would have remained happy, not now stripped of all good, ashamed, naked, and miserable. Let no one seek needless proof of faith. When people insist on testing love or loyalty, it shows they're already starting to doubt." Eve, feeling blamed, quickly replied, "What harsh words, Adam! Do you blame me for your fault, or for this wandering desire? Who knows, it might just as easily have happened if you'd been there, or maybe it was in your own nature. Had you been there, you would not have recognized the serpent's deceit either. He spoke so smoothly, and there was no knowing enmity between us. Why should he have meant harm? Was I supposed to never leave your side? That would have been like being a lifeless rib forever. If I'm who I am, why didn't you, as my head, strictly forbid me from going into such danger as you warned? You hardly argued against it. Actually, you allowed it, and even dismissed it lightly. Had you been firm and unwavering in your refusal, neither I would have sinned, nor you suffered with me." Adam, now angry, answered, "Is this your love? Is this how you repay me, ungrateful Eve? When you were lost, I was steady, not you. I could have lived and enjoyed immortal bliss, yet I willingly chose death with you, and now I'm blamed as the cause of your sin. Was I not severe enough in restraining you? What more could I do? I warned you, admonished you, told you about the danger and the lurking enemy waiting to trap you. Beyond that would have been force, and force has no place when free will is at stake. But your confidence carried you on, either thinking you'd face no danger, or that it would be a glorious test. Maybe I was wrong to admire you so much, thinking no evil would dare touch you. Now I regret that mistake. It's becoming my fault, and you accuse me. This is what happens to anyone who trusts too much in a woman's worth, lets her rule over his will, and refuses to be restrained. Left to herself, if evil happens, she'll be the first to blame the one who indulged her weakness. Thus they spent long hours blaming each other, but never truly admitting fault, and their pointless argument showed no sign of ending. Meanwhile, the terrible and hateful deed committed by Satan in paradise, how he, disguised as the serpent, deceived Eve, and through her husband, into eating the forbidden fruit, became known in heaven. For what can escape the all-seeing eye of God, or deceive his all-knowing heart? God, wise and just in all things, did not stop Satan from trying to corrupt the mind of man, who was fully strong and armed with free will, capable of recognizing and rejecting any trick, whether from enemy or apparent friend. They always knew, and should have remembered, the strict command not to eat that fruit, whoever tempted them. Because they disobeyed, they suffered the punishment they rightly deserved, falling deeply into sin. Quickly, the angelic gods ascended from paradise to heaven, silent and sorrowful for man's state, amazed at how the cunning devil had entered unseen. When the bad news reached heaven's gates, all who heard it were displeased. Even the celestial beings showed a quiet sadness, mixed with pity, but their joy was not broken. Crowds of angels gathered around the newcomers to learn what had happened. They hurried towards the supreme throne to give an account of their watchfulness, which was quickly accepted as honest. Then the Most High Eternal Father spoke from his hidden cloud, thunder rolling as he said, "Angels assembled and powers returned from your unsuccessful mission. Do not be dismayed or troubled by these reports from earth. which your greatest efforts could not prevent. I had already warned you what would happen when this tempter crossed the gulf from hell. I told you he would succeed in his evil plan. Man would be deceived and tricked into believing lies against his Creator. No decree of mine forced man's fall or touched his free will, which was left entirely to his own choice. Yet fallen he is, and now the sentence must be carried out. The death penalty I announced that day, which he foolishly thinks is no longer a threat because it has not yet struck him directly. But soon he will learn that patience is not forgiveness, and justice will not be mocked. Who should I send to judge them, if not you, my son, my vice-regent? To you I have entrusted all judgment, whether in heaven, earth, or hell. It is clear I intend mercy alongside justice, sending you as man's friend, his mediator, both ransom and redeemer, destined to judge fallen mankind. Then the Father revealed his glory, shining brightly from his right hand, and the Son, fully expressing his divine nature, responded calmly and humbly, Eternal Father, it is your will to decree, and mine in heaven and earth to carry out your supreme will, so that you, my beloved Father, may always be pleased. I will go to earth to judge these transgressors, but you know that whoever judges, the worst judgment will fall on me in time, as I promised before you. I do not regret this, and by right I ask to lessen their punishment, which came through me. I will balance justice with mercy, so that they may be fully satisfied and you appeased. No attendants or followers are needed, only the two judged will be present. The third is best absent, for he is condemned already by fleeing and rebellion. The serpent receives no judgment. With that he rose from his radiant throne, accompanied by thrones, powers, principalities, and dominions, and they went to heaven's gate, overlooking Eden and all its surroundings. He descended straight down. Though God is beyond time, his movement was swift as winged minutes. The sun was low in the western sky, afternoon fading to evening, when gentle breezes began to cool the earth. From this calm, the mild judge and intercessor came to pass sentence on man. The voice of God was heard walking in the garden, carried by soft winds as the day declined. Hearing this, Adam and Eve hid among the thickest trees, until God called out to Adam. "Where are you, Adam?" God called. "Weren't you always glad to meet me when you saw me coming from afar? I don't see you here now. I'm not pleased to be welcomed by emptiness in a place where duty and obedience used to greet me, even before I asked. Am I somehow less visible now? Or has something changed that keeps you away? Or has something happened to delay you? Come out." Adam came, bringing Eve with him, though she was even more reluctant than he was. Despite being the first to sin, they were both ashamed and downcast. There was no love in their faces, neither towards God nor towards each other. Instead, their expressions showed guilt, shame, confusion, despair, anger, stubbornness, hatred, and deceit. Adam, faltering for a while, finally gave a short answer. "I heard your voice in the garden, and I was afraid because I was naked, so I hid." To this, the merciful judge replied without scolding, "You've heard my voice before and never feared it. You used to rejoice in it. Why is it now so terrifying to you? And how do you know you're naked? Did you eat from the tree I commanded you not to touch?" Adam, now cornered, answered in distress, "O heaven, I'm in a terrible position today, standing before my judge. Either I must accept all the blame myself, or I must accuse the one who is part of me, my wife. As long as she remained faithful to me, I should have protected her and not blamed her. But necessity and disaster have forced me to speak, lest both the sin and punishment fall eternally on me, crushing me beyond what I can bear. Even if I stayed silent, you would uncover what I tried to hide. This woman, whom you made to help me, your perfect gift to me, so good and fitting and divine that I never suspected anything wrong from her. She gave me fruit from the tree, and I ate it. What she did seemed right simply because she did it. God, the sovereign presence, replied, Was she your God, that you obeyed her instead of me? Was she your superior, or even your equal, that you surrendered your authority and the position I gave you, above her and for her? Your nature and purpose were greater than hers in dignity. Yes, she was beautiful and made to draw your love, not your obedience. Her gifts were appropriate when governed by your leadership, but unfit to rule you, which was your role and identity, if only you had understood yourself rightly. Then God turned to Eve and said simply, Woman, what have you done? Eve, overwhelmed with shame and sadness, confessed, not boldly or talkatively, but humbly and subdued, The serpent deceived me, and I ate. When the Lord God heard this, he didn't delay, but moved to judgment, starting with the serpent. Though it was a mere creature and couldn't shift the blame onto its user, Satan, it had still been corrupted and misused for evil. God rightly cursed it as fallen from the purpose for which it had been made. There was no need for man to know more at that moment, since further knowledge would not change his guilt, so God passed judgment, beginning with Satan, the first to sin. Though he spoke in mysterious terms, suited to the time, he cursed the serpent. Because you have done this, you are cursed above all livestock and wild animals. You will crawl on your belly and eat dust for all of your life. I will put hostility between you and the woman, and between your offspring and hers. He will crush your head, and you will strike his heel. This prophecy came true later, when Jesus, Mary's son, the second Eve's child, saw Satan fall like lightning from heaven. Rising from the grave, Jesus defeated rulers and powers, publicly triumphed over them, and ascended through the very sky Satan once ruled. Eventually, Jesus will crush Satan completely under our feet. He, the one who first spoke this prophecy, was the one destined to destroy Satan's power. Then God turned to the woman and said, I will greatly increase your pain in childbirth. You will bring forth children in sorrow. Your desire will be for your husband, and he will rule over you. Then at last God pronounced judgment on Adam. Because you listened to your wife and ate from the tree I commanded you not to eat from, the ground is now cursed because of you. You will toil in sorrow all your life just to eat from it. It will produce thorns and thistles without your asking, and you will have to eat the plants of the field. By the sweat of your brow you'll eat your bread, until you return to the ground from which you were taken. Remember where you came from. You are dust, and to dust you will return. So God judged the man, he who was both judge and saviour, and although he declared that death would come, he mercifully delayed its immediate blow. Seeing them standing before him naked and exposed to the now altered air, he did not disdain to take on the role of a servant, just as he would one day wash the feet of his disciples. Now, as the head of this first human family, he clothed them in garments made of animal skins, whether by sacrifice or by transformation, like the shedding of a snake's skin. And it wasn't just their physical nakedness he covered, but their spiritual shame too, more deeply humiliating. He robed them in righteousness, veiling their guilt from their Father's eyes. Then he ascended quickly back to his Father's side, returning to his place of glory as before, interceding for humanity and recounting everything that had happened, not to inform the all-knowing God, but to intercede with grace. Meanwhile, before sin had even fully taken its course on earth, sin and death sat at the gates of hell. They stared at each other, the flames behind them roaring violently into the surrounding chaos, the gate thrown open wide since Satan had passed through it. Sin turned to Death and spoke. "My son, why do we sit here staring at each other, doing nothing, while Satan, our creator and champion, thrives elsewhere, preparing a better place for us in another world? He must be succeeding, otherwise he would have returned by now, pursued by vengeance. No other place could contain his punishment. I feel a new strength growing in me, wings even. I sense a great power calling me, pulling me towards that distant place. Some deep instinct or shared nature connects me to it. You, my shadow and constant companion, must come too. Death cannot be separated from sin. But in case the greater chasm between here and the new world prevents his return, let us begin by building a bridge from hell to earth. It's a daring mission, but within our power. Let this be our great monument, aiding the rest of our infernal kind by giving them a way to travel back and forth, to go wherever fate leads them. I won't get lost if I'm being drawn powerfully by all the strange attractions." The pale shadow of death answered her quickly. "Go where fate and your instincts lead you. I'll be right behind. I won't lose the path with you ahead of me. I can already smell the scent of blood and prey, countless lives for the taking. The taste of death is in the air. I won't hold back from this task, but will support you fully." As he spoke, Death breathed the scent of mortal change on earth with pleasure. It was like a flock of ravenous birds, even from many miles away, flying towards a battlefield, lured by the smell of corpses that would soon be killed in the coming fight. In the same way, Death's grim face caught the scent and flared his nostrils, lifting them to the murky air, keenly sensing his prey from far off. Then both Sin and Death emerged from the gates of hell into the dark, chaotic wasteland of chaos. They flew off in different directions, using their great power to hover over the waters. Whatever they came across, solid or slimy, they gathered together, churning it as if tossed by raging seas. From both sides of hell's mouth, everything began to pile in, forming a mass. It was like two opposing polar winds blowing over the Cronian seas, smashing mountains of ice together, blocking any imagined route eastward towards the rich Carthian coast. Death, using his petrifying cold and dry mace, struck this gathered mass like a trident, solidifying it as firmly as the island of Delos was once formed, after floating adrift. The rest he froze in place with a gorgon-like glare, and bound it all with asphalt-like slime. They created a massive bridge, wide as Hell's Gate, and anchored deep into its roots, rising high above the foaming abyss. It was an immense structure that connected the now defenceless world to hell, fortified by death. The bridge offered a broad, smooth, and easy path downward into hell. This feat could be compared, though on a much grander scale, to when Xerxes attempted to conquer Greece. He left his grand palace in Susa and bridged the Hellespont, linking Europe to Asia, and striking the waves with whips for their defiance. Now, through an astonishing work of architecture, they had constructed a high-arched bridge of rock suspended over the chaotic abyss, following Satan's path to the very spot where he had first landed safely after escaping chaos on the outer side of the world. They fastened the bridge with adamantine pins and chains, making it incredibly strong and durable. Soon, the boundaries of heaven, earth, and hell all converged. 3 paths lay in sight, each leading to one of these realms. Sin and Death had found the way to earth, heading first towards paradise. But just then they saw Satan, disguised as a shining angel, navigating the sky between the constellations Centaur and Scorpion, as the sun rose in Aries. Though he was disguised, his children recognized him immediately. After tempting Eve, Satan had slipped quietly into the nearby forest, Changing his form to observe what would happen next, he saw how Eve, unknowingly, passed his deceit on to Adam. He watched their shame as they tried to cover themselves. But when he saw the Son of God descend to judge them, he panicked and fled, not thinking he could truly escape, but desperate to avoid immediate punishment, afraid of what God's wrath might do to him in the moment. Once the judgment passed, he returned under the cover of night and listened to the sorrowful conversation between Adam and Eve. From their words he gathered his own fate, not immediate destruction, but something to come in the future. Now, filled with joy and the news of what he'd witnessed, he returned to hell. Near the edge of chaos, at the base of the wondrous new bridge, he unexpectedly met his beloved children, Sin and Death, who had come to meet him. The reunion was full of joy, and Satan's excitement only grew when he saw the enormous and astonishing bridge they had built. He stood in admiration for a long time until Sin, his enchanting daughter, finally broke the silence. "O Father," said Sin, "these are your mighty deeds, your trophies. Even if you don't claim them as your own, you are their creator and chief architect. For as soon as I sensed in my heart, a heart that beats in harmony with yours, that you had succeeded on earth, something your expression now confirms, I felt compelled to follow you, even through entire worlds which lay between us. It was inevitable. This fate binds the three of us together. Hell could no longer confine us. Nor could this vast, dark, pathless abyss prevent us from following your golden trail. You've won our freedom. We were trapped behind Hell's gates until now, but you've empowered us to build this astonishing bridge across the void. This world is now yours. Your strength has gained what your hands did not build. Your wisdom has won what war had lost. You've fully avenged our defeat in heaven. Here you will reign as king, there you did not. Let him rule heaven as victory has decided. But he has abandoned this new world, turning his back on it. So let the monarchy be divided between you both. Heaven for him, earth for you. Each ruling your own domain, separated by the bounds of the Empyrean. Or perhaps he'll now come to challenge you here, where you're even more dangerous to his throne." To this, Satan, the Prince of Darkness, happily replied, "Beautiful daughter, and you, my son and grandson, you've proven yourselves true descendants of Satan, and I proudly bear that name, enemy of heaven's almighty king. You've earned my admiration and the gratitude of all hell. Right at heaven's doorstep, you've met me in triumph, crowning my success with your own. Together, with this magnificent structure, you've made one united realm. Hell and earth joined as a single continent, with easy passage between them. So now, while I descend into the darkness along this road to inform our fellow devils of our victory, and to celebrate with them, you two go the other way. Follow this path through the stars, now yours, to paradise. There live and reign in joy. From paradise extend your rule to earth and the air, and especially over man, who has been declared the sole ruler of all. He must be your first subject, your slave, and eventually your victim. I appoint you as my representatives on earth, unmatched in power, direct from me. The strength you share is the foundation of my control over this new kingdom, gained through sin and exposed to death by my design. If your joint power holds, then hell's interests will remain secure. Go now, and be strong." With that he dismissed them. They immediately took their path through the thick constellations, spreading corruption as they went. The stars dimmed, and the planets seemed stricken by some unnatural eclipse. Satan, meanwhile, took the other route, back down the causeway to Hell's Gate. On either side, the vast chaos now spanned by the bridge groaned under its weight. the turbulent abyss crashing angrily against its new boundaries. Yet the barriers held strong. Satan passed through the gate, now wide open and unguarded, and found everything around him deserted. Those who had been assigned to guard the gate had abandoned their posts, flying to the upper world. The rest had retreated deeper into hell, around the walls of Pandemonium, the proud city and throne of Lucifer, so called in reference to the once bright star he resembled. There, the infernal legions stood watch while the High Council met, anxious about what might have happened to their leader. He had given orders when he left, and they obeyed. It was like when the Tartar retreats from the Russian enemies across the snowy plains near Astrakhan, or when the Bactrian Shah flees from the advancing Turkish crescent, leaving the land between in ruin as he retreats to Tauris or Caspian. So too, the fallen host of heaven withdrew, leaving the outermost regions of hell dark and deserted, keeping close watch around their capital, as they awaited word from their bold explorer, who had gone to search distant worlds. Satan passed unnoticed through their midst, appearing to be nothing more than a low-ranking angel, just one among many. He walked into the great hall of Pandemonium and, invisible to all, ascended his throne, lavishly adorned and placed in full regal splendour at the hall's upper end. There he sat silently, watching the room from his hidden perch. At last, his bright figure emerged from the shadows, glowing like a star, perhaps even brighter, shining with whatever heavenly light still clung to him after his fall, or perhaps only a false brilliance. The sight startled the infernal crowd. Amazed, they turned towards the sudden blaze and recognized him, their mighty chief, returned at last. Loud cheers erupted as the great council leapt up from their seats in joy and rushed to greet him. With a raised hand, he commanded silence, and with the following words held their attention. Thrones, dominions, princes, virtues, powers, I call you not just by your rightful titles, but because you truly possess them. You have returned, beyond all hope, triumphant from this miserable, cursed place, this house of sorrow and prison ruled by our tyrant. Now you reign as lords over a vast world, not much inferior to our native heaven. I've won it for us through a difficult and dangerous journey. It would take too long to describe all that I've done and suffered, the pain I endured travelling through the vast, unreal and chaotic depth. Across that horrible abyss, now made easier to cross by sin and death, have built a broad highway. I pushed through my strange path, navigating the wild chaos and night, who guarded their secret and fiercely resisted me. They cried out in protest, appealing to fate itself. Eventually I reached the newly created world, which heaven had long prophesied, a beautiful, perfect creation, with man placed in paradise, made happy in our absence. But I deceived him with cunning, seduced him from his creator, and how? With an apple. It's laughable, really. Yet, for that small offence, God has abandoned man and the entire world to sin and death, who now serve us, without us needing to fight or risk anything. Now we can freely roam, dwell in, and rule over man, just as he was meant to rule over everything else. True, God has judged me too, but really he judged the serpent I used to disguise myself to trick mankind. The only punishment for me is the enmity he says will exist between me and humanity. I'll bruise his heel, and one day his offspring, though not yet born, will bruise my head. But honestly, who wouldn't endure a bruise, or even worse pain, to gain an entire world? That, my fellow gods, is the account of what I've done. What remains now but to rise up and enjoy our full reward? After saying that, he paused, waiting for loud cheers and universal applause, but instead he was met with hissing from every direction. A horrible, unified hiss of scorn and hatred came from their tongues. He was shocked. but then even more shocked by what was happening to himself. His face shrank and sharpened, his arms clung to his ribs, and his legs twisted around each other until he collapsed to the ground, transformed into a monstrous serpent, crawling on his belly. He struggled, but it was useless. A greater power now ruled him, punishing him with the form in which he had sinned, just as foretold. He tried to speak, but only hissing came out. His tongue was forked, and every other being who followed him was now also turned into a serpent, punished alongside him for their bold rebellion. The hall echoed with dreadful hissing as the place filled with terrifying creatures, serpents of all kinds, scorpions, asps, amphisbaenas, horned snakes, water serpents, and more. Not even the blood-soaked ground where Medusa was slain or the Isle of Ophiusa had such a swarm, yet he, now grown into a massive dragon, was still the largest and most powerful among them, bigger than Python, the great serpent born in the slimy Pythian valley by the sun. Still towering above the rest, he led them out into the open field, where the rest of the rebel army stood, awaiting his triumphant return. But instead of the glorious leader they expected, they saw a swarm of hideous serpents. Horror and dread seized them. Worse still, they began to change as well. Their weapons fell from their hands as their own bodies transformed. Hissing replaced cheering. Their punishment mirrored their crime. Nearby, a grove had sprung up, a result of their transformation and God's will to intensify their suffering. The trees were heavy with fruit, like the one that tempted Eve. The sight filled the serpents with longing and dread. They imagined the single forbidden tree of Eden multiplied here to bring even more shame and pain. Though they suspected it was a trap, their scorching thirst and hunger drove them to climb the tree in droves, coiling among the branches like Medusa's hair. They greedily snatched the beautiful fruit, like the kind near the burning lake of Sodom, but worse. The deception wasn't in the appearance, but in the taste. Expecting sweetness, they bit in, and tasted bitter ashes. They spat it all out in disgust, yet driven by hunger, they tried again and again, only to be filled with soot and cinders. Over and over they were fooled, unlike man, who had only fallen once. And so they suffered, starved, humiliated, hissing endlessly. Eventually, their original forms were returned, though some say they are condemned to endure this punishment every year for a set number of days, as a reminder of their pride and the joy they took in seducing man. Still, they passed down a myth to the pagans, that the serpent, whom they call Ophion, and a female partner, named Eurynome, perhaps a stand-in for Eve, once ruled high Olympus before being cast down by Saturn and Ops, before mighty Zeus was even born. Meanwhile, in paradise, the dreadful pair, Sin and Death, arrived too soon. Sin had already claimed a place there, no longer just an idea but a physical presence, dwelling as if at home. Death followed right behind, not yet riding his pale horse. Then Sin spoke to him. Then Death, the second offspring of Satan, conqueror of all, was asked, "What do you think of our kingdom? We gained it through hard struggle. But is it really any better than just sitting silently at Hell's Gate, unknown, feared by no one, and slowly starving?" To this the monster born of sin quickly replied, "To me, who is forever tortured by hunger, it makes no difference whether I'm in hell, heaven, or paradise. The best place is simply where I can feed the most. Even here, though there's plenty, it still feels too little to fill this enormous, boundless body of mine." Sin, his mother and lover, responded, "Then start by feeding on those herbs, fruits, and flowers. Then move on to every beast, fish, and bird. No simple meals. and devour anything time's scythe cuts down without restraint. Meanwhile, I'll infect humankind from within, corrupting their thoughts, words, and actions, so that in the end they become your final and sweetest prey. Having said this, they went their separate ways, both set on destruction, eager to ruin or corrupt every kind of life, sooner or later. God, observing this from his divine throne among the saints, spoke to his heavenly host. Look how fiercely these hellhounds rush to destroy the world I made so beautiful and good. How I would have kept it that way, if not for man's foolishness. It's man who let in these ruinous forces, who now blames me, as does Satan and his followers, for allowing them to invade and take over a place so heavenly. They think I'm turning a blind eye, pleasing my enemies as if I gave it all up in some fit of emotion. But they don't see that I drew them here deliberately, my hellhounds, to clean up the filth of sin that man had brought upon what was once pure. Once they are bloated and filled to bursting with the corruption they've consumed, then you, my victorious son, will cast sin, death, and the gaping grave into chaos. You'll shut the mouth of hell forever and seal its jaws. This heaven and earth will be made new and pure again, free of stain. Until then, the curse I pronounced still holds." He finished speaking, and the entire host of heaven erupted in song, like the sound of oceans. "Your ways are just, your judgments are right in all your works. Who can diminish your greatness?" Then they praised the Son, destined to restore mankind, through whom a new heaven and earth would rise or descend from heaven. As they sang, the Creator called his mighty angels by name and gave each their orders according to their present needs. The sun was first commanded to shine and move in such a way that would cause the earth to feel extreme cold and heat. Winter was summoned from the north and summer's heat from the south. The moon was assigned her duties, and the 5 other planets their motions and effects, how they should align in sextile, square, trine, or opposition, with harmful influence. They were told when to join in unfavourable conjunctions, when their fixed stars would send down malignant effects, when they should rise or fall with the sun, bringing storms. Winds were assigned their corners of the world, when to stir up sea, air, or shore in chaos. Thunder was given its cue to roll across the dark sky. Some say God instructed the angels to tilt the earth's axis by more than 20 degrees, causing the globe to lean. Others say the sun was ordered to shift from the equatorial path, moving towards Taurus, with the Pleiades and the Gemini twins, up to Cancer, then downward through Leo, Virgo, and Libra, deep into Capricorn, to bring seasonal change every region. Otherwise, spring would have remained eternal, the earth always green and blooming, with equal days and nights, except near the poles, where the sun would have circled endlessly, neither rising nor setting. Had this not changed after testing the forbidden fruit, how could even an innocent world have escaped extreme cold or scorched heat? These heavenly changes, though slow, brought changes to the land and sea as well, sidereal winds, vapour, mist, hot exaltations, corruption, and disease. Now, from the northern lands of Norumbega and the Samoyed coasts, winds burst forth like prisoners from iron dungeons, armed with ice, snow, hail, and storms. Boreas, Argestes, Thracius, and Cassius tore through woods and upturned seas. From the south, Notus and Aether brought thunderclouds from Sierra Leone. Against them rushed the Levant and Ponnet winds, Eurus and Zephyr, alongside Sirocco, and libertio. Thus chaos began in lifeless nature, but first came discord, sin's daughter, among animals. Death spread by stirring fierce hostility. Beasts fought beasts, birds fought birds, and fish devoured fish. They all stopped grazing on plants and began hunting each other. They didn't fear humans anymore. Many fled, others glared menacingly. These were the miseries from outside, which Adam had begun to see, even though still cloaked in darkness. But inside he felt even worse. Tossed by a sea of emotions, he sought to unburden his soul with this sorrowful complaint. Oh, how wretched, in the midst of former happiness, am I! Is this truly the end of this glorious new world, and of me, who was once its highest glory? Now I'm the most cursed among the blessed. Hide me from God's face, which used to be my greatest joy to behold. If only the misery ended here, I deserve it, and would bear it. But this is not the end. Everything I eat, drink, or produce is now part of the curse. Oh, how sweetly once I heard the voice say, "Be fruitful and multiply," but now that command is deaf to me. What can I multiply now except curses on my own head? Every generation after me will suffer because of what I've done, and they'll curse me for it. Wretched ancestor Adam, they'll say, we have you to thank for our misery. But their thanks will come as curses. So now not only do I suffer the burden of my own sin, but everyone else's suffering will weigh heavily back on me, like all the blame falling back to its natural source. What fleeting joys paradise gives, dearly bought with endless sorrow. Did I ask you, God, to make me from clay and turn me into man? Did I beg to be brought out of darkness into life? Did I ask to be placed into this beautiful garden? Since I didn't choose to exist, wouldn't it be just to return me to dust? I would gladly surrender everything I was given, because I am unable to meet your demands, which were the terms for keeping the good things I never asked for. Losing those blessings would have been punishment enough, so why then must I also suffer unending pain? Your justice seems beyond comprehension, yet truthfully, it's too late for me to argue. I accepted the conditions when they were offered. Should I enjoy the rewards and then complain about the rules? And even if you made me without my consent, what if my own son later says the same thing? Why did you create me? I didn't ask for this. Would I accept that as an excuse if he disobeyed me? No, and unlike me, my son would be born from natural necessity, not divine choice. But I was made by God's choice, and to serve him. My rewards were out of his grace, so my punishment is rightly his to give. So be it, I submit. His judgment is fair. I am dust, and to dust I shall return. Oh, may that hour come quickly. Why does he delay? Why am I kept alive, just to suffer endlessly? Why does death not come? How gladly I would embrace mortality now, lie down like a child in its mother's lap and rest. No more hearing his terrible voice, no more fear of worse things to come for me, or my children. But a horrible thought still haunts me. What if I cannot completely die? What if the soul, the breath of life that God gave me, cannot die with the body? What if I'm doomed to a living death in the grave, or somewhere worse? That would be terrifying, if it's true. But then again, only what has life and has sinned can die. The body itself is lifeless without the soul and does not sin. So perhaps all of me will die after all. And that should end this fear, since humans can know no more than this. Even though God is infinite, is his wrath infinite too? Man is not infinite, he is mortal. How can God pour out infinite punishments on a creature whose life ends? Can he make death into something that never ends? That would be a contradiction. Even for God, such a thing is considered impossible, not a sign of power, but of weakness. Would God stretch his anger forever against a limited being like man, just to satisfy his wrath, which would then never be satisfied? That would go beyond the natural law that binds all things according to the limits of their nature. But what if death isn't a single moment that ends all, but a never-ending torment, beginning today and lasting forever, something I already feel both inside and around me? Oh no, that fear returns with ever greater force. Maybe I am destined for eternal death, and I bring everyone else with me. I carry both death and the curse in my very being. I'm not alone in this. I carry all of humanity's future in me, and all the curses through me. What a legacy I leave my sons. If only I could suffer it all myself and spare them, then, being disinherited of their curse, they might even bless me, the very one who cursed them. Why should all mankind be condemned for one man's sin, unless they're not innocent? But what could possibly come from me, except corruption? My mind and will are broken, and my children will inherit the same. They won't just do evil, but will want to do evil like I did. How can they then be guiltless before God? In the end, despite all my arguments, I'm forced to admit God is just. All my excuses lead me back to the same truth. I'm to blame. It starts and ends with me. I'm the source of all corruption. I bear the guilt, and so deserve the punishment, but could I even bear it? That wish is foolish. The burden is heavier than the whole earth. Even if I shared it with Eve, it would crush me, so everything I wish for, and everything I fear, destroys any hope of escape. I'm left in misery worse than anything before or after. Only Satan is like me now, born in sin and in doom. O conscience, what an abyss of fear and horror you've thrown me into, deeper and deeper with no way out. Adam cried out to himself in anguish through the stillness of the night, not like the wholesome cool nights before mankind's fall, but now filled with dark air, dampness, and a dreadful gloom. His guilty conscience turned everything into a double horror. He lay stretched out on the cold ground, cursing his creation, and often blaming death for being too slow, since it had been foretold on the very day he sinned. Why doesn't death come, he said, with one merciful blow to end me? Will truth break her promise? Will divine justice delay being just? But death doesn't come when called for, and divine justice doesn't speed up for anyone's cries or prayers. O woods and fountains, hills and valleys and bowers, I once taught your echoes to answer with joyful songs, but now all is sorrow. When Eve saw Adam in such misery, sitting alone and desolate, she came near and gently tried to comfort him with soft words, but he turned to her harshly and said, "Get away from me, you serpent. That name fits you best. You were allied with the real serpent, and just as false and hateful. The only thing missing is that your body doesn't look like his. Your beautiful form hides a deceitful heart, which should serve as a warning to all creatures. You pretended to be heavenly, but led me to hell. If it weren't for you, I could have remained happy. Your pride and foolish curiosity made you ignore my warnings. You couldn't resist being noticed, even by the devil himself. You thought you could outsmart him, but instead you were tricked, and by trusting you, I too was deceived. I thought you were wise, loyal, and strong against temptations. I didn't realize you were just a pretty face, not true virtue. Nothing more than a crooked rib taken from my side, bent more towards the wrong than the right. I would have been better off without you, just an extra part I don't need. Why did God, wise creator of masculine angels in heaven, make this new, flawed creature on earth? Why not fill the world with men alone, like angels, without women, or find another way to reproduce? Then this disaster, and the countless others sure to follow, would never have happened. all because of the traps women set and how quickly we bond with them. From now on, a man will either never find the right partner or will be cursed by the wrong one, or the one he loves most will reject him or be taken by someone worse, or her parents will stop her from being with him. Or when he finally meets the right woman, it'll be too late. She'll already be married to an enemy. This will cause endless misery for mankind and ruin peace in every household. He said no more, and turned away from her. But Eve, not giving up, wept without stopping. Her hair was in disarray as she fell at his feet, embraced them, and begged for forgiveness. She cried out, "Don't abandon me like this, Adam. Heaven knows how deeply I love and respect you. I didn't mean to hurt you. I was deceived. I beg you, don't take away the only light in my life, your kind face, your help, your guidance in this desperate time. You are my only strength. Without you, where can I go? How will I survive? Even if we only have a short time left to live, let there be peace between us. We were both wronged by the same enemy, the cruel serpent. Don't direct your anger at me. I'm already broken. I'm even more miserable than you. We both sinned, but you sinned only against God. I sinned against God and you. I'll go to the place of judgment and cry out to heaven to take all punishment from you and put it on me instead. I alone deserve God's wrath for what I've caused you." She ended in tears, remaining bowed before him in grief, refusing to move until he forgave her. Her sorrow and humility softened Adam. His heart melted for the woman who had been his joy, now at his feet in despair, seeking his forgiveness. He saw again the beautiful creature he loved, who now longed for his comfort and advice. Like a warrior disarmed, his anger vanished, and he gently lifted her up and said, "You were too naive and eager before, and still are now, asking for all the punishment, but also bear your own share first. You've only felt a little of God's wrath, and already my anger is too much for you. If prayers could change God's decrees, I would go to that place before you and shout louder, asking that all punishment fall on me. You're the weaker sex, and your faults would be forgiven, since you were entrusted to me, and I failed to protect you. But let's not argue or blame each other any more. We're already blamed enough by heaven. Let's focus on how to show each other love and lighten our burdens." This death we were told about today doesn't seem immediate. It will be slow and drawn out, adding to our pain, and it will pass to our children. Poor children. Eve, feeling hope again, replied, "Adam, I now understand, through painful experience, how little you trust my words, since they've led to disaster. Still, being restored by you, even though I feel so worthless, gives me hope to win back your love, the only joy I care about in life or death. I won't hide the thoughts that have risen in my heart, seeking a way to make our suffering more bearable, or even to find an end to it. If what troubles us most is the fate of our children, who will be born only to suffer and die, then we must ask, is it right to bring more misery into the world through our offspring, children of our own flesh, doomed to sorrow and destruction? Then maybe it's in your power to stop this before it begins, before I even conceive. We're childless now. Let's stay that way. That way, death won't get to devour our children too, and we'll have to be satisfied with just the two of us. But if you think it's too difficult to avoid each other completely, too painful to live without love and closeness, while desiring each other, then maybe we should take a quicker path. If we fear what's coming for ourselves and our future children, then let's choose the shortest path to escape it. If death won't come to us, let's take matters into our own hands and end our lives ourselves. Why should we keep trembling in fear when we have the power to end it quickly? Let's destroy ourselves to destroy our doom." She ended her speech, or else was cut off by deep despair. her thoughts so full of death that her cheeks had turned pale, but Adam, unmoved by her words, had been working in his mind towards a more hopeful outlook. He replied to Eve, "Eve, your scorn for life and pleasure suggests there's something noble and exceptional within you, something that looks down on earthly joys. But seeking to destroy yourself contradicts that excellence and instead shows anguish and regret over losing the very things you now claim to despise. Or if you desire death to escape our misery, thinking you can avoid the punishment you were given, don't be so sure. God is not so easily thwarted. I fear that taking our own lives will not save us from suffering. In fact, it may provoke God further, making death itself into an extension of our punishment. Instead, let's look for a different solution. I'm reminded of a part of the judgment passed on us, that your offspring will crush the serpent's head. A small comfort unless we understand the serpent to be Satan himself, who used the snake to deceive us. To destroy him would be true justice, but that can't happen if we die now, or choose never to have children, as you suggest. If we do, Satan escapes punishment, and we increase our own. So let us speak no more of suicide or of refusing to bear children. These are acts of defiance, rooted in bitterness, pride, and impatience. They show rebellion against God's rightful authority. Remember how gently and patiently God listened to us and judged us, not with anger or scorn. We thought we would die immediately, as death was threatened for that day. But for you, he only foretold pain in childbirth, a pain that would soon be replaced by the joy of holding your child. As for me, the curse only affected the ground. I must work hard to grow food, but is that so bad? Idleness would be worse. My labour will provide for us. And in case cold or heat harms us, God has already taken care of us without us asking. His own hands clothed us, even while judging us. How much more will he help us if we pray? Surely he'll listen with pity and teach us how to survive, how to deal with cold, rain, hail, snow, the changing skies we now see from this mountain. The winds are already breaking through the trees, warning us to find shelter and warmth before night comes. Perhaps we can gather the sun's warmth stored in dry wood, or create fire by rubbing materials together, just like how the wind strikes the clouds and causes lightning which ignites trees and provides heat from afar. God will show us how to use such fire, and whatever else we may need to heal the suffering we caused ourselves. If we pray and ask for his grace, we need not fear surviving this life. He will sustain us with comfort until we return to the dust from which we came. What better choice do we have than to go back to the place where he judged us? Let's fall before him with reverence, confess our sins with tears that soak the ground, and sighs that fill the air, sighs that come from truly repentant hearts. That's the true sign of sorrow and humility. I have no doubt he will show mercy and turn away from his anger. Even when he seems most severe, his face still shines with favour, grace, and compassion. So spoke Adam, repentant, and Eve, no less remorseful, went with him to the place of judgment. There they both fell to the ground with reverence, confessed their sins, and begged for forgiveness. Their tears soaked the earth, and their sighs filled the air, honest signs of their deep sorrow and humble hearts. They stood there, humble and repentant, praying earnestly. From the mercy seat above, a gracious power had come down, removing the stone hardness from their hearts, and giving them new, living flesh instead. Now their sighs were deep and wordless, inspired by the spirit of prayer, who sent their prayers swiftly towards heaven, faster than any loudspeaker could shout. Though their appearance was simple and humble, their petition was no less important than that of the ancient couple Deucalion and Phaera, who in old myths, though not as ancient as these, stood devout before the shrine of Themis to restore the human race after the flood. Their prayers rose to heaven, and were not lost or blown away by envious winds, wandering or falling. They passed through the heavenly gates without obstruction. Clothed with incense, they reached the golden altar, where the great intercessor presented them before the Father's throne. The Son, joyful, began to plead for them. Father, look at the first fruits born on earth from the grace you planted in humanity. These sighs and prayers, bring them before you, mixed with incense, as a pleasing offering from the seed you planted in their hearts with true repentance. These prayers are a sweeter gift than any fruit their hands could have produced in paradise before they fell from innocence. So please, listen closely to their silent pleas. Though they lack skill with words, let me be their interpreter, their advocate, their atonement. Patch all their deeds, good or bad, to me, and by my merit, perfect them. For these prayers I will pay with my death. Accept me, and through me receive the fragrance of peace towards mankind. Let him live reconciled to you, even if his days must be numbered and sorrowful until death, his destined end, which I plead you to lessen, not undo, gives way to a better life. There with me, all those I have redeemed will live in joy and bliss, united as I am united with you. The Father replied clearly and serenely, Son, I accept all your requests for mankind. What you ask has already been my decree, but he cannot stay longer in paradise. The law I gave to nature forbids it. Those pure immortal elements that are free from gross or discordant mixtures now reject him, seeing him as tainted, like a disease needing to be purged, just as the air rejects gross impurities. He must be prepared for death, a mortal fate suited to dissolve the corruption caused by sin, which first disturbed and corrupted all things that were once incorruptible. I created him originally with two precious gifts, happiness and immortality. Sadly, he foolishly lost these. The second gift was meant only to eternalize sorrow, until I provided death as a final remedy. After a life tested by hardship, refined through faith and good works, he will be awakened to a second life. Then in the renewal of the righteous I will restore him along with heaven and earth. Now let us summon all the blessed angels across heaven's wide realms. I will not hide from them how I judge and proceed with mankind, just as they recently witnessed my judgments on the sinful angels. Standing firm in their state, they grew even more confirmed. The Son finished speaking, and gave a clear signal to the bright angel who watched. The angel blew his trumpet, a sound heard since the time God descended on Mount Horeb, and perhaps meant to sound again at the final judgment. The angelic blast filled all the heavenly regions. From their blissful immortal gardens by the waters of life, the sons of light hurried to the high summons and took their seats. Then, from his supreme throne, the Almighty declared his sovereign will. O sons, man has now become like one of us, knowing both good and evil, since he tasted the forbidden fruit. But let him take no pride in this knowledge. He lost the knowledge of good, and gained the knowledge of evil. It would have been better for him to know good alone, and not evil at all. Now he sorrows, repents, and prays with a contrite heart. I know how changeable and vain his heart is, when left to itself. To prevent his bold hand from reaching the tree of life and eating to live forever, foolishly dreaming of eternal life, I decree that he must be removed. I sent him out from the garden to till the ground from which he was taken, a place more fitting for him now. Michael, the task I entrust to you, Take with you some of the cherubim, and lead him forth. Choose your fiercest warriors quickly, so that the enemy, whether for mankind's sake or to seize the now empty land, doesn't cause new trouble. Hurry, and without pity, drive the sinful couple out of God's paradise, banishing them forever from this holy ground. Proclaim to them and their descendants that they are permanently exiled. But don't let them lose hope or give up when faced with this harsh sentence. I see they are already softened by tears, mourning their mistakes, and hiding their fears. If they obey your orders patiently, don't send them away hopeless. Instead, reveal to Adam what will happen in the future, as I will guide you. Also, remind him of the renewed covenant through the woman's seed. Send them out sorrowfully, but in peace. Then place a cherubic guard on the east side of the garden, where the entrance from Eden is easiest, to watch over it. Let the cherubs wield flaming swords, waving wide, to frighten off any who might try to enter and protect the tree of life. We must make sure paradise does not become a refuge for evil spirits, or that any of my trees become prey to them, tempting mankind again with stolen fruit. With that he finished speaking. The archangel prepared to descend swiftly, accompanied by a bright company of vigilant cherubim. Each had 4 faces, like a double Janus, and their forms were covered with countless eyes, more than the mythical Argus, wide awake, not easily lulled by any enchanting music, like the pastoral reed of Hermes, or the sleep-inducing staff. Meanwhile, Leucothea, the goddess of the sea, awakened to bathe the earth in fresh, fragrant dew, just as Adam and Eve finished their prayers. They felt strength come from above, and new hope rise from despair, joy mixed with lingering fear. Adam then spoke kindly to Eve. Eve, it's easy to believe that all the good things we enjoy come from heaven, but it's hard to imagine that anything we do could matter enough to reach God's mind, or change his will. Still, that is exactly what prayer does. Even one short breath of prayer can rise all the way to God's throne. Since I prayed to appease the offended God, kneeling and humbling my whole heart, I felt him listening with mercy. I was convinced that my prayers were heard, and peace returned to my heart. I also remembered his promise that your offspring would crush our enemy. I didn't understand it fully then, but now it comforts me. Death's bitterness is over, and we will live. So hail to you, Eve, rightly called the mother of all mankind, and mother of all living things, because through you man lives, and all life depends on man. Eve replied softly and humbly, I don't deserve such a title. I'm a sinner who, instead of helping you as God intended, became your snare. The blame and distrust should be mine, but my judge's mercy is endless. Though I first brought death to all, I am now granted to be the source of life. And you are kind to give me such a title, though another name would be more fitting. But the field calls us now to labour, sweating even after a sleepless night. Look, the morning, indifferent to our worries, begins her rosy progress smiling. Let's go, and I will never leave your side again. Wherever our work takes us, even if it is hard, I will stay. While we live here, what can be too difficult in these pleasant walks? Let's live here content, though fallen. Thus spoke humble Eve, and wished it, but fate had other plans. Nature gave its first warnings, sudden signs impressed on birds, beasts, and the air. The sky quickly darkened after a brief morning glow. Near her, the great bird of Jupiter, swooping from its high flight, chased 2 brightly plumed birds before it. From a hill, the forest's ruler, the great hunter beast, pursued a gentle pair, the finest hart and hind in the forest. Their flight was aimed straight for the eastern gate. Adam watched, following the chase with his eyes, moved, and said to Eve, "Oh, Eve, more changes await us soon. Heaven shows its intentions or warns us through these silent signs in nature. Maybe we've become too confident that our punishment is over, released from death for now. But who knows how long this will last or what lies ahead? We only know we are dust and must return to dust, becoming nothing. Why else would we see this double sight? Two things flying at the same time, one through the air and the other across the ground. Why is there darkness in the east before midday, while the morning light shines brighter in a wide cloud over the western sky, slowly descending with something heavenly within it? Adam was not mistaken. From a jasper-coloured sky, the heavenly host descended into paradise and appeared gloriously on a hill, making an altar. Adam's eyes were dimmed by doubt and human fear, or he might have recognised a vision as glorious as when angels met Jacob, where his camp was surrounded by bright guardians. Nor was it less splendid than the fiery camp that appeared on Mount Dothan when the Syrian king prepared a secret war against one man, an unannounced attack. Among these shining beings, the chief leader left the others to take possession of the garden alone, setting out to find where Adam was sheltering. Adam noticed him coming and said to Eve, as the great visitor approached, "Eve, expect important news that might soon decide our fate or impose new rules we must follow." From that blazing cloud covering the hill, I see one of the heavenly hosts arriving, no ordinary being, but a great ruler, or one of the highest angels. His arrival carries such majesty. He isn't terrifying enough to frighten me, nor friendly like Raphael, with whom I have much trust. This one is serious and sublime, and I must meet him with reverence. You should step back. He finished, and the archangel soon arrived, not in his celestial form, but appearing as a man dressed to meet another man. Over his shining arms he wore a military-style purple vest, brighter than the famous Meliboran purple, or the cloth worn by ancient kings and the heroes during truces. The fabric seemed dipped in rainbow colours. His shining helmet was unbuckled, showing that he was a mature man in his prime, not a youth. By his side hung a sword that inspired fear, and he held a spear. Adam bowed low, but the angel, regal and proud, did not bow. Instead, he announced his purpose. "Adam, God's command needs no introduction. It's enough to know your prayers have been heard. Death, which was your just punishment for your disobedience, has been delayed by many days of grace, time given for you to repent and balance one bad act with many good deeds. Your Lord may then forgive you completely and redeem you from death's claim, but you cannot stay in paradise any longer. I have come to remove you and send you out to till the soil from which you were taken, a more suitable place for you." He said no more. Adam stood there, struck with a cold sorrow, gripping his heart and his senses. Eve, who had heard everything, though unseen, soon showed herself and began to lament aloud. "Oh, unexpected and terrible blow, worse than death itself! Must I really leave you, paradise, leave this native soil, these happy walks and shady groves, once the dwelling of gods? Here I had hoped to spend the rest of my days quietly, though sadly, until death comes to both of us. O flowers, which will never grow in another land, my first and last gift, raised by my tender hands from the earliest bud, and given names, who will now tend you under the sun, or water you from the immortal spring, and you, my bridal bower, adorned by me with all things sweet to see and smell, how shall I part from you and wander down into a lower, darker world? How shall we breathe air less pure, unaccustomed to immortal fruits?" The angel gently interrupted her. "Don't mourn, Eve. Accept patiently what you have justly lost. Don't cling so fondly to what is no longer yours. You won't be alone. You will go with your husband, and you must follow him, wherever he lives. There will be your home. Adam, recovering from his sudden despair and regaining his scattered thoughts, then humbly addressed Michael. Celestial One, whether you belong to the highest thrones, or are called the greatest among them, you have delivered your message gently, which might otherwise have caused us pain, or even destruction. Our human weakness can hardly bear the sorrow, despair, and hopelessness your message brings. The news that we must leave this happy place, our sweet refuge, the only home we've ever known. Everywhere else will seem hostile and empty, unfamiliar and unwelcoming. If I could, I would pray without stopping to change the will of the one who controls all things. I would not stop wearying him down with my persistent cries. But prayer against his absolute decree is useless, like blowing breath against the wind, which only blows back against you. So I submit to his great command. What pains me most is that, once we leave here, we will be hidden from his presence, deprived of his blessed face. Here, I could visit often the places where he chose to reveal himself, and tell my children about them, how he appeared on the mount, stood visible beneath this tree, how I heard his voice among these pines, and talked with him by this fountain. I would build so many grateful altars of fresh grass, and pile up shining stones from the brook as lasting monuments. I would offer sweet-smelling gums, fruits, and flowers. But in that dark world below, where will I seek his bright appearance, or follow the trace of his footsteps? Though I fled from him in anger, I now gladly look, even if only at the furthest edges of his glory, and worship his distant presence. Michael replied kindly, Adam, you know that heaven is his, and so is the entire earth, not just this rock. His presence fills the land, sea, and air, and all living things are sustained by his power and warmth. He gave you all the earth to rule over, a great gift. So don't think his presence is limited to these small bounds of paradise or Eden. That place might have been your capital, from where all generations would spread, coming from all corners of the earth to honour and respect you as their greatest ancestor. But that special privilege is lost. Now you must live here on the same ground as your descendants. Still, don't doubt that God is just as present in the valleys and plains, and you will find many signs of his presence around you, constantly surrounding you with goodness and fatherly love. His face will be reflected there, and you will see the divine footprints he leaves behind. To help you believe this and strengthen your faith before you leave, I have been sent to show you what will happen in the future to you and your descendants. You will hear of good and bad, of heavenly grace struggling against human sin, so you may learn true patience, balancing joy with fear and holy sorrow, enduring both prosperity and hardship with moderation. This way you will live safely and be best prepared for the moment of death when it comes. Now, climb this hill. Let Eve sleep below here. Her eyes I have just washed with a healing dew, while you stay awake in foresight, as you once slept while she was created. Adam replied gratefully, I follow you, safe guide, up the path you lead. I submit to heaven's will, however punishing it may be. I open my heart to whatever hardship comes, preparing to overcome through suffering, and to earn rest through labour, if that is my fate. So both ascended, in the vision sent by God. The hill was the highest in paradise, and from its top the entire hemisphere of the earth stretched out clearly in a vast panorama. No other hill was higher or offered a wider view. It was from a similar place in the wilderness that the tempter showed the second Adam all the kingdoms of the earth and their glory. From this vantage point, Adam's eyes could command a view wherever great cities stood, whether ancient or modern seats of power. From the destined walls of Camberloo, the seat of the Ketone-Kun, and Samarkand by the Oxus River, to Pakwin of the Chinese kings, and from there to Agra and Lahore of the great Mughal Empire, down to the Golden Peninsula, or where the Persian king sat in Ecbatana, or later in Isfahan, or where the Russian Tsar ruled in Moscow, or the Sultan in Byzantium, born in Turkestan. His eyes could even see the kingdom of the Negus to its furthest port, Morocco, and the smaller maritime kings of Mombasa, Quiloa, Melinda, and Sofala, thought by some to be Ophir, the realm. He saw the kingdoms of Congo and Angola far to the south. From there, stretching from the Niger River to the Atlas Mountains, the kingdoms of Al-Mansur, Fez, Sus, Morocco, Algiers, and Tremisen, then looking to Europe, and the place where Rome once ruled the world. In spirit, perhaps, he also saw the wealthy city of Mexico, home to Montezuma, Cusco in Peru, the even richer seat of Atahualpa, and the still unspoiled land of Guinea, where the great city called El Dorado by the sons of Geryon was said to be. But then Michael removed the film from Adam's eyes, the illusion caused by the forbidden fruit that had promised clearer sight but only clouded his vision. He cleansed Adam's eyes with bitter herbs and 3 drops from the well of life. The power of these remedies penetrated deeply, all the way to the very centre of the mind's eye, forcing Adam to close his eyes. Overcome, he sank down, his spirit overwhelmed. The gentle angel quickly took him by the hand and brought him back to attention. Adam, now open your eyes, and first behold the consequences of your original sin. See how it has affected some of your descendants, people who never touched the forbidden tree, never conspired with the serpent, never committed your sin, yet still inherit its corruption, and go on to commit even worse deeds. Adam opened his eyes and saw a field partly cultivated farmland with recently harvested sheaves and partly pastured with sheep and foals. In the middle stood a simple altar made of grassy sod. Soon a sweaty reaper came from his fieldwork carrying the first fruits, the green ear of corn and the yellow sheaf, uncleared and as they came. Then a meek shepherd approached with the firstborn lambs of his flock, choosing the best ones. The shepherd sacrificed the innards and fat, sprinkled incense on the split wood altar, and performed all the proper rites. His offering was soon accepted. A fire from heaven consumed it quickly with a bright flame and sweet-smelling smoke. But the other offering was not accepted, because it was not sincere. Enraged, the rejected man struck the other in the chest with a stone, killing him instantly. The man fell pale, his soul leaving his body in a gush of blood. Adam was deeply disturbed by what he saw and cried out hastily to the angel, "O teacher, some great tragedy has befallen that gentle man who offered his sacrifice sincerely. Is pure devotion rewarded like this?" Michael answered, moved as well. "These 2 are brothers, Adam, both descended from you. The unjust one killed the just one out of envy, because his brother's offering was accepted by heaven. But this violent act will be avenged, and the other's faith will not go unrewarded, even though you see him die here, rolling in dust and blood." Adam replied, "Alas, both for the deed and the cause, have I now seen death. Is this how I must return to dust? What a terrible, ugly sight, horrible to think about and even worse to feel." Michael replied, "You have seen death in its first form in man, but death comes in many forms, and by many paths, all grim and dismal. It is often more frightening at the entrance than inside. Some, like what you saw, die suddenly and violently, by fire, flood, famine, or by overindulgence in food and drink, which will bring many dreadful diseases upon the earth. You will soon witness the misery caused by Eve's lack of restraint. At that moment, a new scene appeared before Adam's eyes, a sick house, dark and foul-smelling, filled with countless sufferers, suffering from every kind of disease, spasms, torturous pains, fevers, convulsions, epilepsy, severe colds, stomach ulcers, colic, madness, melancholy, wasting diseases, pestilence, dropsy, asthma, and painful rheumatism. The sick tossed and groaned deeply, despairing. Death hovered above them, with his dart, ready to strike, but delaying, even though the sufferers begged for release, hoping death would be their final relief. Such a horrible sight, no heart of stone could watch without tears. Adam, though not born of a woman, could not hold back his compassion. It overwhelmed his noblest human feelings, and he wept for a time until stronger thoughts helped him restrain his sorrow, and he barely managed to speak again. O miserable mankind, to what a low state! Adam reflected sadly on the fallen state of humanity, feeling deeply troubled by how degraded and miserable mankind had become. He wondered if it wouldn't have been better never to have been born at all. Why is life given to us only to be so harshly taken away? Or why is life even forced upon us at all? If people truly understood what life involves, they would either refuse to accept it in the first place, or quickly beg to be released from it, grateful to find peace in death. How could the image of God created in man, so noble and upright, though now flawed, be subject to such ugly suffering and cruel pain? Why shouldn't man, who still remains some part of God's likeness, be spared from these deformities? Why shouldn't he be protected for his Maker's sake? Michael answered that people abandoned their Maker's image when they degraded themselves by serving uncontrolled appetites, and adopting the image of the brute creature they worshipped instead, a brutish sin that Eve's sin started. Their punishment, then, is so severe because it disfigures not God's image but their own, or if God's image, it is defaced by their own actions, since they corrupted the natural order God created and brought sickness upon themselves. This is a just punishment because they did not respect God's image in themselves. Adam accepted this explanation and submitted, but he asked if there was any other way besides suffering pain to reach death and return to the dust from which they came. Michael said yes, there was a way, by living temperately, practicing moderation in food and drink, and seeking nourishment rather than indulgence. If one lived like this, many years would pass, and then one could fall like ripe fruit into their mother's lap, gently and naturally gathered, not harshly plucked. This is old age. But to reach old age, one must outlive youth, strength, and beauty, which inevitably fade, turning to weakness and grey hair. The senses dull, pleasures fade, and a gloomy, melancholic spirit settles in the blood. This melancholy weighs down the spirit and slowly consumes the life force. Adam responded that he would no longer flee death or try to extend life too much. Instead, he would focus on ending his burdens as gracefully and peacefully as possible when his appointed time came. Michael replied, "Do not love life too much, or hate it. Just live well, whether your time is long or short, and leave the length of your life to heaven." Then Michael showed Adam another vision. Adam saw a wide plain filled with colourful tents. Some tents had herds of cattle grazing nearby, from others came the sound of music, harps and organs playing beautiful melodies. A musician was visible, moving his fingers skillfully over the instruments, creating a rich harmonious sound. Elsewhere, a blacksmith worked at a forge, melting iron and brass. Whether the ore came from natural fires deep underground, or streams washing it out, the blacksmith poured the molten metal into moulds to create his tools and other crafted objects. Nearby, from the hills, a different group of people descended to the plain. They appeared to be just and good men, devoted to worshipping God properly and understanding his works. They sought knowledge, including things that would help preserve freedom and peace among people. As these men had barely begun walking on the plain, a group of beautiful women appeared from the tents, richly dressed with jewels. They sang soft love songs accompanied by the harp, and danced gracefully. Though the men were serious, their eyes wandered freely over the women until they were caught in the charm of love. Each man chose a partner, and they spoke of love until evening, when the star that heralds night appeared. Then, full of passion, they lit the wedding torch and called upon Hymen, the god of marriage, to bless their union. The tent was filled with music and feasting. This happy scene of love and youth, full of song, garlands, flowers, and beautiful music, touched Adam's heart. He was ready to embrace pleasure, acknowledging the natural desire for joy. Adam said to Michael, "Blessed angel, this vision is a much better sight than the previous ones, and gives more hope for peaceful days ahead. Those earlier visions were full of hatred, death, and worse suffering. Here nature seems fulfilled in all its purposes." Michael replied, "Do not judge what is best simply by pleasure, even if it seems natural. You were created for a higher, nobler purpose, holy and pure, in divine harmony. Those pleasant tents you saw were actually the homes of wicked people, the descendants of the man who killed his brother. These people appear to be dedicated to the arts that refine and improve life, and they are clever inventors, but they completely ignore their creator. Though God's Spirit once guided them, they refuse to acknowledge his gifts. Yet they will have beautiful offspring. Those women you saw, so lively, graceful, and richly dressed like goddesses, are actually empty of all the good qualities that make a woman honourable and worthy of respect. They were raised only to satisfy lust, to sing, dance, dress up, flirt with their words and eyes. These women will captivate the serious religious men, called the sons of God, and cause them to abandon their virtues and good reputations. Those men will surrender their honour ignobly to the charms and smiles of these worldly women, enjoying fleeting pleasure that will soon lead to ruin. The world will later weep tears for the consequences of these choices. Adam, saddened and deprived of hope, cried out, "How sad and shameful that those who started so well in life should turn aside to follow wrong paths, or give up halfway. Yet it seems that human suffering always begins with a woman." Michael answered, "No, actually, it begins with man's weakness and laziness. He should have been wiser and used his greater gifts better. Now prepare yourself for another vision." Adam looked and saw a vast land filled with towns and countryside. He saw cities with tall gates and towers, armies gathering for war, fierce warriors ready for battle, giants of great strength attempting bold deeds. Some wielded weapons, others rode horses arranged in battle formation, both cavalry and infantry, never idly standing around. In one area, a group was driving a herd of cattle and sheep from rich pasture, causing the shepherds, barely alive, to flee. The shepherds called for help, leading to a bloody fight. The soldiers joined the conflict with violent tournaments. The fields once full of cattle were now stained with blood and littered with dead bodies and weapons. Elsewhere, other soldiers laid siege to a strong city, using battering rams, ladders, and tunnels to attack. Defenders fought back with darts, javelins, stones, and fire. Slaughter and heroic deeds filled the battlefield on all sides. In another part of the city gates, rulers called a council. Elderly, serious men gathered alongside warriors to debate, but soon bitter disagreements broke out. At last, a man of middle age, wise and respected, stood up and spoke about justice, religion, truth, peace, and divine judgment, but the crowd, young and old, rejected him violently and tried to seize him. A cloud descended and mysteriously took him away before they could harm him. After that, violence, oppression, and lawlessness spread across the land, and no one was safe. Adam was filled with tears and turned to his guide in sorrow. Who are these people, these ministers of death, not truly men, who deal out such cruelty and multiply the sin of the first murderer by thousands? They massacre their own kind, fellow men. But who was that righteous man whom heaven rescued just in time, or else he would have perished despite his goodness? Michael replied, These people are the product of those unwise marriages you saw earlier, where good was joined with bad, those who naturally hated each other. Because of this foolish mixing, monstrous offspring were born, physically or mentally. These were the giants, men famous for their strength. In those days, only might was admired, and courage and heroic virtue were seen as winning battles, conquering nations, and bringing home countless spoils of war, even at the cost of mass slaughter. Such men were called great conquerors, patrons of mankind, gods, or sons of gods, but more accurately, they were destroyers, and plagues upon humanity. Fame and renown were won through violence, while true merit was unnoticed. But the seventh man from you, whom you saw, was the only righteous man in a corrupt world. Because of his justice, he was hated and surrounded by enemies, daring to stand alone for the truth and justice, prophesying God's judgment. The Most High then took him up in a gentle cloud with winged horses, as you saw, to walk with God in salvation and bliss, spared from death. This shows you the reward awaiting the good, and the punishment reserved for the rest. Now turn your eyes and watch closely. Adam looked, and saw that everything had changed completely. The harsh roar of war had stopped. Instead, people were indulging in pleasure and games, luxury, wild parties, feasting, and dancing. They married or prostituted themselves as it happened, with rape and adultery spreading wherever the women were especially attractive. This reckless behaviour led from drinking and debauchery to violent civil fights. Then an elderly and respected man appeared among them. He spoke out strongly against their behaviour, often attending their gatherings, whether celebrations or festivals, preaching about repentance and conversion, warning them that they were like souls trapped and facing imminent judgment, but his words were ignored. When he saw his efforts were useless, he stopped arguing and moved his camp far away. From the mountain, he began to cut tall trees and build a huge ship, carefully measuring its length, width, and height, sealing it with pitch, and fitting a door on the side. He stocked it with plenty of food for both people and animals. Then something remarkable happened. Pairs of every kind of animal, bird, and insect came, 7 pairs of each, following their natural order. Last of all came the old man himself, his 3 sons, and their 4 wives. God then closed the door firmly. At that moment the south wind rose, dark clouds gathered overhead, and heavy mist and vapour rose from the hills. The sky thickened like a dark ceiling, and rain poured down fiercely and continuously until no land was visible. The huge ship floated, safely riding the waves with its pointed bow, while all the other homes were swallowed by the flood. The sea covered everything, endless shoreless sea. Where luxury once ruled, sea monsters now bred and made their home. Of all the many humans who once lived on Earth, only those on the small ship remained afloat. Adam was heartbroken to see the tragic end of all his descendants. A depopulation so vast, it was like another flood, a flood of tears and sorrow, drowning him too. Gently lifted by the angel, he finally stood on his feet. Though utterly comfortless, like a father mourning all his children destroyed at once. He could barely speak, but he lamented, "O terrible visions I watched. I wish I had never seen them. It would have been better to live in ignorance of the future, bearing only the daily troubles of my own time, but now, by knowing what will happen, I carry the burden of many generations at once. This early knowledge torments me before these things even come to be. Let no one seek to know the future, especially the troubles that will surely come, which no foreknowledge can prevent. In fact, knowing about them makes the suffering even worse. But that worry is over now. Man is no longer someone who can be warned. The few who escaped famine and suffering will eventually perish wandering through this watery wasteland. I had hoped that once violence and war ended, all would go well, and peace would crown the human race with long-lasting happiness. But I was deeply mistaken. Now I see that peace can be just as corrupting as war is destructive. How did this happen? Please explain, Heavenly Guide, and tell me if the human race will end here. Michael answered, "These people you just saw, living in luxury and triumph, were once famous for their great acts of bravery and achievements, but they lacked true virtue. After spilling much blood and causing great destruction to conquer nations, they gained fame, titles, and riches, but they then turned to pleasure, ease, laziness, excess, and lust. Pride and indulgence bred hostility even in times of peace. Those who were conquered and enslaved also lost their virtues and fear of God. They had pretended to be pious during battle, but when their prayers went unanswered, their faith died. From then on, they focused on living comfortably or corruptly, relying on whatever their masters allowed them to keep. The earth produced more than enough for them, teasing their self-control. As a result, everyone became corrupted and depraved. Justice, temperance, truth, and faith were all forgotten, except for one man, the only light in a dark age. Despite being a bad example, the world around him full of sin and temptation, he remained fearless. He spoke out against wickedness, warning people about the safer and more peaceful path of righteousness. He announced God's coming judgment on those who refused to repent. Though ridiculed and rejected by the people, God protected him. This one righteous man, commanded by God, built a marvellous ark, as you saw, to serve himself and save his family from a world doomed to destruction. No sooner had he gathered the chosen men and animals inside the ark for safety than the floodgates of heaven opened wide, rain poured down day and night, and the springs of the deep burst forth, raising the ocean far beyond its normal boundaries. The waters rose above the highest mountains, and even this mountain, Mount Paradise, was uprooted and carried away by the powerful floodwaters. Its lush greenery was destroyed, and the trees floated down the river towards the open sea, where they took root on a salty barren island, a place now inhabited by seals, orcas, and noisy seagulls. This showed that God does not consider any place holy by itself. Sanctity only comes from the people who live there or visit it. Now watch what happens next. Adam looked again and saw the ark rising on the floodwaters, which had started to recede. The dark clouds were driven away by a sharp north wind that dried the water's surface, wrinkling the flood as it began to fade away. The clear sun shone brightly on the vast watery expanse, drawing moisture from the waves, as if quenching a thirst. The floodwaters shrank from a stagnant lake to a gentle ebb that softly retreated towards the sea, which had now closed its floodgates like heaven shutting its windows. The ark was no longer floating, but appeared fixed firmly on the peak of a high mountain. The tops of other hills looked like rocks emerging from the waters. The rushing currents roared as they drove the floodwaters back towards the retreating sea. Then a raven flew out of the ark, followed by a more reliable messenger, a dove, sent out at once and then again to search for dry land where it could rest. On its second return, the dove brought back an olive leaf in its beak, a clear sign of peace. Soon dry land appeared, and the ancient man, Noah, stepped out of the ark with his family. Raising his hands and looking up with gratitude, he saw a dewy cloud above him. In the cloud was a bright, colourful rainbow with 3 shining bands, a symbol of peace from God and a new covenant. At this sight, Adam's previously sorrowful heart was filled with joy, and he exclaimed, "Oh, you who can show the future as if it were present, heavenly teacher, I am revived by this last vision. I am assured that mankind will live on, along with all the creatures and their descendants. I now mourn far less for the entire wicked world that was destroyed Then I rejoice for this one man so perfect and just, through whom God promises to create a new world and forget his anger. But tell me, what do these colourful streaks in the sky mean, stretched across the heavens like the calm brow of a satisfied God? Are they a bright border to hold in the flowing edges of the watery cloud, preventing it from breaking apart and flooding the earth again? To this the archangel replied, "You ask wisely. God willingly relents and forgives, though he once regretted creating corrupt mankind, grieved to see the earth filled with violence and all creatures corrupting their ways. But for that one righteous man he grants grace. God promises not to destroy mankind by flood again, nor to let the sea exceed its boundaries, nor rain to drown the world with humans or animals inside. And whenever God brings his clouds over the earth, he will place his triple-coloured bow, the rainbow, in the sky, as a sign to remember his covenant. Day and night, seed time and harvest, heat and frost, shall continue their cycle, until fire purifies everything and renews heaven and earth, where the righteous will dwell." As someone who, even when eager to move quickly, pauses briefly without delay, just like the archangel stopped between the destroyed world and the restored one, perhaps to allow Adam to ask a question, now with a smooth transition, the new speech begins. "So, you have seen one world end and another begin, and humanity has sprung from a second origin. There is still much for you to witness, but I sense your mortal eyes will soon fail. Divine visions strain and tire human sense. From now on, I will describe what is to come, so listen carefully and pay attention. The second generation of humans, still few in number and still remembering the fear of past judgment, will live with some respect for justice and right. They will work the land, harvesting plentiful crops like grain, wine, and oil. From their herds and flocks they will often sacrifice bulls, lambs, or kids, accompanied by generous wine offerings and sacred feasts. They will live joyful, blameless lives and dwell in peace for a long time, organised by families and tribes under the guidance of their elders. But eventually one will rise with a proud and ambitious heart, dissatisfied with fair equity and brotherly harmony. He will arrogantly claim undeserved dominion over his brothers, driving out natural law and harmony from the earth. He will hunt men, not beasts, using war and treacherous traps against those who refuse to submit to his tyrannical rule. He will be called a mighty hunter, challenging heaven itself, claiming a second sovereignty. Though he will accuse others of rebellion, his own name will come from rebellion. This man, along with others driven by similar ambition who join him or follow his lead to tyrannize, will march from Eden towards the west. There they will find a plain where a black tar-like substance bubbles from the ground, the mouth of hell. Using bricks and bitumen, they will build a city and a tower with its top reaching towards heaven. They want to make a name for themselves so they won't be forgotten, scattered across foreign lands, regardless of whether their fame is good or evil. But God, who often visits men unseen and walks among their homes to observe their deeds, will come down to see their city before the tower reaches heaven. In mockery, he will confuse their language, causing their speech to become a jumble of meaningless sounds. Suddenly, a loud, ugly babble rises among the builders. They call to each other, but are not understood, growing hoarse and angry, as if mocking each other in a storm. Great laughter erupts in heaven as God looks down at the strange chaos and noise. The building project is abandoned, and called confusion. To this, Adam, with a father's disappointment, replies, "O wicked son, how dare you aspire above your brothers, claiming authority that belongs to no one but God? God gave us dominion over beasts, fish, and birds, absolute authority over them by his gift, but he never made one man lord over other men, reserving that title for himself alone. Humans remain free among themselves, but this usurper's pride goes further. He even aims his tower as a challenge and siege against God himself. Foolish man! How does he expect to sustain himself and his reckless army in the thin air above the clouds, where there is no bread or breath to support life? Michael responds, "You rightly despise that son who brought such trouble to peaceful humanity by trying to suppress free will. But understand this, since your own fall, true liberty has been lost. True liberty always exists with right reason and cannot be separated from it. When reason in man is obscured or ignored, uncontrolled desires and sudden passions take over and seize control from reason. They enslave man, who was once free. Since he allows unworthy powers to rule inside himself, God justly subjects him to external harsh rulers, who often unjustly oppress his outward freedom. Tyranny is unavoidable, though it offers no excuse to the tyrant. Sometimes nations fall so far from virtue, which is reason, that they lose not only their freedom, but also justice itself punishes them. Justice, along with a fatal curse, strips them of their external liberty, because they have already lost their inner freedom. This is seen in the disrespectful son of the man who built the ark, who, for dishonouring his father, received a heavy curse. He would become the servant of servants, reflecting the corruption of his sinful line. Just like the first world, this second world will continue to decline from bad to worse until God, tired of their sins, withdraws his presence from among them and turns his holy eyes away. From that point on, he will leave them to follow their own corrupt ways. But God will choose one special nation from all the rest, a nation descended from one faithful man. This man still lives on this side of the Euphrates River, raised among idol worshippers. Can you believe it? Even while the patriarch who survived the flood was still alive, people had become so foolish as to abandon the living God, and instead worship their own creations made of wood and stone. Yet the Most High God graciously calls this man through a vision, calling him away from his father's house, his relatives, and their false gods, to a land that he will show him. From this man God will raise a mighty nation, showering blessings upon him, so that through his descendants all nations of the earth will be blessed. The man obeys immediately, trusting God, though he doesn't yet know where he's going. I see him now leaving his gods, his friends, and his homeland of of Chalcedea. He crosses the river to Haran, followed by a large train of herds, flocks, and many servants, not wandering poor, but trusting God with all his wealth as he moves into unknown territory. He reaches Canaan, and pitches his tents near Sechem and the plain of Moreh. There, by God's promise, he receives the gift of that land for his descendants, from Hamath in the north to the southern desert, and from Mount Hermon in the east to the great western sea. See each place as I pointed out: Mount Carmel on the shore, the Jordan River as the eastern boundary, and his sons settling as far as Senir, the long ridge of hills. Consider this: all nations of the earth will be blessed through his descendants. This seed refers to your great deliverer, who will crush the serpent's head. I will explain this more clearly soon. This faithful patriarch, whom we will call Abraham in due time, leaves a son and a grandson like himself, in faith, wisdom, and reputation. The grandson has 12 sons, increasing the family, and eventually moves away from Canaan to a land later called Egypt, divided by the Nile River. See how far it flows, splitting into 7 mouths as it empties into the sea. They come to live in Egypt, invited by one of the younger sons during a time of famine, a son whose worthy deeds earn him second place in Pharaoh's realm. That son dies, leaving behind a growing family that becomes a nation. But now a later king grows suspicious of their numbers and fears their power, seeing them as too many guests. So he makes them slaves, treating them harshly, and orders the killing of their newborn males. Then 2 brothers, Moses and Aaron, sent by God to claim his people's freedom, leads them out of slavery and back to the promised land in glory and triumph. But first, the cruel tyrant who refuses to acknowledge their God or accept his message must be forced to obey through terrible signs and judgments. Without shedding blood, the rivers turn to blood. Frogs, lice and flies invade his palace and cover the land. His cattle die of disease, sores and boils afflict him and his people. Thunder mixed with hail and fire tears through his Egyptian sky and earth, destroying everything in its path. What survives is devoured by a dark cloud of locusts that leaves nothing green behind. Darkness covers the land for 3 days, thick enough to be felt. Finally, at midnight, all the firstborn of Egypt lie dead. After these 10 devastating plagues, the stubborn River King finally agrees to let the Israelites go. Though his heart softens at times, it hardens again like ice after thawing. In his rage, he pursues the Israelites, but the sea swallows him and his army whole. Meanwhile, the Israelites pass safely through the parted sea, walking on dry land between 2 walls of water, guided by Moses' rod. God's power is with his chosen people, appearing as a cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night, to lead them and protect them from their pursuers. The Egyptians chase them all night, but darkness shields the Israelites until dawn. Then, through the fire and cloud, God disrupts the Egyptian army, breaking their chariot wheels. By God's command, Moses raises his rod once more, and the sea obeys. The waves crash down on the Egyptian soldiers, drowning them completely. The chosen people continue safely towards Canaan, crossing the wild desert, not taking the shortest route, but one that avoids alarming the Canaanite warriors, who might scare them back to Egypt. They prefer an unglorious life of slavery to a reckless fight they are not ready for, because life, whether noble or lowly, is always dear, especially when one is untrained in battle, and rashness can lead to ruin. Because of their delay in the wilderness, the people will use that time to establish their government. They will form a great council, a senate made up of representatives from the 12 tribes, to rule by the laws given to them. God will come down from Mount Sinai, whose grey peak will shake as he descends in thunder, lightning, and the sound of loud trumpets. There he will personally give them laws, some relating to civil justice and others to religious rites and sacrifices. These laws will also teach them, through symbols and shadows, about the promised descendant who will crush the serpent's head and bring about humanity's deliverance. Because God's voice is terrifying to mortal ears, the people ask Moses to speak to them on God's behalf and to shield them from the fearsome presence of God. Moses agrees. They learn that no one can approach God without a mediator, and Moses now serves as a symbol of that role. He will eventually point to someone greater, one whom the prophets of that time will sing about, the coming Messiah. With the laws and rights established, God is so pleased by the obedience of his people that he allows his holy presence to dwell among them. Following his instructions, they build a sanctuary made of cedar wood and covered with gold. Inside is an ark containing the records of his covenant. Above the ark is a golden mercy seat between 2 shining cherubim, and before it burn 7 lamps arranged like the heavenly lights of the zodiac. A cloud will rest over the tent by day, and by night a fiery glow will shine, except when they travel. Eventually, led by his angels, they will reach the land promised to Abraham and his descendants. There many battles will be fought, many kings defeated, and kingdoms won. The sun will even stand still at midday, and the moon in the valley, to allow the Israelites victory over their enemies. This is the story of Abraham's grandson, the son of Isaac, and his descendants who will conquer Canaan. At this point, Adam interrupts. He calls the speaker an enlightened messenger sent from heaven, grateful for the revelations, especially about Abraham and his descendants. Adam says he finally sees clearly and feels relief. having been confused and worried about the fate of himself and all mankind, he recognizes the blessing through Abraham's seed, a favour he doesn't deserve, since he once sought forbidden knowledge in forbidden ways. But Adam still wonders why God would give so many laws to the people he chooses to dwell among. So many laws must mean many sins. How can God live with that? Michael replies, assuring Adam not to doubt that sin will indeed exist among them, just as it did with Adam's own fall. That is why God gave them the law, to expose their natural corruption by setting sin and law against each other. When the people see that the law can reveal sin, but cannot remove it, except through weak symbolic sacrifices like the blood of bulls and goats, they will realize that a far more precious blood must be shed for humanity. This sacrifice will bring justification by faith, peace of conscience, and true righteousness, things the law and ceremonies alone cannot provide. The law appears imperfect because it is meant to be temporary. It prepares them for a better covenant, moving from shadows to truth, from flesh to spirits, from strict rules to generous grace, and from fearful obedience to filial love, changing works of law into works of faith. Therefore, Moses, though greatly loved by God and the mediator of the law, will not lead the people into Canaan. Instead, Joshua, whom the Gentiles call Jesus, will lead them. Joshua's name and role will be to defeat the adversary serpent and guide the long-wandering humanity safely back through the wilderness of this world into the eternal paradise of rest. Meanwhile, the people will live and prosper for a long time in their earthly Canaan. But whenever their national sins disturb the peace and anger God, he will raise enemies against them. Whenever this happens, if they repent, God will save them, first by sending judges, then by establishing kings. Among these kings, the second one will be famous both for his piety and his great deeds. He will receive an unbreakable promise that his royal throne will last forever. All the prophets will declare that from the royal line of David, this is the king's name, will come a son, the prophesied seed of the woman spoken of earlier. This son was foretold to Abraham, through whom all nations will be blessed, and also foretold to kings, as the final king, whose reign will never end. But before that time, there will be a long line of successors. David's next son, renowned for his wealth and wisdom, will be the one to build a magnificent temple to house the Ark of God, which until then had wandered in tents. After him will come many kings, some good, some bad, with the bad outnumbering the good. Their terrible idolatries and other sins will anger God so much that he will abandon them, allowing their land, city, temple, and the holy ark to fall into the hands of a proud city you have seen in ruins, Babylon. There, God will allow them to remain captives for 70 years, but then, remembering his mercy and the covenant sworn to David, which will last as long as the heavens endure, God will bring them back. Released by the permission of the kings ruling Babylon, whom God has arranged, they will return and rebuild God's house first. For a while they will live modestly, but as they grow wealthy and numerous they will become divided and rebellious. Conflict will start even among the priests, those who serve at the altar and should be promoting peace. Their quarrels will pollute the temple itself. Eventually, they seize control of power and ignore David's descendants, handing over the scepter to foreign rulers. This keeps the true anointed king, the Messiah, from claiming his rightful throne. Yet when the Messiah is born, a star never seen before appears in the sky, announcing his arrival. It guides Eastern wise men, who come searching to offer him incense, myrrh, and gold. Simple shepherds nearby are also told by an angel about the Messiah's birth, and they come to see him. They hear a choir of angels singing his praises. His mother is a virgin, but his father is the power of the Most High. He will inherit his throne from her, and his reign will stretch across the entire earth, his glory reaching into heaven. Adam, overwhelmed with joy and relief, speaks without words for a moment, then says, "O prophet of good news and fulfiller of hope, I now understand what I could never grasp before, why our great hope is called the seed of the woman. Hail to the Virgin Mother, highly favoured by heaven, who will bring forth the Son of God Most High from my own line." Through this union of God and man, the serpent must expect his mortal wound. Tell me when and where will their battle happen? How will the victor's heel be bruised? Michael answers, "Don't imagine their fight as a simple duel, or that the wounds are just to the head or heel. That's not why the Son joined human nature to divine nature, to be stronger against your enemy. Satan's fall from heaven was a worse blow, but it did not stop him from wounding you with death. The one who will save you will heal the wound, not by destroying Satan himself, but by destroying his works in you and your descendants. Only then can divine justice be satisfied. He will fully obey God's law, not only by following its rules, but through love, which truly fulfills the law. He will endure punishment by coming in human flesh, living a life of suffering and dying a cursed death, but proclaiming life to all who believe in his redemption. His obedience will be credited to them through faith, saving them by his merits, not by their own legal works. For this he will live as a hated man, be blasphemed, seized by force, judged and condemned to a shameful end, and cursed death, nailed to a cross by his own people, killed for bringing life. But by dying on the cross, he actually defeats your enemies. The law that was against you, and the sins of all mankind are crucified with him, never to harm those who truly trust in his sacrifice. Though he dies, death will not hold power over him for long. Before the third morning dawns, the morning stars will see him rise from his grave, fresh and new as the dawn. His death pays your ransom, freeing humanity from death, for all who accept this life through faith, faith that shows itself in good works. This godlike act cancels your sentence, the death you deserved because of sin, which would have lost you forever. This act will crush Satan's head and defeat the two main weapons of sin and death. It will pierce Satan deeper than death's temporary sting hurts the victor's heel, or those he redeems, a death-like sleep, a gentle passing into eternal life. After rising, he will stay on earth only briefly, appearing at certain times to his disciples, those who followed him during his life. He will command them to teach all nations what they have learned about him and his salvation, baptizing believers with the symbol of washing away sin and preparing their mind for life, even if they must face a death like his. From that day forward, salvation will not be preached only to Abraham's physical descendants, but to all who share Abraham's faith everywhere in the world. In this way, all nations will be blessed through his seed. Then he will ascend to the highest heaven in victory, triumphing through the air over his and your enemies. There he will surprise the serpent, prince of the air, chain him up through all his realm, and leave him defeated and humiliated. Then he will enter into glory and take his place at God's right hand, exalted above all names in heaven. From there, when the world ends, he will come back with glory and power to judge the living and the dead, to judge the unfaithful dead and reward the faithful, welcoming them into eternal bliss. Whether in heaven or on earth, the whole earth will become paradise, a far happier place than Eden, with far happier days. The Archangel Michael finished speaking and paused, as if at the world's final moment. Our first father, filled with joy and wonder, replied, "O infinite goodness, immense goodness, that all this good can come out of evil and evil be turned to good. It's even more wonderful than when creation first brought light out of darkness. I stand amazed and uncertain whether I should now repent for the sin I caused or rejoice even more that so much good will come from it, bringing God more glory, more goodwill towards humanity, and grace that overflows even beyond wrath. But tell me, if our deliverer must ascend back to heaven, what will happen to the few faithful left among the many unfaithful, enemies of the truth? Who will guide his people and protect them then? Won't they treat his followers even worse than they treated him?" The angel replied, "They certainly will, but from heaven he will send to his own a comforter, the promised Spirit of the Father, who will live within them. This Spirit will write the law of faith through love on their hearts, guiding them all in true faith. He will also arm them with spiritual armour, enabling them to resist Satan's attacks and extinguish his fiery darts. Though people may persecute them unto death, they will not fear, because inward consolations will reward them. Often they will be supported so wonderfully that their proudest persecutors will be amazed. The Spirit was first poured out on the apostles, whom he sent to spread the gospel to the nations. Then it will be poured on all baptized believers, granting them miraculous gifts, speaking all languages and performing miracles just as their Lord did. Through this, many from every nation will joyfully receive the news from heaven. After their ministry is complete and their race well run, their teachings and stories will be written down. Then they will die. But as they warned, cruel wolves will follow as teachers, who will exploit the sacred mysteries of heaven for their own greed and ambition. They will corrupt the truth with superstitions and traditions, leaving only the written records pure, though understood only through the Spirit. Then they will try to claim authority by using names, places, and titles, and will combine these with worldly power, though pretending to act on spiritual grounds. They will falsely claim the Spirit of God, promised and given equally to all believers. From this false claim they will impose spiritual laws through earthly powers on every conscience. These laws will not be the ones written down, or those that the Spirit truly inscribes on the heart. What else will they do but force the Spirit of grace itself and bind its partner, liberty? What else but destroy the living temples built by faith, temples founded on their own faith, not another's? On earth, who can be heard against faith and conscience as infallible? Yet many will dare to try. This will lead to severe persecution of all who persist in worshipping in spirit and truth. The rest, the far greater number, will be content with outward rituals and impressive ceremonies, thinking their religion is satisfied. Truth will retreat, pierced by slanderous attacks, and genuine works of faith will become rare. Thus the world will continue favouring evil men, and showing kindness to the wicked, groaning under its own weight until the day comes for relief to the righteous and punishment for the wicked. That day will come with the return of the one so recently promised to help you, the seed of the woman, once obscurely foretold, now known more clearly as your Saviour and Lord. He will be revealed in glory from the clouds of heaven, in the glory of the Father. He will destroy Satan along with his corrupted world, then raise from the burning ruins a new heaven and a new earth, ages without end, founded on righteousness, peace, and love, bringing forth joy and eternal bliss. Michael finished speaking. Adam replied, "How quickly your prophecy, blessed seer, measures out this fleeting world, the span of time, until time itself stops. Beyond that is an abyss, eternity, with no end visible to any eye. I leave here greatly instructed and at peace in my mind, satisfied with the knowledge this mortal body can hold. Beyond that it would be foolish to reach. From now on, I have learned that obedience is best, and that to love God with reverent fear is the only way, to live always as if in his presence, to observe his providence, and to depend on him alone, merciful to all his works, overcoming evil with good. By small means great things are accomplished, weak things overthrow the strong, and the wise by seeming meek. To suffer for the sake of truth is the greatest courage, and the faithful find in death the gate to life. I have learned this from the example of the one I now recognize as my ever-blessed Redeemer. The angel answered, "Having learned this, you have reached the height of wisdom. Do not hope for more, even if you knew the names of all the stars, all the heavenly powers, all the secrets of the deep, all the works of nature or of God on earth, sea, or in the air, and enjoyed all the riches and ruled a vast empire. Only add deeds that match your knowledge, add faith, virtue, patience, temperance, and love, called charity, the soul of all the others. Then you will not regret leaving this paradise, because you will have a greater paradise within you. Now let us descend from this peak of speculation, for the appointed hour demands our departure. See, the guards I placed on that hill await orders. At their front a flaming sword waves fiercely, signalling our time to leave. We must go now. Wake Eve. She too I have calmed with gentle dreams, promising good, and preparing her spirit for meek submission. At the right time, share with her all you have heard, especially what concerns her faith, the great deliverance to come through her seed, by which all mankind will be saved. You both will live many days together in one united faith. Though sad for past evils, yet greatly comforted by thoughts of the happy end, they both descended the hill. Adam ran ahead to the bower where Eve lay sleeping, but found she had awakened and greeted him without sadness. I know where you've been, and where you went, for God is present even in sleep, and the dreams he sends bring good news. Some great blessing is coming. I fell asleep weary and sorrowful, but now lead on. I will not hesitate. To go with you is to stay here, and to stay here without you is to leave unwillingly. You are all things to me under heaven, and my wilful sin caused me to be banished. Yet I still hold this consolation. Though all is lost because of me, the promised seed will restore all. Adam heard her gladly, but said nothing, for the archangel was now very near. From the other hill, the cherubim, all dressed in bright array, descended to their fixed stations. They glided along the ground like evening mist rising from a river over marshland, gathered close behind a weary worker going home. At their front the flaming sword of God blazed fiercely like a comet, with scorching heat and dry vapour that began to parch the mild climate. Then the angel quickly caught the lingering parents by the hand and led them directly to the eastern gate. They hurried down the cliff to the plain below, and then disappeared. Looking back, Adam and Eve saw the entire eastern side of paradise, their once happy home, wreathed in that flaming sword, the gate guarded by dreadful faces and fiery arms. They shed some natural tears, but wiped them away quickly. The whole world lay before them, waiting for them to choose a new resting place, with Providence as their guide, hand in hand, walking slowly and wandering through Eden. They took their solitary way.